Sporting Witness podcast.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits in hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby. Countdown contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
September footy is in our sights, and what a matchup we have to kickstart the run home in round 20. Adelaide and Collingwood, a rivalry that has produced countless thrillers and unforgettable moments over the last decade. And 12 months ago, it erupted into a war of words that devolved into a homophobic slur and a 4-game ban that sent the Crows spiralling towards a straight sets exit. Tonight, the two sides clash again for finals positions late in the campaign, but this time the man at the centre of it all, Isaac Rankin, may be the missing piece to the Crows' premiership push. The Magpies, meanwhile, have won 5 on the trot, but haven't actually beaten anyone above 10th this season and are facing one of the toughest runs to September. Is tonight the night they re-establish their own flag credentials and continue to be Adelaide's boogeyman? Or can the Crows banish the sins of the past on their way to the top 4 once more? It is great to have your company for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryant's with you to call the action, and alongside me, as always, in the festival state is Tom Wilson. Good to see you, Tom.
Good to see you, Aaron. It's freezing cold at Adelaide Oval, and you're in a T-shirt, mate. You okay?
This is just Perth boy, you know. I'm easy. Everything's warm to me.
Oh, I reckon I've got 4 layers on, and we've got some friends in the booth here that will be getting the beanies out later. I cannot wait for this game. It's going to be cold out there, but a hot night of footy. The Crows... great performance last week against Sydney. I think Crows fans and the Crows themselves definitely needed a result like that to do that. So I think they should be going in as warm favourites tonight. They need to be winning this game. We talked about the sins of the past. They got a nice win in round 1 over at the MCG. I was at that game. So they'll take a lot of confidence out of that. And for Collingwood, all respect to them. I mean, I know they haven't beaten a team above them yet, which is a remarkable stat, but they're so well coached by Craig McRae, and despite the injuries that they've had this year, they just stay in the fight, don't they? They
always find a way, Collingwood, and I wouldn't be surprised at this venue where they have such a good track record out. They've won 7 of their last 8 against the Crows here, that they could pull a surprise tonight. And for Adelaide, it's just, you know, they're continually ticking the boxes that we had concerns about from last year, so their midfield ball use and winning clearance and surviving a bit of pressure. But Collingwood's one of those that they really need to get the monkey off the back. Yeah, the qualifying final, just being out the front with people walking in, that's still at the front of Crows fans' minds. And quite a few Collingwood fans have made the journey over and had a fun chat with them. So that's definitely front of mind, no doubt. Big night as well in terms of milestones. So firstly, obviously, Taylor Walker is the headline for the local crowd, who has the chance to become the first South Australian in terms of the AFL clubs to kick 700 goals. So sitting at 699, only about 20 minutes ago he had the northern end 50 to himself and was taking set shots. It would be a big moment for him, especially with Darcy Fogarty out if he can fire tonight. I'm sure the Pies will do everything possible to try and prevent that, but without Darcy Moore, we might see one of the greats of that football club reach an all-time milestone. But around that, Jordan De Goey 200th, Isaac Quaynor playing his 150th. It's Matty Nix's 150th as coach as well. Ben Keys' 150th as a Crow. And then, of course, the spotlight on the veterans of the Pies, which we'll get into in a moment. There's a lot of narratives about the futures of Scott Pendlebury, still side bottom Jeremy Howe, but is this the last time we get to see them here in Adelaide? Pendles is rarely featured at this venue. This is his 439th game, but only going to be his 15th at Adelaide Oval. Now, they only play here twice a year most of the time, but still it's a rare occasion for the South Australian footy fans to see one of the greats of all time. So we'll see what's to come over the next month, and we'll unpack it all very shortly on ABC Sport. Superstar experts are here as well. We've got the Premiership Crow, Rod Jamison's fresh off his trip up north. Good to see you, Jamo.
Aaron, thank you. Tom, good evening. And in advance, Josh, and we don't need to say anymore. You've actually covered absolutely every topic. Yes, it was nice to get away. Northern Queensland, beautiful place, Port Douglas, with a family for 7 days, 27 degrees. And just did very little, but good to be back here. And how good is footy on a Thursday night? Going back a couple of weeks ago, State of Origin, NRL, into Thursday night, into Friday night. Just can't get enough of it.
Now we've got the Commonwealth Games starting pretty much today. Yeah, opening ceremonies tomorrow morning. I think lawn bowls is on today, so we've got the precursor to the actual thing. But
I'm a chance to represent Australia.
There's so much sport going on. I've seen your work. You've still got the triceps to go, so you've probably got a good arm on you. Alongside Rod Jamison, the 4-time Showdown medalist, the North Adelaide coach and All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco's here. Evening, Josh.
Evening, Aaron. Evening, everyone. It's interesting thinking about this game tonight, and we say it every week, and I think I'm guilty of doing it as well, that you build every game up to be huge, but this has got something different for me. I think Collingwood is hard to get a bit of a gauge, as you said in the opener, a bit of a false economy in terms of the teams that they played and won against over the last 5 weeks, but Adelaide's form, I think it's just starting to come good. I'm really bullish about the coming sort of 7 or 8 weeks leading into the business end of the season. I'm really bullish about Adelaide. No Fogarty tonight. Will that hurt them in the long run? I don't think so, but I'm really interested to see Adelaide tonight. They've got to win. The reality is they have to win tonight if they want to snag that top 4 spot. So it should be a huge contest.
Otherwise, it's stuck in the back of your mind come September.
Yeah.
But once again, at the back end of the year, you might be falling short, or maybe you're not good enough. They've got to prove it under the Thursday night lights tonight. There are no late changes for Adelaide and Collingwood. So teams as named, which means the Crows have 3 changes for them. Finbar Maley in for Darcy Fogarty, who's been suspended 3 games, as Josh just said. Tex in after being managed, Nick Murray as well. Braden Cook managed and Mark Keane with the illness. So that's a bit of a blow down back for Adelaide. Jeremy Howe returns after a bit of groin soreness. And as we touched on before, 36-year-old, there's been some rumblings about his future, but he'll be here tonight. Sam Swadling omitted the youngster for the Pies. And the forward line is such a big debate, Josh and Jamo, in terms of why Adelaide has done this. Matthew Nicks actually said in his presser a couple of days ago, we're probably going to go small given the conditions, and then named Finbar Maley and Taylor Walker to replace Darcy Fogarty. And the only reason I can see them doing it, gents, is because they want to play 4 talls in September, because you want to have Toby Murray there with Walker, Fogarty and Thilthorpe as the pinch hitter with Toby to free up Riley to be a key forward. And maybe they're just doing it tonight to see what it looks like with Toby Murray, Finbar Maley, Taylor Walker and Riley Thilthorpe.
Possibly, but I wouldn't imagine they'd sit at match committee looking for what's going to happen potentially and unfold in September. I think you coach and you select based on winning tonight's game. And I think Finbar Maley's a really interesting inclusion. I must admit, I don't understand why. Maybe it's because they want to keep 3 talls on the field at any given time rather than having just the 2 and 1 on the bench. So bringing the 2 talls allows them to do that. But it's an interesting call. I haven't seen anyone and heard a lot of narrative coming out of the Adelaide Footy Club around that selection, but for the life of me, I can't work out why they've included Finbar Maley. And again, that's not taking anything away from him, but just it's an interesting selection.
Possibly just a stretch. Maybe the defence of Collingwood might be the way. Although we've been critical, I have been, in terms of just sitting back and bombing it long and hoping that a tall forward would take a mark. It's more the lead up where they can expose, and particularly more other team than Collingwood too, because they sit back and they, particularly when Darcy Moore's in the team, but I know he's not tonight, but that third man up and how they play traditionally. But there is then negating the speed. So if you can maintain possession of the footy going into your forward line, execute it correctly, then the defence doesn't become an issue, does it? So, but if it hits the ground, then that's where Collingwood will get on their bike and go the other way.
Now, look, it's a lot of experience lost when Darcy Moore was out of the side. Liam Puncher's been a terrific recruit. So it's just his 4th game tonight, the Woodworth Torrens product, mid-season draftee. They lost 3 of them and have plummeted down the SANFL ladder as a result. But, he's trying his best to fill that void, and they've got some pretty decent names down back who could do it. But you're right, Jamo, maybe this is a chance for the key forwards to, bomb it in high and do a bit of damage in terms of their marking game.
Yeah, well, look, I'd hope to think that that's not going to how they play, because that was the issue. It wasn't necessarily round 1 when they defeated Collingwood in Melbourne, but last year that was the issue, because that game against Collingwood and then into Hawthorn, they just kept kicking long and didn't change the way. So I'd like to think that they've learnt, and then you reflect on last week's game against Sydney. That is their best game that they've played all year. The outcome, yes, beating Sydney in Sydney, but they belted them in so many areas where Sydney are very, very good. But Adelaide, first quarter, great start, second quarter, not so. Third, struggle, but then they really turned it on the last and played exceptionally well. So they bring that into tonight. I think they can do the number on what they need to do.
What do we make of the Darcy Fogarty suspension? So the swinging arm that was deemed a strike was severe as a result of the concussion that Harry Cunningham suffered. And the Crows did their best to try and argue it was just rough conduct rather than a strike. Ends up getting 3 weeks, which is going to hurt you, I think, a little bit on the run home. But maybe glass half full is he's back right before the end of the campaign and fresh and firing. But was it the right decision?
I think it was, Aaron, and there's probably a lot of Crows supporters out there cringing at the moment. But I think one of the biggest threats to our game is the concussion and what happens post-football with some of these players that go through these horrific brain injuries. I think also, too, when you swing your arm recklessly like Darcy Fogarty did, you put yourself at risk. It's just like if you choose to bump, you make contact with the head, you put yourself at risk. He didn't have to swing his arm as aggressively as he did to get the result that he wanted, which was holding the ball. So I thought it was a reckless action. And I'll be honest with you, as I said, Harry Cunningham walks off the ground with concussion. He misses this week's game. I don't have an issue with it, because that's when you talk about grassroots footy and the future of our game, that's the sort of stuff that you've got to stamp out. So I don't have an issue with it.
Jamo?
Yeah, I'm aligned, I think, with that. I guess you want to hurt to a point and be physical, and that is Darcy Fogarty's natural way of playing football.
Yeah.
So I can understand, I think, what he was trying to do, but he got him high. And then the outcome was that he was concussed. So.
But I can also understand Adelaide's right and the reason that they chose to fight it to try to get it reduced. So I have no issue with that either, but I just think that, those incidents in games we just can't have.
Crows fans do love the conspiracy theory, though, and the stats popped up during the week. The suspensions ladder over the last 3 campaigns didn't look overly well for the interstate clubs compared to those in Melbourne. So the Crows topped the list. They've lost 22 games to suspension over the last 3 seasons. Giants had 21, Port Adelaide 19, Sydney 19. North was the first of the Vic clubs with 17. The Suns had 16. Right down the bottom, Carlton and Collingwood, 3. It's a bit of a gap. Come on, Jamo. I know you're ready to unleash. Tell us how you're feeling.
Stroking his beard.
I was actually listening to something else today, and the parody, like Strawny that plays for Collingwood, he was just saying, like, over time, the Collingwood people and players are getting into Carlton, and so we brought Malthouse in, and he didn't work out for him, and now we've got Graham Wright in there, and that's not going to work out for him. And now we've got Josh Fraser at Collingwood, like, we're going to get him from the inside, you know? So, look, I don't have an answer to it. I don't know. I guess the numbers certainly tell a story, but we were talking earlier, I guess, the one about Jack Crisp and Blamires, wasn't it, from the Kangaroos, how the technicality of how he tackled him, how he released him, the outcome still concussion, but not even cited for what he did. Yep. The Paul Curtis one and then the one on Darcy Fogarty. So there's some real similarities, but there's some minor anomalies that actually change it from not even a sighting, Josh, to 3 games, which is significant.
Thoughts of Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco, your experts tonight on ABC Sport. If you want to get in touch with us as well, the text line 0437 774 774. There are no late changes. The Pies are out there warming up at the moment. Josh Dacos is there, expected to play, which is exciting news for them. Speaking of Collingwood, their big narrative during the week was around their veterans. So Scott Pendlebury's here tonight for his 15th game at the Adelaide Oval. What's going to be his 439th overall as he continues to make history week upon week. Alongside him, still Sidebottom, playing his 371st and his 18th at this venue. Is averaging career lows since his debut, so 16 touches a game. Jeremy Howe at 36, the unrestricted free agent as well. So the 3 of them have been the headlines because Jake Niall, was yesterday, essentially put out in the Age that still Sidebottom is said to be comfortable with the prospect of finishing his career this season. And Scott Pendlebury or Jeremy Howe could follow him. So Sidebottom's 35, Howe is 36, Pendlebury's 38. The most logical scenario, Jake Niall says, is that only one of Scott Pendlebury or Jeremy Howe will play on at Collingwood next year, and still Sidebottom's essentially a guarantee to walk out the door. The Jeremy Howe scenario is he'd like to play on because he can then move to Tassie in a few years and be a player assistant coach and transition into that format of the game. But he is getting on, as is a fair bit of the list at Collingwood. They've got a fair few 30-year-olds, so 10 right now. Adelaide have 4 in comparison. What do you think, Jamo? Is this the last night we see Scott Pendlebury at the Adelaide Oval?
I don't think so. I think he's still got another season in him, the way he's playing and the way that they can manage a player of his ilk. I think he's got another... I think you're right. I think still Sidebottom is incredibly gifted and skilled and can navigate through a game, but whether he's got another... And Jeremy Howe, for me, probably looks the slower of the 3 and the one that might be... and the role that he plays in defence when you're coming up against either a super tall or a really fast and agile forward line. So I would say yes to Pendlebury staying and the other 2 gone.
Wow. Yeah, look, I think Pendlebury, Sidebottom, I'd almost leave it up to them.
And if I can interject, and they're courting Lockie Neal, who's going to be 34,
33.
So, they're going to bring another one in, of quality, but they're going to have the age demographic.
Yeah, look, and I think also all 3 playing here tonight highlights the importance of this game to the Collingwood Football Club. I think that's indicative of that. But in terms of what it looks like next year, as I said, I think Sidebottom and Pendlebury, I'd be saying, if you want to, you go around again. They're still playing well enough to influence games, and potentially Howe's one of those that maybe you put the cue on the rack, but it's a hard call. I'm glad I'm not making it.
I'm not big on social media. Did you see the Pendlebury one at his hotel when he came?
So they welcomed him with a nice big, what was it, kind of like
It was a 439 big balloon across the desk, a couple of bottles of the greatest red wine that South Australia provides, and a card that says, "Oh, well, we support you and hope you go well and win tonight." From a hotel in Adelaide.
I think he's earned that.
He might have heard it, but wow.
Yeah. Shows how much respect he's got. Yeah.
Would it? Well, the follow-up to that was it had 50,000 views, so they got out of it what they got out of it.
And he got to show on the balcony where he was staying, so if you figure it out on the street, you'll be able to find where Scott Pendlebury's at tonight.
Oh, nice.
But it's a weird one that he's the oldest of the three, but I agree with you, Jamo, is playing the best footy. And, look, they've managed him at times through the year, and I do feel like he is a pivotal piece of the puzzle for them. So when he's played, they're 8-5, and without him, they're 2-2. So, I don't know. I feel like he certainly helps. And there's been a couple of close games. So the Hawthorn draw and the Sydney 6-point loss that he wasn't there for. And you'll have to do the same thing next year if he goes to the age of 39 and plays. He can't be there for 23 games. But, gee, he's so handy when he's on the park.
Well, I still say, and we've talked about it a lot up here, is that 23rd, the extra interchange player, I think allows clubs to have the flexibility for a Pendlebury. He might only play sort of 60% game time, but you can do that now with that extra player on the bench.
I was going to ask you as a coach, if you had that experience, that player, what's an acceptable amount of games? Is it 50% of the year? Or do he be around, or do you want more, 60, 70% games?
I don't know. I would probably more look at the fixtures, and if they're travelling interstate, don't bother. Yeah. Just play all the home games.
So 5 games. He has 5 weeks off?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. And that probably works him well.
Annual leave?
No, I'd probably look at it like that and then manage his game time depending on how his body's going. But as I said tonight, all three here playing tonight, you'd think they'd manage at least one of those with an interstate trip, but they're playing. So, as I said, it highlights how important this is to the club.
And I guess the handy part as a fan of the footy club is, they've got a tough run home. So if they don't get the job done tonight, Geelong next Thursday at the G, you go, maybe they have the opportunity before their final game at the MCG, which would be round 23, or round 24 actually, against the Lions, to say, this is their farewell. Come on down,
Possibly.
Get to enjoy it.
Yeah.
If you know you're not playing finals footy.
Well,
but where they are right now is they're in the wild card mix.
I mean, they do have a tough draw as to who they play, but hang on a sec. They go Geelong at the MCG.
Yeah.
West Coast away. Hawks at the MCG. Brisbane at the MCG.
Yeah.
So, yes, and they're difficult to play at the MCG. But again, the lack of travel, I guess, due to the size of crowd, supposedly, that's the appeal. But again, I guess I'm in Geelong's camp a little bit on this too, when they've actually won the ability to finish high and get finals at home. The AFL turn around and say, no, you've got to go to the MCG because we get a bigger crowd, as opposed to the ability to have the home ground advantage.
Our thoughts of Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco, your experts on ABC Sport for Thursday night footy. No late changes for the Crows and the Pies as we kickstart round 20. The run home to September. Adelaide win this, and again, they'll walk that tightrope of the top 4 and probably find themselves out of it by the end of the weekend because those above them do have softer fixtures. But they just continue to push their way towards the double chance. And Collingwood, meanwhile, entrenched in the wildcard position after their 5 straight wins against lower sides. But as Jamo just mentioned, the 4th hardest run home from here. They'll need to claim some big scalps if they're to hold on to that spot with the chasing pack. 0437 774 774, the text line tonight. Brett in Canberra is the first of our listeners to get in touch. Says, loving the pre-match discussion. It feels like a finals tonight. The Crows are humming and they should win. So Brett's got his tip in nice and early to see if the Crows can kickstart the round with a victory. We'll head into the both camps very shortly. Want to run through a bit of the news of the day. So in terms of the team selections that have just dropped, a fair bit ahead of tomorrow night's doubleheader that's overlapping at the MCG and out west. So Melbourne and Geelong, which is going to be an absolute blockbuster. You can hear that all from 6:30 Eastern on ABC Listen. 5 changes for the Ds. So Lucas Cook, Harry Petty back in, Laurie, McDonald and Cross. Jath's out with a leg issue. Daniel Turner with his ribs. Caleb Windsor's hurt his groin. And Melksham and Heath have been omitted. Tanner Bruin's back for the Cats after his neck issue. Mark Blitzav's in as well. Max Holmes with that syndesmosis out for a long period of time, hopefully back before finals. And Ollie Henry managed. Western Derby 63. Shea Bolton was managed last week. He's back in. Jager O'Meara with the ankle we saw here at the Adelaide Oval. But Hayden Young's crook out with illness after just coming back in the side. It'll be the 9th game he's missed this year. Just cannot get any consistency. Liam Baker suspended for the Eagles. Jack Graham's been managed as well. So a couple of big names out for them in Western Derby 63. You can hear that from 7:30 Eastern through ABC Sport Extra. On Saturday, flurry of fixtures. Carlton, the Gold Coast at Docklands. Mark Pitnet's in for Harry Mackay, who had that meniscus tear. Charlie Ballard's getting a crack for the Suns. Haven't seen him in a while. Oscar Adams omitted. For the Hawks, Will Day's back after being managed, and Essendon won't have Cole Langford due to suspension. Nick Bryan's out with an injury as well, so Blackiston's going to have to be their ruck. Dersmer's out for the season, and Caldwell's been managed. So Ben Mackay back in for them. Will Setterfield as well. Nick Cox, another good story for the Bombers. Haven't seen a lot of him. Toby Green's out for the Giants for the Battle of the Bridge, and Harvey Thomas in for him. Harry Cunningham with the concussion we touched on earlier won't be there for the Swans. For the Dogs and the Tigers, Tom Liberatore returns after being a laid out last week. Jack Ross is in for Richmond after his concussion a few weeks ago. He's had a fair few this year. I'm not sure if we're going to see him again this campaign, but he's getting a crack, and Noah Bolter's out with a toe issue, so he won't be there. Sunday...
And a curfew.
Jeez, Chamo. Come on. Sunday extended team, so Port get Jason Horne-Francis and Mitch Georgiades back. No Joe Richards, broken finger, which is such a bummer. He was prolific against the Dockers last week.
I heard today that he wants to get back for the last round, so he may be a slim chance.
Fair enough.
Round 23, I think he's target.
Right. Yeah. Kitty Coleman named it, and Oscar Allen as well for Brisbane. And for North, no Luke McDonald with a calf injury. And St Kilda have named Max King for what could be his first game in 2 years. It was around this time, a couple of campaigns ago when he suffered his first knee injury of the litany of run that he's on. But he is in the starting 18. So big message sent by Ross there that he's going to play on Sunday, which is pretty exciting for St Kilda fans who've been waiting an eternity to see their big man.
Yeah, I guess the expectation upon him, though, isn't it, too? Like, nearly 2 years of no footy. That's incredible.
Yeah, and I think, in fairness to St Kilda fans, they've been breadcrumbed with his injury, haven't they? Because it was always, he's probably 4 to 6 weeks away, and then, how's King going? And it's like, he's still 4 to 6 weeks away. 4 to 6 weeks later. So I think it's great for the competition he's back, and I hope he does really well, especially for Saints fans who've clearly been waiting a long time.
A lot of big names out across all clubs, but that one of Max Holmes, that's an enormous out for him. You think he's going to get back?
With no Jeremy Cameron either. It sounds like 6 weeks they were saying for Holmes. He's had surgery on the foot, similar to Zach Butters.
Yeah. So that would almost be like a second semi or a prelim that he would be available for.
Yeah, well, if they can escape the wild card, that would be a big one for them if they can creep into the top 6, because they've had a bit of a losing run.
Do feel like they're in free fall, though. They've lost 5 of their last 7, the Cats, and the D's have won 5 of their last 6. So we could see Melbourne really pass that torch at the MCG tomorrow night, where they say, we're the top 4 credible finals contender, and the Cats might be cooked if they've, the injuries have just taken a hold of them. And the other game, the Western Derby 63, the Dockers have won 9 of the last 10 there. The Eagles now without 2 of their best players. So might be a pretty big win for them. Other news of the day, Damien Hardwick had a press conference ahead of their game with Carlton and said regarding Ben King, we'd love for him to stay, but it won't be the end of the world if he leaves.
I think he should be banned from press conferences. Just in the short term.
He gives everyone entertainment. He's mad at the moment, isn't he?
He's a bit honest, though, there. Usually coaches kind of defend the player, but, it sounds like King's got a foot out the door, but for him to say it wouldn't be the end of the world if he goes, he's probably trying to downplay the crisis, but it probably tells you he's kind of conceded he's going.
I probably wouldn't put it in the honesty basket. I'd put it in the stupidity basket. And the reason I say that is because he's closely connected to Matt Rao and Noah Anderson and Touk Miller and those guys that, that have been at the club since he got there. And to say that with the current form, and I've said this on Grandstand Radio before, Aaron, I worry about what happens longer term at the Suns if they can't turn their fortunes around. The exodus doesn't start again. And then you go back to ground zero again, which would be disastrous for that club.
Did Jed Walter, has he signed?
Yes.
He has signed.
He's signed.
So
I think Ethan Reid did as well. The other key, is that right?
He's the other key,
I think he has just re-signed as well. But, I think it's a really poor choice of words, to be brutally honest with you.
Unless he's flipped it and he knows internally that he is staying and he's just having a bit of banter.
It would be Damien Hardwick to try and spin a narrative.
No.
The other exciting news in terms of Hawks fans who might be getting Ben King is they've just re-signed Jack Gunston for an 18th season, and Mitch Lewis picked up a 4-year deal, which means they have got a litany of tools next year if they can maintain everybody.
Well, can you play Lewis, Chol,
Gunston,
King.
They've also still got Schubert, who's banging the ball down in the twos. Colsha Deer's not even being mentioned right now.
Yeah.
It's a luxury of riches, but a lot of options.
Well, Mitch Lewis is the one that I think I thought he was gone, like from an outsider, long-time Hawthorn supporter, just watching him. But I thought he was off to Collingwood was what everyone was talking about. So that's a massive get for him to stay.
Wonder if there's a watch there on Colsha Deer maybe going to Essendon in that merit trade, because they just can't have that many young tools.
No.
Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson are going to be experts across the night here at the Adelaide Oval. It's a cold affair in the festival state, but there are no late changes ahead of what is going to be a blockbuster. Isaac Rankin's first clash with the Magpies after that incident that blew up across the football world last year. We'll unpack it all very shortly. Head into both camps as well, and your text welcome on 0437 774 774. It's Adelaide and Collingwood as part of round 20 on ABC Sport.
Some invitations are just too good to refuse, like conversations in the kitchen with our most prominent politicians. Surprises aplenty.
New Kitchen Cabinet with Annabelle Craft. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
Kicks from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It is a main event in any week of the season, let alone the run home to September. Adelaide and Collingwood, who in 8 out of their last 10 meetings have had games decided by 14 points or less. They don't like each other, and there's a lot on the line as Collingwood come in off the back of 5 straight wins, but are looking for a big scalp after a tough run home. And Adelaide, they need to get the monkey off the back. The Pies had their number in the qualifying final last year, and the war of words that devolved into a homophobic slur, losing Isaac Rankin in round 23 last year when these two sides met. And now they go head-to-head once again. And Braden Maynard during the week stoking the fire says, will it be fiery? Let's hope so. I think it's going to be fiery again. We'll see what's in store for us in half an hour's time here in the Festival State. Great to have your company for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action alongside Premiership Crow Rod Jamieson and your 4-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco. 0437 774 774 is the text line, and there are no late changes. So Scott Pendlebury's going to play, as is still Sidebottom, Jeremy Howe, and those concerns over Josh Dacos's ankle have been evaded. On the text line, Calvin's getting in nice and early to say, who do you think Maynard's going to pick up tonight? Obviously, as I mentioned before, bit of banter with Isaac Rankin and during the week. Could we see something like that if he floats forward? Who's he going to go to, given the Crows have gone pretty tall?
I'm going to say Rochelle. I reckon that's where he would go, maybe just to, I guess, get into him. I felt that was the most selfless game I've seen Josh Rochelle play last week in terms of team and the way he contributed. So that might be a chance. I mean, Finbar Maley, he's sort of a tough dude too. So those two going head-to-head will be interesting also.
The other matchup where I'm really interested to see is who goes to Nick Dacos. And this is a narrative that has stuck with Adelaide for the last couple of campaigns, is they always back in their system. Outside of the time James Peatling tagged Keziah Pickett a few weeks ago, which worked very, very well, they haven't really gone back to the well. So Zach Butters, 37 touches and 13 clearances in the showdown. Around that in the losses that Adelaide have had to some of the bigger clubs, Neil had 42 against them. Sarong had 32 touches and 6 clearances. Bailey Smith had 40 and 6. Bontempelli had 30 and 7. And the last time these two sides met, Nick Dacos with 33 and 2 goals. So Adelaide at times do like to let the superstars off the leash. Can they afford to do it tonight, Josh Franco?
Look, I don't think they can. I think Nick Dacos is one of those players that He's almost untaggable, but you have to try, because if you don't, he will absolutely destroy you. There's players in the competition. I look at guys like Patrick Cripps that are so big and strong that you can't nullify their influence because people don't have the strength or the capacity to go with him. Nick Dacos is a little bit similar to that, but in a different way. So he's such an influential player on both sides of the ball. When you watch him, the work he does off the ball in defence is just as impressive as what he does in offence. So I think you have to. I just don't think you can rely and then let him get his confidence and get his game going and then try to put someone on to stop him. I think you've got to do it from the get-go.
I think I'd do James Peatling, or one out of the blue would be Hugo Hawk-Hahn. Plays back, low, fast. I think it would be challenging. I think if you did tag him, I think long gone are the days where you're going to keep a bloke of that ilk to 15 touches or 18 touches and not have an impact on the game. For me, it's the secondary handball or that possession, once he gets going, like he gets it out the back and then he runs past and gets the next one. So I think the pressure's got to come in the face of him to stop. Like if he runs past to receive a handball, you've got someone right up in his grill and his face to put him under pressure.
Remember last year they used Max Michelani in that qualifying final. He was coming off an injury and they sort of started in midfield trying to do that, and Nick was going back forward and it really upset his game. So I think Max is actually a good matchup for him, but I think in the context of that game it made it very hard.
Well, maybe he's better placed to this time round, so that could be the option that might go.
I was going to say, the other thing you need, you can't just put someone who can run and has the same running capacity as Nick Dacos. You've got to get someone that is, comfortable around the stoppages as well, because his craft around stoppage, Nick Dacos, is as good as anyone's.
Yeah.
So he's a very, very difficult matchup. You can be physical on him, he'll outrun you. And if you can't outrun him, he'll... Yeah.
There was some excellent vision last week when Jagger Smith went to Nick Dacos and how, unfortunately for the young Blues midfielder, he gets sucked in and Nick Dacos just stays out. And there are times where he just positions himself well that even if you're side by side at a stoppage, he immediately gets space.
Yeah.
And you're right. Yeah. You need a bit of footy smarts to your opponent to know where he's going to be.
Well, it's almost not even looking at the footy.
Yeah.
You just look at him, and which is the difficult thing to do for I guess your innate ability is to, I want to get after it.
He loves playing the Crows. He's averaged 31 touches against them and a career-high 11 Brownlow votes in the 9 games they've faced off. So could be in for another big one tonight if Matthew Nicks doesn't give him the attention he deserves. No late changes for Adelaide and Collingwood. The clubs are just about to make their way out onto the Adelaide Oval. Love the custom kick skin as well for the band playing that's got Taylor Walker's face on the front of the Gretsch. He hopes to kick 700 goals tonight, stuck on 699.
Presumptive. It's got a date on there as well.
It's got 700 goals, yeah.
Yeah, but actually they had a wider shot and it's got the date of tonight. So I hope he gets that one goal.
Does Tex play again next year?
I mean, if they win the flag, he said no. So,
yeah. Okay. It's basically what it comes down to, I think. If they go on and have this amazing run into the finals, put the ghosts of last year behind them, he'll go out like Shane Crawford did. But if not, there's absolutely, to me, no reason why he couldn't play on. They managed him well. Jamo would know more about it, but some of the discussion that I've heard about Adelaide's forward line and whether Tex should be in it has been diabolically embarrassing. He was rested last week and he kicked 5 goals the week before, so he's still in great form.
Yeah, it's almost to that point. I think I'm in agreement with you, Tom. I think it would be, if they are successful, see you later, everyone, I'm gone. But then leave it up to him, I guess, in terms of where, because you're not, if you manage him again, probably a little bit like the Pendlebury discussion we had, like how many games do you want him to play, what impact, and then the leadership qualities as well.
So the reality is, out of the last 41 games when Taylor Walker has played with Darcy Fogarty and Riley Thilthorpe, they averaged 2 more goals per game as a group and as a team when they only have 2 of them.
You have done an incredible amount of homework. Gee, is there anything you want us to ask you?
Just get bored during the week, Jam. I've got nothing better to do than just crunch some numbers. Let's find out how the two clubs are feeling ahead of the game. No late changes for Adelaide and Collingwood. We might start in the Pies camp. Josh Money's the 5th member of our team. He's made his way over to the race. Down to you, Josh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aaron. Joined by Jordan Ruffhead, who looks after the Collingwood backline. Ruffy, feels like it's a big game tonight. There's a bit of tension already.
They're all big games. There's always a bit of tension over here as well. It's a great city. We love coming to Adelaide. We love playing at Adelaide Oval, and history says that we play some pretty good games of footy against the Crows here. So it's an exciting one tonight.
You mentioned history. I think certainly the Crows feel like they owe you one after the final series last year. Are you expecting a fired-up home team?
Yeah, always. I mean, they're the best pressure team in the competition. we're expecting him to come forward with heat at us, and we've set ourselves up to hopefully be able to buffer that and get the game on our terms a little bit. But as I said, every game's a big game from here on out. They're all big games of footy, and we respect the Crows and the way they go about it. So our boys are pumped to be out here, and it's a really nice place to play a good game of footy.
Were you surprised by how tall they went in that selection, and what challenges does that pose for your back 6 or 7?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we're set up really well for it. I think we've got, obviously, Liam Puncher's come into the team in the last few weeks and performing really well for a guy that's only been at the club for 7 or 8 weeks. Billy Frampton's in some really good form, and obviously Jeremy Howe comes back in as well. So we feel like we're really well equipped in the back end to hopefully cater to their tools. But as we know, the aerial power game is an important one. So it will no doubt have a pretty strong determining factor on the result.
Looking at Jeremy now, just how much does he bring to your group in terms of his leadership back there?
Yeah, he's immense. I mean, a lot of people talk about Scott Pendlebury and the impact he has from a sort of playing coach side of things, but Howie's the same. If you keep your eyes on him and come to the footy and don't watch the ball but watch Howie, you'll see him instructing his teammates, and he's the most vocal player out there and helps to set his teammates up really well. So it's great to have him back in the team, and again, a real opportunity for Punchy and Bill to come in and play with Howie and learn a lot about how he goes about as well.
Lighter week for Josh Dacos with an ankle. He good to go?
Yeah, he is. He did really well actually to get through last week's game. The incident was in the first few minutes and got through the game really well. Still had a positive impact for us, and again, he sets up really well for the night.
Probably Dan Houston's best game, or one of his best games of the season last week. How do you make sure you continue to get the ball into his hands?
Well, I think it's exactly that. I think it's encouraging him to get the ball in his hands and encouraging his teammates to give it to him. He's such a good user of the footy, and I reckon you're underselling him by saying last week was one of his best games of the year. He's had a really strong year for us, and he's had a positive impact in most of the games he's played. So we've loved the way he's gone about it. He's in really good nick, and excited to see what he can do tonight.
How do you treat Isaac Rankin tonight? Do you try to get under his skin?
No, not at all. He's a fantastic player, and we'll try and minimise his impact on the game, clearly, because he's a guy that will have an impact on the result. A lot's been made of it, clearly. We're just really excited looking internally for a guy like Isaac Quainer playing his 150th game. It's a great chance to celebrate him. We respect Isaac Rankin and know that, again, he'll have an impact on this game. We've just got to try and minimise it as much as we can.
Well, conversely, the treatment from the home fans was really disappointing towards Isaac Quainer this time last year or in the finals last year. Do you address that with him tonight in terms of his mindset and if that comes, how he will handle it?
Not one that I'll bring up. I think Matty Nick spoke beautifully on it yesterday when he just talked about respect for the game, respect for the players. So hopefully, the fans here can cheer loudly for their team, and whether that's Collingwood or Adelaide, and have enough respect for the players that there's not too much booing going on.
Thanks, mate. Best of luck tonight.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Well spoken there by Magpies assistant Jordan Roughhead downstairs. The quote from Matthew Nicks a couple of days ago was, "We do what we can to entertain and put on a show. We ask our supporters to just enjoy that and be respectful like we ask of all of our players." And it's a little bit of a flip side. There was a big fallout after the Isaac Rankin incident where Matthew Nicks at the time didn't condemn the actions of the fans in the qualifying final. And once he realised that as an industry, we need to take a stance in these things and be proactive and send the right message. Ever since, he has been one of the leaders in doing so. And yeah, it was great to see during the week the former Lions player Lee Riswick come out and say, "Look, I'm excited to go out to the game and just hoping that we want football to be a better place for everybody, and hopefully everybody behaves respectfully tonight." It is Isaac Rankin's first game against Collingwood, and we love building that up because of the rivalry. But at the same time, we don't want to go into the depths of everything that unravelled last year.
I think, and it's going to be extremely unfortunate, I'm going to say there'll be a minority that'll be booing again tonight when he gets near it. And, we've spoken about this. I'm in my 26th year in this program, but for 15, 20 years, the AFL have banged on around the appropriate behaviour on all different levels. And it still happens, and it's staggering that it still continues to happen.
I know that a lot of Crows fans were frustrated in the qualifying final last year that they felt it was a minority that were taking over, but it was loud.
It was loud,
It was disappointing.
Yep.
And hopefully a year on, not only have the wounds healed, but the fans have, grown a bit mature-wise and can actually showcase that, this is a game that's for everybody and should be respectful.
Absolutely. And I think you nailed it there, and you also hope that, I guess, you talk about from a respect point of view too, that they treat Isaac Rankin with respect as well in terms of just letting him play the game and don't dip into that world to try to put him off his game. That makes sense.
I do wonder. That was what was discussed around my place of work during the week is do the Collingwood players, and I love Braden Maynard, saying that it's going to be fiery. I love that. I think it can be a bit too nice, the game at sometimes, but will there be that verbal of, you cost your team last year and yada, 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 you weren't there in finals, this is why. I do wonder if that's something that Collingwood will exploit tonight.
And the flip side of that.
You'd be surprised that wouldn't be something along those lines. Like, I mean, you're not directly saying it, but you're trying to get under his skin.
Well, yeah.
But at the same time, you're asking him, make amends, prove a point, and be the missing piece. I don't know if Collingwood should stoke that fire, because Isaac, we spoke to him post-game a few weeks ago, and he understands the blow that he did to the team by getting suspended and behaving that way. And, the last few weeks he has been prolific. So he's had 22 clearances in the last 3 games. In terms of his numbers, so he's averaged, since the showdown loss, 29 touches, 15 contested, 7 clearances and a goal. And the only other 2 players who've done that this year in a 3-game patch, Isaac Heaney and Patrick Cripps. It's elite company. And if you add that into the team that went out in straight sets and he plays like that, that is the midfielder that they were missing.
Again, it's a professional sport, so you're going to try to crack your opposition in ways that are appropriate and within the boundaries. Now, we understand what he said was inappropriate, but he wasn't there for the last 2 games, and I think that's what you'd want to be sort of saying. You've let your team down, mate. You've got over that, have you? And let it play out. That's all you need to say.
And I think to your point, Aaron, you talk about the form of Isaac Rankin. That did derail Adelaide in the final series. No question whatsoever. They also had Rochelle from memory. He wasn't playing. Well, he came in off a 6-week layoff. He did, yeah. So not having those 2 guys playing, particularly Isaac, did derail their finals campaign. But his form has been unbelievable. And I think you nailed it when you said, I reckon he is the missing link. And there's obviously been questions about Adelaide's midfield. Is it their Achilles heel? Behind the ball, they're rock solid. Head of the ball, they're really threatening. But their midfield's always had those question marks over them, and I think he is the one that elevates them to, being an A-grade midfield within the competition.
I was just looking at Rochelle on the screen. They had a picture of Adelaide's warm-up room. Rochelle was kicking a soccer ball, and he just kicked it to himself like about 20 times. It didn't even touch the ground.
He's pretty good, and he's still very, very young. And the reality of that is he wanted to be a midfielder so badly, and it did work at the start of the year. But since Rankin has really taken that role, he's been one of the best small forwards in the competition, and is owning that position.
But what Rochelle does, he gives Matthew Nix and the coaching staff another lever to pull if they need.
Yeah.
Look, he's so dangerous ahead of the ball. And you talked about his selfless game last week, Jamo. He was outstanding, but he does give Matthew Nix that flexibility. If Rankin having an off night, he can throw him in there to change momentum if needed. So it's a luxury for the Adelaide coaching staff.
Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson, your experts tonight on ABC Sport for Adelaide and Collingwood. No late changes here at the Adelaide Oval to kickstart round 20 on ABC Sport. Couple of texts coming through as well. Phil in Victoria says, I was kind of hoping for Ben King and Mitch Lewis to make it to Collingwood. Bitterly disappointed with the news that he's staying at the Hawks. The good news for you, Phil, is there's some rumblings that Jesse Hogan might be headed your way. So he's out of contract with the Giants and might be looking for a new club, and that's another veteran they might be able to put on their list.
No.
He's 31.
He fits he's too young, isn't he? Well, isn't that going to be the problem?
I still think he'd be handy if you...
Facetious.
I just don't understand why they got rid of Brody Myercheck if they're just going to do that. But anyway,
totally.
We've just, gone full circle. One listener says, who's Phil Thorpe going to go up against tonight, given, the undersized backline of the Pies?
I think Billy Frampton will go in first.
Yep.
And try and rough him up a little bit. But again, if Riley can get going and just present, lead up, get out in front, I think it's going to be tough.
I'd put, is it Tracy from Fremantle, Amos, and Phil Thorpe as the 3 probably most intimidating forwards of the comp.
Contested marks.
And Phil Thorpe's probably edge on the others is his capacity to run. He's a low 6-minute 2K time trialer, which is midfield type numbers that he dishes up in terms of how quickly he can run and how well he can cover the ground, and he's so good aerially. He's an intimidating prospect for anyone.
Billy Frampton's, I reckon, has had a fascinating career, hasn't he? Started at Port, and, one of the few players that goes across town to the Crows and sort of couldn't really get an opportunity there, and Collingwood come after him on this 3-year deal, and I think a lot of people in Adelaide would have been like, wow, 3 years, wins a flag, and he's in fantastic form. He's gone from certainly not. I'll go maligned. A maligned player into one of the star defenders of the competition.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that too. And he's a dour defender, a strong, and doesn't like a little bit like Nick Murray is. Jordan Butts has probably turned that around as well. Like I thought he was a little maligned, and then this year when he's had his chance, he's really stepped up. But, fresh start, new environment, and a big environment. Well done to him.
He's done something that none of his former teammates have, which is win a flag.
That's right.
So the move worked out well for him. The Pies are out on the Adelaide Oval. They are 10-1-7 this season. So still sitting right in the mix of the wildcard hunt. They're only a couple of wins out of the top 6 at this stage. But have won their last 5 against some lower-end sides. Haven't beaten anybody higher than St Kilda in 10th, but have won 11 of their last 13 against the Crows and 7 of the last 8 matchups against them here at the Adelaide Oval. 5-day break, though, after that win over Carlton on Saturday by 21 points, where a lot of their veterans did have limited game time. But we'll see how the likes of Pendlebury, Sidebottom, and Howe was out with groin soreness last week, but how some of those guys manage the short turnaround under the Thursday night lights, and whether or not there's a heavy amount of rotations downstairs, Jamo.
I think Adelaide's probably the anomaly, or Collingwood are the anomaly for Adelaide, I would think, at the moment, in terms of the win-loss ratio. So they've played each other 54 times. Collingwood have won 36. So there was a long period in there too where Collingwood were just all over Adelaide. The games historically, as you've touched on, have been, albeit it's heavily favoured in Collingwood's way, but gee, haven't they been close in terms of the finishes as well and what has been involved? And we spoke about the Rankin Quaynor one in particular there. You go back a couple of years, Jordan Dawson should have got a free probably, where the umpires came and said, yep, we got that horribly wrong. So, look, I'm really keen for this contest to happen as well. I mean, when they have lost Collingwood, they have lost, 4 games under 8 points. They've had 2 blowouts against Geelong and Brisbane. And you just know last year, the way that they fight out, they're never really out of it. So I think that's huge in terms of the psyche, in terms of they feel like they're constantly and always in the game. But I would think that Adelaide would feel that way similar to after what they did in round 1 at the MCG, when it was all in favour of Collingwood, and they had to physically and mentally get that out of their heads, and they were able to win. And then last week's win, if that doesn't establish the platform for the last 4 games, they're on their way.
Big 16-point victory over the Swans Friday night, the only team to beat Sydney at the SCG, and the Adelaide Crows make their way out into a jam-packed Adelaide Oval, sitting 12-6 for the year and hoping to jump back into the top 4. They keep just dropping out on percentage, but at the moment, it'll be another chance to walk that tightrope tonight and make their way out onto the ground. And Taylor Walker is not with his son Louis, who is well known to be in the Nick Dacos 35. So the man is eyeing his 700th major tonight, has burst through the banner, the former skipper.
Did Louis run out with Collingwood again?
He didn't. I watched that. No, he didn't. I couldn't see him.
Well, there was an article here, was it yesterday, I think? He's trying to convince the whole family to change to Collingwood.
So the Texans locked in tonight, the Adelaide Crows bursting through the banner, and that was Fran's question.
He probably slept at grandma's for the week now too, Louis. Get out of the house.
Wonder if he gets the best of both worlds tonight, maybe a Collingwood win and the Texan milestone. We'll wait and see. It's a hot crowd and the hill is already shoulder to shoulder. No late changes for Adelaide and Collingwood. Josh Money's made his way over to the Crows race in the build-up to the game, which is about 10 minutes away. He's with Nathan Van Berlo downstairs. Down to you, Josh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharon. Joined by Nathan Van Berlo, who looks after the Crows midfielders. Nathan, do you owe the Pies one?
Oh, look, we certainly remember what happened here last year, and we haven't forgotten about that. But tonight is a different element to our story. I feel like we're playing really good footy. They've been playing some good footy too, so it should make for what we think will be a cracking contest.
No surprise, Brayden Maynard lit the fuse earlier in the week saying he hopes it's a heated affair. Do you have to address that and make sure your groups, I'm sure they're ready for it, but do you address it with them?
Oh, look, we know what's coming. I'm sure they know what's coming. We've been the number 1 pressure team in the comp, so that's what wins games of footy. You can't really get away with too much on a footy field these days, unfortunately. So the fireworks will be, I guess, at the contest and what that looks like. So we're looking forward to bringing the heat.
Isaac Rankin, of course, in that contest. So much made of him this week. Is it all about trying to keep it as normal a week as possible for him, or do you address it?
Oh, look, it has been, I guess, as normal as possible for Isaac in terms of the way he's prepared. There's no doubt some different emotions around it for
for him. But as Nick said yesterday, we've got his back. His players have got his back. I'm pretty sure there'd be 50-odd thousand people here that have got his back tonight too. So it should make for a really good atmosphere, and he'll be fine.
Absolutely. Speaking of those 50,000, how do you think they'll receive the first goal for 1T Walker, assuming he kicks it?
Oh yeah, look, pretty exciting. Hopefully it does come tonight. I mean, pretty awesome to celebrate in front of his home crowds if it happens tonight. So we'll fingers crossed for Tex. Been lucky enough to have front row seats there for a fair while. Watched the big Texan show, and what he's given to this footy club, to this state, has been pretty remarkable. So I'd love to see it happen tonight. No guarantees of that, but geez, if it does, be a party.
Bit of an anticlimax if it doesn't. He is one of a number of tall forwards that you've gone in with tonight. Finbar comes into the team, Toby and Riley as well. So even without Darcy Fogarty, are you confident you've got that right balance?
Yeah, look, it's more about probably having enough firepower ahead of the ball to be able to launch and compete aerially, because Fog's been doing a great job of that for us. And then it's probably also about, giving McAndrew some support in the ruck with Toby Murray. So we understand, the importance of Darcy Cameron for Collingwood and what he does. So we're going to look to put some work into him with those two big guys. And we also know that Finbar can help us out in that space if needed as well. So a bit about that, a bit about keeping Riley forward. So with all those things weighed up, we thought it was a good mix for us tonight.
Braden Cook managed. It's something, a bit of a trend really in recent weeks in managing players and those explosive players. Was that the thought process to freshen up your younger players and those that really need their speed? Oh, look,
there's always a conversation had in that space, and Cookie was a bit sore and banged up coming out of last weekend's game with a couple of corkies. He was crook to start the week, so missed the first couple of days and only just came good yesterday. So, look, it would have been a push for him anyway, so it made sense from a decision point of view just to say, look, we'll manage you this week, keep him fresh, and we've got guys ready to go.
Have you noticed any added confidence from the group after such a big scalp on the road last week?
Not necessarily in the four walls. It's been more about just sticking to our process. We were confident that if we played the way that we did last weekend, we'd be able to get the job done. And the pleasing thing was that three-quarter time, the game in the previous two quarters wasn't going our way, and we set the challenge for the group to finish strongly and bring our A game, and we definitely did that and came away with a really handy win. So it does build confidence, and hopefully we continue that form tonight.
Thanks, BB. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks, Josh. Cheers.
Nathan Van Berlo downstairs there with Josh Money ahead of Adelaide and Collingwood, your opening fixture of round 20. But gee, it feels like a main event. These two sides have had some absolute epics over the last few years, and there's a lot on the line. Collingwood trying to make it 6 on the trot. Adelaide looking to move back into the top 4. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action alongside Premiership Crow Rod Jamieson and the All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco. Marcus is in Sumatra on the text line. Says with a lumberjack and a puncher involved, it's going to be a physical encounter tonight. Love that one from Marcus there. We'll see how the South Australian Liam Puncher goes if he's matched up against Big Riley Thilthorpe. That'll be an interesting night for the young man.
He's a good size, just watching him down here in the warm-up.
We're moments away from the game getting underway here, so I might throw it over to you boys. How is this playing out tonight? Who's winning and why?
Well, first, I'd like to say congratulations, Jordan, to going on his 200. I know you touched on it earlier, Aaron too, but Isaac Quain all won 50 games, just two big stalwarts of the club in recent times.
Can I just jump in quickly there? So Jordan De Goey, I went through his draft profile from way back in the day when he was picked up out of Ashburton, 2014, pick 5. Said, jack of all trades, but a master of none. Could be a top 15 bolter due to his flashes of brilliance. I think he's exceeded those expectations, but probably lived up to some of them as well.
On field and off field. Didn't he? He lost his way for a little bit too, didn't he, there?
Yeah.
He was in a bit of strife and sort of got himself together, had a bad pre-season maybe, 1 or 2 ago, and then struggled to get back into the team. But this year, been incredibly consistent with his footy.
Yes.
I was looking at the season averages for both teams at the moment. I think their scoring ability, it's in favour of Adelaide. Defensively, Adelaide are on top in that area. The hit-outs is the one that I'm really intrigued about. So Lockie McAndrew has been to 1,284 ruck contests. Massive monster for his first year of senior football. Darcy Cameron, 985. So that's a big difference in terms of, I guess, the contest and what he's been able to produce, and the ability to get his hands to the footy. I think in terms of that has been assisted greatly Adelaide's ability, when you talk about Isaac Rankin, Sam Berry, these guys, to the contested game against Sydney last week, they belted Sydney in and around the ground and the centre clearances too. So significant there. The uncontested is being able to stop Collingwood use the football. They're one of the most efficient teams when they use the football, particularly their run and rebound off the half-back line. But where Adelaide are the number one defensive team and tackling in the competition too. So it's really juicy in terms of what is going to unfold tonight. We understand the rivalry. Collingwood a big club. Adelaide have got it all before them at home to continue to play well without getting overawed. I can't wait, Josh. I really can't.
And I'm with you, Jamo, talking to Nathan Van Berlo just before, and he mentioned Adelaide are the number one pressure team in the competition. They've built a game plan around pressure, which stacks up when it matters most come September. So they're playing a final sort of brand of football now, which is the reason why I'm really bullish about Adelaide and what they can do over the next couple of months of this season. The other thing around Adelaide, I think they've got the edge ahead of the ball. I think they got the edge behind the ball. But again, it still worries me a little bit with Adelaide. Their midfield, do they have the depth to combat Collingwood?
Thoughts of Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson. And a warm welcome to everyone joining us in WA for Adelaide and Collingwood tonight. No late changes as we kickstart round 20. So final tips, Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson, your experts tonight alongside Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson. Jamo?
I'm going to go Adelaide.
Collingwood defend this ground very well, but I think Adelaide are going to be too good.
Hopefully it's another nail-biter as we've seen over the last few years. All the veterans are out there for the Magpies, so Scott Pendlebury, still Sidebottom and Jeremy Howe. But it's the milestone man in game 200, Jordan De Goey, who's out in the middle with Jordan Dawson. And I think he's had a win as well. Let's head downstairs to Josh Money. What's it like down at ground level, Josh?
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere down here. Absolutely full house. A bit of an icy chill in the air, no doubt about it as well. But certainly and importantly, no rain at this stage as well. So a beautiful night for football. As you mentioned, Jordan De Goey got the job done on the coin toss duties, and the Magpies will kick towards the southern end of the ground in this first quarter. Interesting looking at the Collingwood banner as the players ran out. They've reminded the Crows fans our record here is better than yours, so that has lit the fuse. Josh Dacos had a late fitness test on that sore ankle that he hurt against the Blues last weekend. He passed that one, so he will line up for the Magpies tonight. Interestingly, Isaac Rankin, the man of the moment, has just returned from the race. He ran down there about 2 minutes before bounce, which is unusual. Maybe a few pre-match nerves, but he's certainly got that out of his system, and he will start in the middle for this one. Can't wait at all. Maley, Toby Murray, Keys, Peatling and Hawker Hahn start on the bench. For the Crows, a heap of experience on the Collingwood bench with Pendlebury, Sidebottom, Chris Perryman and West starting there for the away team.
Barely a spare seat in the house, and all the heavy hitters out into the middle. So Isaac Rankin on ball, Jordan Dawson there with Sam Berry. We've got Nick Dacos, Jordan De Goey and Ed Allen. Darcy Cameron to do battle against Lockie McAndrew. These are the games that absolutely make September. We are close to the finish line. It's Adelaide and Collingwood tonight on ABC Sport. Here's Tom Wilson.
Dacos up against Rankin. How about that? McAndrew knocks it straight down the throat of Berry. Off to Dawson. Goes the don't argue on Dacos. His kick is a dribbler up towards Quaynor. There's the boo. We heard it in the opening 15 seconds. Disappointing to hear. The Crows still have the footy. Jordan Dawson all the way back to Worrell. Out wide towards Cumming, who went under the footy. Did he get a touch on it? Quaynor lets that go out over the boundary line. It could be a lasso touched in the end. So boundary throw in out on the boundary line 30 seconds into this clash.
Just looking at some of the matchups. Sorry, Aaron, looks like Dawson is going to Nick Dacos at the stoppage, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Just going to say, it's embarrassing early. We've just started and already the Crows fans have done the wrong thing. Tossed in, tapped down, Dawson the tackle, towed forward by the Pies. Bro McCreary gathers near the boundary line, heads up to right half forward. Murray had the uncontested mark, went for the double fist. This is Toby. Ball ace tries to keep it in, smothered by Membry, and it's knocked over the line. Let's hope they get it out of their system and get over it. No score so far, opening minute.
Thought Murray could have marked that ball then. Maybe just coming back on the side, picking up the speed of the game. Could have taken an uncontested mark, chose to spoil. The result's okay, boundary throwing.
Tossed in, Darcy Cameron entangled with McAndrew. They both collapse, ball carries over them. Eventually McAndrew pops up, swats it, and Saligo's crunched as he waits for the footy. Stoppage to come, still right half forward for the Pies. They're heading to the right-hand side of your radio dial, the Riverbank stand end.
Cameron knocks it down, ball in dispute. Getting a strong tackle in there over the top with Saligo. Still trying to get it forward. The Pies. Dawson was slung off his kick and quickly Berry got onto it. That's his 4th touch so far. Up towards Frampton on Thilthorpe. Rode by Rochelle and Walker on the chest. There's no one inside the forward 50. It's waiting for the troops to arrive. Kicking long into the forward line out the back. Drop mark there from Taylor. Quaynor gets it. Booed again. Out wide towards Howe, who's back into the team. The 1-2 with Lipinski. Good pressure, Adelaide. They're built on this. De Goey under pressure. Handballs in hope towards Quaynor. He's wrapped up by Rankin out over the boundary line. Right in front of the scoreboard. We'll have a throw in. Still no score. 2 minutes in.
It's like Taylor did all the work to get himself in the right position, didn't he, too? And just couldn't finish off with the mark.
Right in front of the light tower. No score early. Plenty of theatre. Tossed in. Cameron gets in front of McAndrew, gets a shove for his trouble though, no whistle. Clears the back, bounced off Dawson, trying to barge through. Curtin left the footy behind. Ed Allen with a bit of tunnel ball, then tries to extract it himself. Gets the handball out, but only found Dawson off a step from 45 on the left. It's nearly taken on the behind line there by Riley Thilthorpe, but knocked through in the end for a minor score. And it's Adelaide by a point after 3 minutes on ABC Sport.
Sam Berry already, Tom, 4 disposals.
And he's been on fire. Quaynor brings it out of defence from left half back up towards the logo. Anderson's there. It's fisted away. Rankin Rose gets it to Curtin. Too hot for Berry. Here's Nick Dacos. Quaynor again. He's had plenty of it early. To Lipinski, centre wing. Flat ball towards Membry. On the run is De Goey inside that forward 50 looking for a target. Going back with a flight. Worrell did well. Got the fist in there. The handball wasn't great, but Neil Bullen did his best work to Michaelani up towards the wing, and Curtin marks defensive side of the centre wing in front of the Foss Williams stand.
Worrell was outstanding, wasn't he? Front on contact, could have been paid potentially, but did it superbly. Didn't draw the free kick, caused the turnover.
Voice of Josh Franco on ABC Sport. Rod Jamison's alongside him. Curtin inbound. Centering kick to Miller is miserable. He's usually so good. His kick poor, straight down towards McCreary, who hands it off to the run of Houston, drives it towards the 50 to no one. He had McStay running out, decided to go full blast, and Ball-Ace cuts it off. And gee, he's in for a heavy pay packet soon, James Ball-Ace.
Well, I think Nick Murray was the one that actually came at Houston, so he had to get the kick done early, which then contributed to him missing his target.
Short pass to Worrell and Miller, and this one hits its target. Nick Murray left half back. It's Adelaide by a point.
This is where Collingwood are superb in terms of their ability to defend the ground. Adelaide trying to kick mark their way through it, but they defend the ground superbly here at Adelaide Oval, the Pies.
Sligo went short to Cumming. He's going short again to Neil Bullen, who takes a sliding mark on his knees right between the interchange gates.
This is where they're doing it well, because Collingwood have to defend and come closer to a player.
Up towards Walker, but his former teammate Frampton comes over the top, knocks it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in around 75 from the Crows' goal. Members' side of the ground.
I think the message to Dacos and Rankin is stand each other at stoppage and then just do your own thing. This is a mouth-watering matchup.
Two absolute superstars off the leash, tossed in. McAndrew down. Here is Rankin, who swoops through traffic. The check side centre, he kicked to Rochelle, he slipped through his hands. Quaynor locks it up. Handball wasn't too clean. Maynard's under some pressure. They've done well in the chain. Houston gets it to Quaynor. He's mowed down by Sam Berry. Ball up to come just outside the arc.
Aaron, we mentioned the pressure of Adelaide in the pre-game. At the moment, the tackle count is 8-2 Adelaide's way. Their pressure's been superb.
And that was really good. Isaac coming in that boundary contest. He stood in front of Dacos to allow Rankin to go through.
So a free kick in the ruck contest against McAndrew. A push out on Cameron. And he goes back to fullback and Frampton.
It's 19 disposals to now 11 in favour of Adelaide. So Collingwood now time. Whoop.
Short to Maynard, but McCreary then dropped a sitter on his chest, puts his teammate under pressure. Saligo tried to get it to Dawson. He went to ground, got it to Berry, looking to go inside that forward 50. It's Quaynor there against his opponent in Rankin. The story just writes itself sometimes. Plenty of matchups at left half forward.
And I know all the narrative has been around Isaac Rankin, but let Dawson run around like an unregistered dog, you do it at your own peril. And at the moment, he's having an influence on this contest. Just the 3 disposals, but looking very threatening for Adelaide.
Adelaide by a point, 6 minutes in, just outside their 50. McAndrew swats it forward, tracking it well is Long. Hands it off towards Dacos, running out of room, just hacks it across the body, high up towards the broadcast wing. Cameron tried to reel it in with one arm, rolled backwards, picked up by Allen. His handball, a loopy one. McAndrew cuts it off, can't control the footy. Head over at Long, left it behind. Dacos for Collingwood gets the centering handball, and now they're away. Maynard through the centre circle. De Goey heads inside 50. Anderson caught behind. Worrell nearly cut it off, but trapped the footy well. Pops up and hands it to Borlace. Adelaide on the slingshot now through Curtin.
Oh, Taylor dropped a sitter, put himself under pressure. He's got some teammates in support. Keys handballs over the top to Walker. He's got some run as well through Curtin, looking for Thilthorpe, and he's kicked it out on the full at right half forward. Pressure's on.
The pressure is absolutely on, but some of the turnovers, even that entry inside 50 from De Goey, Anderson just needed to lead up at the kicker. The kick was too far, and Worrell, again, did really well to turn the footy over.
Power down the line, and he's kicked it to a contest, and Curtin was too good over the top of Lipinski. His 45 kick, Jamo, was brilliant, wasn't it? To Keys, he lowers the eyes, finds Saligo just inside the forward 50, paid the mark.
And that's where Zach Taylor and Josh Rochelle were unable to do that low, hard kick as he's handballed off.
Handballs it off to Jordan Dawson, who unloads from 55 away to the right. His second minus score, same spot as well. So the Crows go to 2 straight behinds. Collingwood yet to score 8 minutes into the first term.
And even that kick from Curtin, I think you called it, Jamo, how good it was. It was superb, wasn't it? Just changed the angle. It's a brave kick. You turn it over. Potentially comes back with interest, but great skills.
Felt like a 100-metre sprint to start. Both sides are throwing every bomb they can.
Quaynor, 6 disposals.
How short to Quaynor, right back pocket. He's been lively early despite the fans' behaviour. Down the broadcast wing, Cameron gets in front of Nick Murray. Hands it off to the run of Houston. Driving ball up to right half forward. Anderson's got 2 to beat. Worrell with the fist. High bounce. Up and under. Little juggle by Taylor. Couldn't control it. Wrenched away by Anderson. Collingwood through Houston to McStay. Attacking edge to Dacos. They head centrally to Allen. Searching kick to the goal square. 2-on-2. Flying with the fist. Worrell got in there. Knocked down to Lipinski though, who releases Long. And he snaps from 20 for the first of the night. Collingwood 1 straight 6. Adelaide 2 behinds. It's taken 9 minutes to get there. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Premiership Crow Rod Jamieson and the All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco.
Yeah, well, Ned Long, he's a player that probably does a lot and sort of doesn't get as noticed as a lot of the majority of the players in the Collingwood team. Like, he leads the defensive work in terms of tackling, 98 to 77, Jack Christ. But I love the way he plays for a bloke that hasn't played a whole lot of football at the moment, but just presents, and when he doesn't have it, gosh, he tackles hard.
And one of the other things that never ceases to amaze me is how good the hands of these players are, particularly under pressure. And we're talking about Nick Dacos, his ability. Pressure was coming from everywhere. The world was caving in on him. His ability to handball back into the corridor to set up that inside 50. Brilliant play.
Back in the middle of the ground, Cameron, too good, just takes it out of the ruck. Handballs towards centre half forward and to go in. It lands in the lap of Nick Dacos somehow. Goes for home to the top of the goal square. 3 Crows, led by Nick Murray, but Borlace overrun it. Under pressure, Adelaide in that forward line. Quick snap kick from McStay! Oh, what a kick from the pocket! And Collingwood have got the first 2. 2 straight 12, Adelaide 2 behinds, 10 gone first term.
Well, one thing I will say is when I know that the Adelaide coaching staff will be looking at the effectiveness of Nick Dacos closely, but we've only played 7 minutes of actual game time. He's already had 6 disposals. He's only running at 33% kicking efficiency, but you can just sense he's having an influence on the game, and if you don't pay him respect, he's going to go head-to-head with Rankin, and Rankin ain't giving him respect in defence, is he? So he, again, threatens to be a game breaker early in this contest, Nick Dacos, the superstar.
James Borlace, too, just a fumble deep. There were 3-on-1. He overran it. He had to go back. And Collingwood's such a clean and efficient team, and they will hurt you terribly.
And just looking at the boundary, the Adelaide staff down there holding up the boxing gloves, so they're in for a fight.
Pies by 10, blocking free kick in the ruck, Collingwood's way. Crowd getting restless. Cameron releases Pendlebury up to left half forward. No one really wants to commit except Membry. He was the only man who wanted to get to the drop. Set shot to come. 45 out, slightly to the left.
Well, just the free kick in the centre bounce, I think it was. Who was that?
It was blocking.
The ruck contest, yeah. And it's so important these days to get field position off the back of the centre bounce, and just that quick kick inside 50. Membry was playing in front, and his direct opponent was just caught napping. Normally a very, very good shot on goal too, Tim Membry.
He's had 13 goals in his last 5 games. No Jamie Elliott, no worries with him and McStay right now. Membry leans back from 55, gets right under the footy. It'll pitch on the goal line. Couple of flyers coming through. Anderson nearly got the kick front and square and knocks it through for a minor score left-hand side. 2-1-13 Collingwood. Adelaide 2 behinds, 12 played in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Not an excuse, but I think that one by Pendlebury fell well short, but Membry was able to read it, and on that occasion too fell well short.
Paul Kahan with a very dangerous kick. He's turned it straight over.
They're under the pump here, the Crows.
Yes. Kicked it straight to Perryman. He's 70 out. Goes back towards the top of the goal square. McStay dropped a mark at the front of the pack. Roving was De Goey. Handballing towards Membry, and reading it better was Max Michelani, but mentioned it, Josh Franco. They're under the pump.
Just take a breath, Adelaide, at the moment too. Started very, very well. It was almost like 3-1 inside 50s. Now it's 7-3 in favour of Collingwood.
The biggest issue's been transition from D50 to forward 50. It's been locked inside at the moment. Going long is Worrell. Phil Thorpe double fist down. Ben Keys gets it out to right half forward. Walker nearly with the slips catch, was well held on the way down. Jeremy Howe just engulfed him. Free kick just at the attacking edge.
Have a shot, Tex.
He's going to come inside. There's a lead up forward. He's missed it.
And Worrell in the spine. Instead decides to balk his way around Jeremy Howe. From 80, Taylor Walker goes long. It nearly cleared the pack, but Darcy Cameron was sitting back, and the ruckman's just too tall for that monstrous effort. He's got it right in front of the behind line.
While he was weaving his magic, he had Finbar Maley on the lead, and that was the one he had to hit.
Elite kick here from Josh Dacos in the right back pocket. Goes to Quaynor. The Jews have lessened a bit. Goes the 45 kick to Nick Dacos. Possession number 7 coming up. So he's directing traffics from centre half back, and a perfectly placed ball to Angus Anderson. That was elite, Josh.
That was unbelievable. He had no margin for error there, Nick Dacos.
And he hit the target. Going for another 45 kick, but Neil Bullen read it best, and he's been asked to play on by the umpire. Perryman wasn't sure. Neil Bullen wasn't sure. Pendlebury tackles him holding the ball. Quickly plays on to Dacos. It was a hospital handball, but they're going to work their way through it. Over the top to centre half forward. A kick inside from Harrison. It's a one-on-one contest. Ball Ace gets in front. Ball Ace gets it to the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in left forward pocket.
Behind the play, Dacos slow to get up. I think shoulder, was it? In the tackle?
Just in the tackle, yeah.
Which he hurt last week in the tackle against the Blues as well. So we'll keep an eye on Nick Dacos, who slowly trots towards the forward 50 stoppage, looking a little proppy.
On his own.
Tossed in, Toby Murray up against Darcy Cameron. Easy win for the Pies there, but he tapped it straight to Peatling Collard. Josh Dacos gets him high, defensive 50. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, it was Josh Worrell who absolutely dumped Nick Dacos after the play. So he's had a big couple of weeks himself, Josh Worrell. So watch on Dacos now.
Peatling to Rankin, bullet pass to right half back. Ben Keys, 150th consecutive game tonight, and the same milestone as a Crow as well, the former Brisbane Lion. Heads up to right half forward, front position, Howe. Clean hands, just plucked it. Almost like he had glue on them.
Where Adelaide are falling down, aren't they, at the moment? They just can't find that mark or contest across the half-forward line, let alone the entry when they go into their forward 50.
Pendlebury out wide to Josh Dacos. Just watching Ed Allen. He's been following Jordan Dawson, the Crows scripper, everywhere he goes when the Crows have the footy. So
Dawson's
one to watch out for.
5. Nick Dacos has the 8. Isaac Quaynor 7.
Josh Dacos, bit of wax work. He's still at left half back. Plays on now. Kicks up towards the centre square. Flying over the top was Nick Murray, getting very high. Nick Dacos roved, handballed it to Pendlebury. Did a 1-2, that was clever. Another dangerous handball inside. Read well by Taylor Walker. Handball was too hot for Michelani, but it landed in the lap of Rankin. Gets it off to Taylor. They've got numbers. Dawson's going to play on. He's going to kick a flat drop punt and through the middle. Boy, did they need that, the Crows. The skipper gets them on the board. They're first of the night. They're 1-2-8. Collingwood 2-2-14. Halfway through this first term.
Well, Gemma, you mentioned Nick Dacos. He's had the 10 disposals now, and just mentioned before, a couple of minutes ago, about his ability to handball in traffic. On that occasion, just unable to hit the target, turn the footy over, and if you turn the ball over in that area of the ground, in the middle of the ground, it's going to come back with interest, as it did, and ended up in the hands of probably the most reliable kick in the AFL at the moment in Jordan Dawson. So one against the flow for Adelaide, but should settle their nerves somewhat.
Well, teams in the middle, weren't they? Just that handball almost over the head, hoping that someone might have been there. Taylor Walker was able to take it clean. Zach Taylor, how good was that kick just to pick that off? See the skipper out to his left.
Pies by 6. Jordan Dawson has all the scoring shots for the Crows right now. 1-2 on the board for them. McAndrew down. Crisp gets the clearing kick as it tumbles up to half forward. Neil Bullen's there. Shoveled a handball on hands and knees to McAndrew. Barry steps through the tackler. Crisp. Handball was a hospital one though to McAndrew. Had to hurdle the two, and then Long drove him forward in the process.
Number 1 tackler for Collingwood once again negating. Sam Berry, hard to pull him down.
Just outside the centre circle. Cameron straight to Nick Dacos. A rare fumble. Berry pounces. Gets the handball out for the Crows to Peatling. He'll head to the eastern wing. Little Long on his kick. Trapped down by Nankervis, who arcs around Lipinski. Miller has got a bit of run now. Through centre wing. Up to right half forward. Miller at a Thilthorpe. Juggled and then let it slip over the boundary line. It'll be tossed in. Wanganeen stand. Pies by 6.
Big boy rubbing his hands too. I don't know, he's got a fair bit of tape on his hand too. Both hands.
They're probably frozen, Jamo.
I think my feet are.
What about your head?
It's all right at the minute.
McAndrew goes down towards Peatling. He's tackled in the contest. Play on, says the umpire. Cameron towards Nick Dacos. A rare fumble from him. He butts heads with his brother, and Crows end up with it through Soligo. Looking for the target in Thilthorpe. Held by Billy Frampton in the right forward pocket in front of the scoreboard. He'll have a shot 35 from home.
Well, probably there. Gemma, I'd like to see the replay of it, but I'm not sure what else Billy Frampton could do there. The kick to advantage was good, but he was all over Thilthorpe. Just drew the free kick. And I guess that's what happens when you've got a bloke like Riley Thilthorpe who's so imposing. I mean, looking at the replay, there wasn't a lot in it.
No, I'd agree with that too.
Yeah.
And I guess my head too, subjective, Tom, as well. I've got my MMD beanie here if I do.
You are a hothead as well, Jamo, when the time is right.
I could wear it like Tism if you want me to and turn it into a balaclava.
Riley Thilthorpe steps around on the left and he's bent and laid it through. The big fella was back in form last week and he's picked up where he left off. Gets Adelaide second and we're all square at the Adelaide Oval. 2-2-14. Almost 20 gone first term.
Well, just much better use of the football, isn't it? 2, albeit. We touched on how hard it is to get around Riley Thilthorpe. Put it out in front, hit the lead, the lace-up. That's where Adelaide are going to benefit from their forward entries up against particularly this team in Collingwood.
And as you said, Gemmo, against the flow, Adelaide have kicked the last couple. They were under siege in the early stages of this first quarter, but the last couple of goals settle the nerves and they can get the game somewhat back on their terms. And as we said, Sam Berry having an impact there. 3 clearances and his tackling pressure's been outstanding.
Isaac Rankin, 5 kicks, 100% kicking efficiency. As is Darcy Cameron with the 6.
Voices of Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco on ABC Sports scores level first term. Tapped down Dawson, 2 to beat. Fell forward with the footy. Crisp toes it forward into the 50 for the Magpies. Clean on the half volley was Membry, but he gave it away. Michael Annie to Nankervis. The Crows get out of dodge. Miller to the eastern wing. Neil Bullen trying to get out of the tackle there of Perryman, slaps it forward. Cumming just can't keep it in play. Boundary throw in through centre wing in front of the Bashir stand. Or was it? Last touch off the shins there of Cummings, so it will be a lasso free kick. The umpires aren't totally convinced. And in the end, we're going to give it to Pat Lipinski. Oh, no, there you go. Boundary throw in.
Very good response from the arc.
That was a teaser there from the umpire who turned to Pat, put the ball in front of him and said, actually, you know what, it's mine. Here we go again. Tossed in centre wing. McAndrew down, straight to Lipinski on the bounce. Peatling gets him, turnover. Neil Bullen gets it out to Cumming. Adelaide inside 50. Walker's waiting, cutting across, nearly taken by Bailey. Rochelle tries to tackle Frampton but can't. Collingwood win out. Josh Dacos backtracks to Howe. He'll head to right half back. Trying to get in front is McCreary. Bounce just clears him. Nankervis can mop it up at left half forward. Darts right, then left. Walls closing in. Retreats to Curtin. He'll give up more ground to Ball Ace. Now he'll thump it towards the 50. They'll all fly as one. And the mark is taken by the Moose. Finbar's got it. 45 out. Slightly to the left.
And I think that's why they've selected him. He can take a really good clunk in a contested mark he presents. He loves the physical side of the game. Great presentation.
What's his set shot like? So-so?
Oh, he's actually not bad.
Not bad?
Set shots.
3-2 for the year, Finbar Maley, which is what he had against West Adelaide on the weekend as well. Maley comes in. The Moose on the trot. Crosses the paint. That is a gorgeous strike.
Whack.
All the way home. And the Moose rings around Adelaide Oval. The Crows with the second lead change of the night. They're up by 6. 3-2-20 to 2-2-14. Time on in the first on ABC Sport.
What are they yelling out there? Is that Moose, is it?
Yeah. They're not booing him, Jack.
No, I didn't think they were, but I just couldn't quite get what he was saying.
Well, I'll tell you what I've been impressed with Adelaide over the last about 7 or 8 minutes of this first quarter is just their pressure around the ball has been superb. The stoppages, their ability to pressure Collingwood's exits or turn the footy over in the scramble, and they're getting rewarded off the back of it. And as you mentioned, Finbar Maley, you've got Riley Philthorpe, Taylor Walker, all three players can take contested marks ahead of the footy, and the Big Moose was outstanding on that occasion. And great finish too. And I asked the question because I thought that might have been a bit of a chink in his armour, but great finish.
Back in the middle of the ground, Rankin bursting through, McAndrew in there as well. And he's set upon.
So again, Collingwood 2 got 80 disposals, 39 kicks, 41 handballs, just not the ratio that they would normally play at.
McAndrew straight down towards Berry, wrapped up by Jordan De Goey. So we'll do it all again. McStay into the ruck for Collingwood. Umpire throws it up. McAndrew winning these hit-outs. Crows trying to get the clearance. Knocks it forward again. So too does Neil Bullen. Into the advantage of Keys, but coming from centre half forward was Thilthorpe. Clean enough to Cumming. Now to Neil Bullen, who sends it inside the forward 50. One-on-one with Tex. Maynard didn't have his eye on the ball. Front on contact. And Taylor Walker will win a free 40 from home in front of the scoreboard.
Left foot or right foot? What's he going to do you think?
He's a good drop punt man.
He's just far out for a left foot
But
snap.
he just goes to the right when he kicks.
Yeah.
He actually, so he's going to make it more difficult for himself.
Are you thinking a left foot snap, Gemmo?
No, I think he could almost sort of veer out to the left and kick a normal drop punt.
On his left?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he said one more to his teammates in the Gold Coast Clash when he'd had 5 goals.
Oh.
He's got his opportunity to kick goal 700, and it would be special. Taylor Walker goes the drop punt, and he gets it home. What a fitting finish for goal 700, and the Crows just get around him from every part of the field. They're all over him. The club's all-time greatest goal kicker sets another mark. And the crowd are on their feet.
Yeah. $314th game, 700th goal, 20 goals, 13 for the season. And what a player and a target he's been for Adelaide.
Tell you what I will say as well, having worked with him for 12 months at Adelaide, in terms of a quality bloke, he's all of that, but I don't think there's been a better set shot, and field kicker, both left and right foot, for a big fella. His field kicking is as good as his goal kicking.
Well, I think it's... And you're Warren Treadway, like on the left, they'd sort of almost get around the left and just lace it out, and Taylor Walker's got that same attribute.
What a special moment at the Adelaide Oval. The Crows by 12. Out of the middle, Berry to Dawson. Kicks up to right half forward. Couple of players lose their feet. The Pies win out. Perryman buffeted it off. The screwball up to left half forward. Rankin puts his head over it. Crisp sets upon him. Big tackle, holds it in. Umpire circles. It does shoot out late. De Goey's brought down. In traffic, Ed Allen so clean. But she has a good tackle. Bang! Ned Long took too long as he tried to sidestep through traffic, and Rochelle crunches him.
You can't second-guess yourself at the moment. We talked about Adelaide's pressure. They're the number one pressure team in the competition. Just hesitated and paid the price.
How good a game when they're on.
A wide 45 to Isaac Cumming. He's got some space to walk into. Up to right half forward. 2 to beat for McAndrew. Does enough to get it to ground and then swings a Hollywood handball overhead. Walker was waiting in the scoreboard. Quaynor cut it off. More disappointing boos. Maynard up to the eastern side. Crisp takes it out the back door in a 2-on-2 and loops the kick. Membry just wide of the logo. Collingwood, again, this surge footy has looked so good the past month. It's on display here. De Goey turns on a dime. Bullet pass that was wide of Allen and gives it away. Dawson hands it off to Michael Annie. Coming back tracks to Hall Kahan. And the Crows now have some time through Berry.
Defensive side of centre wing. Crows leading by 12 points after kicking the last 4 of the match.
Walker all on his own.
Nankervis with the footy now. Centre wing. Chips the ball up the line towards McAndrew. And getting across to punch it out is Puncher. And we'll have a throw in 80 from home. Right half forward for the Crows.
I think the best quarter I've seen was Freo Sydney round 18, that last quarter of Fremantle. But I think Adelaide, the way that they apply pressure, I think is well and truly up there with them.
Yeah, their last 10 minutes has been brilliant. McStage dropped it out of the ruck. Play on, says the umpire. Off to Dan Hewson. Not many Crows are fans of him either. Ball comes to ground. Dawson got a handball towards Millerer. Flicks it out to Berry. Now Dawson goes again. Steps inside. 2 tackles. Now goes long inside the forward 50. Looking for the matchup of Maley. Walker there too. Road by Saligo. Runs around. Snap shot. Way to the right-hand side. Oh, that would have hurt the Pies. Minor one, though. 4-3-27. Collingwood 2-2-14.
We're just looking at that front and centre. You had Rochelle there as well. That's him and Saligo almost ran into each other and probably would have preferred the ball in the hands of Rochelle.
It's almost like cricket terms. It goes to the first slip and he drops it, and then the second slip cleans up.
Yeah.
Quaynor up to 10 touches as he gets the kick in. Right back pocket to Frampton. Thumps it. Broadcast side. Collingwood's down at the moment. Hits the deck in a blanket. Ned Long threads the needle. Kicks through to Anderson. Clean take. Anderson gets it to West. McCreary will chip it. Easy overlap. And the mark taken by Lipinski just wide at the top of the goal square. He'll play on and slam it around the body into the Riverbank stands. Margin back down to 7. Adelaide 4-3-27. Collingwood 3-2-20, approaching the 30-minute mark. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
I think that was the challenge of the pressure that Adelaide were trying to apply, which the balance around the football lost their way once Collingwood got it and clean and get it over the top, and it was easy in the end for Collingwood.
It was easy in the end, Jamo, and I thought Angus Anderson, I think he was the one involved that took the ball cleanly and inside 50. It just opened up for the Pies, didn't it? And again, one against momentum, one against the tide for Collingwood. They needed that because they were under siege after dominating probably the first 5 or 6 minutes of this contest.
9-7. No, it's not. 10-11. Inside 50s in favour of Adelaide.
Back in the middle of the ground. Toby Murray into the ruck. Hardly seen him tonight. They like to use him in a reduced time on ground role, and he wins a free kick for a push in the back. Plays on quickly. Another high ball inside the forward 50. Taylor Walker gets an uncontested fly at that, and he'll catch him every single time. 35 out in a slight angle to the right.
Jim, I guess your point as well, and we talked about Finbar Maley coming into the side, the 3 tools ahead of the ball, and that's the luxury you have. You draw the free kick in the centre square, you bang it in long, and you've got 3 tools that can take a contested mark, and Taylor Walker allowed to get a free run at that aerial ball and almost took it uncontested in the end, but a real luxury for Matthew Nicks and the Adelaide Crows.
Liam Puncher in his 4th game just lost his way a little bit. Didn't anticipate early, which got him the space he needed.
Goal 700's already in the books. Taylor Walker with another drop punt. He goes the Cobra. He raises the arm. 701 goals. He's 2nd of the match. And he goes past the big Matthew Pavlich. What another star of South Australian footy he is. Adelaide 5-3-33. Collingwood 3-2-20. We're into the dying minutes.
Well, I've got to say, if I'm coaching Adelaide, I'm not putting Riley Thilthorpe in the middle of the ground doing any ruck work ever again. Toby Murray, he's been serviceable in there for the Crows.
He's good, isn't he, too? Just that chop out. And I think you're right. Like, protect him. The only thing I would suggest maybe, Adelaide did it earlier in the year, put Riley Thilthorpe in the middle as a midfielder.
Yeah.
You know, just every now and then, just to throw it out and have that big body and height, and he's got the speed and the ability just to grab the footy one hand.
Crows by 13 as we close in on quarter time. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Toby Murray flies with Darcy Cameron, neither get a clean tap. And Allen spun away from the footy by Dawson, who gets it back for the Crows. The skipper retreats to Berry. Fast feet as he heads out to the eastern wing. Cumming takes it just wide of the logo, heads to right half forward. Maley with the launch. Finbar, 2 to beat there, 1 coming back, 1 in front, still clunked it. Tries to chip the kick now, it's no good. Just panics when he saw Rankin in the periphery. And his central kick cut off by the Pies, and that'll do us for the opening term here at the Adelaide Oval. The Crows 5-3-33, Collingwood 3-20. Goal scorers, Taylor Walker with 2, 701 in his career. The first Adelaide Crow, the first of either South Australian clubs to reach the milestone. Singles to Thilthorpe, Dawson and Maley. Collingwood all individual, Lipinski, McStay and Long. On the text line tonight, Phil in Werribee says that's a textbook play from text. And Annie, love your commentary. Is there not heating at the ground? Luckily enough, there is in the box, Annie. But for those out on ground level, including Josh Money, it's been a pretty brutal day.
We do have it in the box, but we choose to have the window open.
I don't know if it's
Aaron.
a we or I. Yeah, it's better for the atmosphere. You get to feel the crowd. Couple of texts in as well. We've had consistent booing of Isaac Quaynor tonight. Luke in Bateman in WA says, the booing of Quaynor is extremely disappointing. He didn't do anything to deserve this. Dan from East Perth on the text line says, I can't believe there are people booing Quaynor. Absolutely poor behaviour, booing someone who was on the receiving end of a slur. And look, we'll get on our soapbox all night about this. The behaviour is embarrassing. It is childish. It's been a year, and clearly fans have not learned. It's a game for all. It's supposed to be welcoming. Isaac Quaynor's done nothing wrong. Something happens off the ball, whatever. But all he did was report a player for doing the wrong thing, which was a homophobic slur, and it's been incredibly frustrating, unsettling and disappointing from the home crowd tonight to boo him at such volume here at the Adelaide Oval, and hopefully they stop after this first break. It is Adelaide by 13 points at the first change. Great to have you with us for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Beneath the heat and dust lies gemstones, secrets and murder.
This is homicide.
Nothing stays buried forever. The suspenseful new crime drama, Treasure and Dirt. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Collingwood through Houston to McStay, attacking edge to Dacos. They head centrally to Allen, searching kick to the goal square. 2-on-2, flying with a fist. Worrell got in there, knocked down to Lipinski though, who releases Long, and he snaps from 20 for the first of the night.
Top of the goal square, 3 Crows, led by Nick Murray, but Ball's overrun it. Under pressure, Adelaide in that forward line. Quick snap kick from McStay! Oh, what a kick from the pocket! And Collingwood have got the first 2. Thilthorpe clean enough to Cumming. Now to Neil Bullen, who sends it inside the forward 50. One-on-one with Tex. Maynard didn't have his eye on the ball. Front on contact. And Taylor Walker will win a free 40 from home in front of the scoreboard. Oh. He's got his opportunity to kick goal 700, and it would be special. Taylor Walker goes the drop pass, and he gets it home. What a fitting finish for goal 700, and the Crows just get around him from every part of the field. They're all over him. The club's all-time greatest goal kicker sets another mark.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
There's something in the air when Adelaide and Collingwood come together, and it's been another classic to start. Adelaide by 13 points. It was the Pies by 12 early, and they kick-started a flurry. 4 unanswered goals, 4 of the last 5 for the Crows, and Taylor Walker finally hitting his milestone. 700 big boys for the 7-time leading goal kicker, and he stands alone at the Adelaide Crows as the man with 700 majors. 2 took him past Matty Pavlich, so he's 27th overall in the AFL. Big moment off a very difficult set shot, and it is the Crows by just over 2 kicks at the first break. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you. Text line tonight, 0437 774 774. Rod Jamison's a premiership Crow. Josh Franco's the current North Adelaide coach. They were watching it all. What did we make of the first term, team?
Well, I thought Adelaide started really well, then Collingwood too, then got back into it, and then Adelaide after that, it was all Adelaide. The last 10 minutes of that quarter, 33% time into possession versus 14. Certainly the way Collingwood, where I feel they're a very good team, is when they do rebound and they do it quickly and they catch you off guard. And they've done it a couple of times, and on that time they kicked 3 goals in that first quarter, and 2 of those goals just came from really quick recovery across the middle of the ground and get it forward to create some time and opportunity for their forwards. But Adelaide, just the use of their football and the pressure that was applied, we could see in that first quarter, if the targets that they're aiming for, either leading up or sitting under it, it is going to test Collingwood's defence because of their height.
Absolutely, Jamo. It was an entertaining first quarter footy, and just looking at some of the numbers as well, the tackle count pretty even, the contested ball numbers pretty even. Where Adelaide, I thought, started to get on top was around the stoppage scenario. So it was 8-4 in favour of the Crows at quarter time. So they're +4 in clearances, and they've already kicked 2 goals, 1 from their stoppage. So that was off the back, and we mentioned it throughout that first quarter, off the back of a lot of good pressure and good work with the Adelaide mids able to turn that footy over, and then got good looks ahead of the footy and some good connects inside forward 50. So a couple of watches on players. Jordan Dawson, I thought, started really well and has had a terrific first quarter. He's already 11 disposals. Ed Allen, I think you said in general play, is going to him. Needs to lock him away because he's looking to really rip this game apart. And the other player for Collingwood is Nick Dacos. Didn't have a huge impact, but he looked dangerous at times, and he's had the 10 disposals already. So we'll keep a watch on those 2 stars for their respective teams.
Darcy Cameron has also started well, albeit he's done the hit-outs. He's actually done very well in the clearance work too. So, and first possession, 10 hit-outs. Nick Andrews got the 7. Clearances, Berry's 4, Cameron 3, but first possession, Darcy Cameron. So he's mopping up his own work, followed by Sam Berry and Jack Crisp.
Adelaide by 13 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Second term underway. McAndrew down. Peatling tracking it. He's right alongside Scott Pendlebury. Just couldn't quite reel the footy away. Finally, we get a whistle. Still inside the centre circle. Quick reset as well. Tossed into the air by Martin Roger. Tapped down. Holding free kick. Collingwood's way. McAndrew gives away another one to Darcy Cameron.
Just one of the stalwarts of Collingwood side, bottom yet to touch the footy. Had a quiet first term.
Cameron heads towards the 50. Miller gets in front with the uncontested intercept mark. Looks for the switch. Heads across the arc. Anderson threw his body in front, not really looking for the ball. They decided to pay the free kick to Nankervis for unrealistic attempt. He played on, though, and put himself under pressure. Kick wasn't really great. Trying to trap it on the paint. Going down low is Nick Murray. He's tackled for his efforts by McStay. And a ball up to come just outside Collingwood's 50.
Harvey Harrison too in that contest. Wayne Miller took it to him. He's yet to touch the footy.
Dacos was clean to Pendlebury. Here's side bottom with his first touch on the left boot. Goes inside the forward 50. Flying players. McStay, he's one of them. Knocks it towards Anderson. He can't quite gather the footy. West does. Handballs towards Josh Dacos. McStay lays the tackle on Dawson. And we'll have a ball up 35 from home in the left forward flank. Quickly up, McAndrew tries to take it out of the ruck. He does. Handballs away to Rankin, tackled by De Goey, thrown into the turf. Another ball up, just a little bit further away from the Pies' goal.
I do like Angus Anderson. He adds a bit of energy and bite, doesn't he, to the Collingwood forward line.
Cameron tapped down. Nick Dacos quickly breaks away from the stoppage from 35, misses to the left. And it's Adelaide by 12 points. Jack Odie medalist, Angus Anderson. So he's a Swans Academy product out of New South Wales, but spent plenty of time at Sturt, part of that winning grand final. And we said it during the SANFL grand final last year. Why doesn't a club pick him up? And Collingwood did.
Yeah. Always busy.
Incredible story. So long down the line into the centre square. Thilthorpe takes a strong contested mark. Handballs it off to Dawson, looking for the chest of Walker. Just missed him. He'll try to keep this in front of Puncher. Puncher gathers, accepts the tackle. Play on, says the umpire. Walker's still there. Neil Bullen grabs the footy. Kick partially smothered by side bottom. Howe gathers in the left back pocket. Over the top to Maynard. Working it by hand to Frampton at fullback. They've done this well, Collingwood. They've got space on the outer side of the ground. Back in board towards Pendlebury. He's got a Paddock at left half back. No Crow's willing to go to him or stand the mark. So he goes short to Nick Dacos, defensive side of the logo. Outer side of the ground, they trail by 12 points, the Pies.
Craig McRae and Jordan Rufford, the defensive coach, both said they'd love to defend this ground, and they do it well. And that was an example of it.
Nick Dacos' 13th touch, looking for his champion Pendlebury, but he had 2 to beat, gave it away. Miller to Michael Annie. Adelaide on the counter punch. Dan Curtin lowers the eyes, drills it up to left half forward to Finbar Maley. The Moose has a runner, gives it off to Dawson, now surging by. Dan Curtin heads to Walker, nearly with the slips catch as he pushes off Puncher. Side bottom gets a touch, but the wall's closing in. Perryman kicks around the body, tumbling exit to get it to the broadcast wing. Adelaide's waiting. Neil Bullen, though, poor delivery, laser straight to the chest as he heads up towards Pendlebury. And now Collingwood gets the rebound. Josh Dacos up to left half forward.
McStay was there, so was Membry. They did well as a team, but gave away a free kick against Membry. So Worrell gathers the footy, right half back.
Take a bit of a breath. Just a couple of turnovers from both sides. Just take a breath and maybe a bit of tempo footy and find a mark.
Alex Neil-Bullen preferably should have kicked on the left, or just gone further long, trying to kick on the outside of his right foot.
Long down the line, roved by Perryman off to side bottom, who's still got a fleet of foot. The kick was too hot for Membry. Gathers and goes back towards side bottom. But the Crows have the numbers. First ball ace, then Peatling. Underground handball to Neil Bullen. Phil Thorpe could go inside the 50. Tex has got a 2-on-1 here. He created the space and he took the mark on his chest. That was brilliant.
I think this is like the matchup that clearly Nix wants, but I would think Craig McRae wouldn't. So they're going to have to bluff their way through this.
Yeah, Liam Puncher's the man in game number 4, Jamo.
Yeah.
You think 8 weeks ago he's running around in the sample, isn't he?
Yes. You watched it.
Yeah.
Down at Wollonga in front of 1,300 people.
Now he's standing a 700 goal kicker.
So Taylor Walker, right half forward. He is perhaps the best kick in the comp.
Yep.
And in 5 minutes into this second term, he's got 3 for the night. And that's the margin. 6-3-39. Collingwood 3-3-21.
Gemmo, just looking at that marking contest live and again on the replay, Puncher, there's not much more he could have done. It was just terrific strength and craft there from Taylor Walker, and he called it, Tom. Taylor Walker goes back. We had the best vantage point right behind Walker as he kicked the goal, and it just doesn't deviate, does it?
It's effortless, isn't it? When he strikes it, he absolutely nails it.
Yeah.
He's been so good tonight that he broke champion data, so we have contested one-on-ones. They had him at 200% in terms of the win rate that he had, and it had to revert back to 100 once they realised what had happened. So it hasn't really been able to be stopped tonight so far with his 3 goals, Taylor Walker, and what an emphatic return.
They just showed the Walker family up in the stand and his young lad in the Crows jumpers up dancing, and Louis just eating a packet of chips.
McAndrew down to Barry. Adelaide get the clearance. Dawson up to left half forward. Perryman nearly cuts it off. Keeve was breathing down his neck and he dropped it. Falls into the footy. Tackles come. Crowd gets restless. Umpire circles, holding the ball.
Tell you what, it's a dangerous period here for Collingwood. Adelaide all over the Pies at the moment. Margin's 3 goals, and they're looking threatening the Crows.
They've kicked 6 of the last 7 either side of quarter time. Ben Keys into the 50, hits the deck. McAndrew feeds Walker, and he hits it again. Pies are calling touched. Field umpire says, don't worry about it.
Taylor Walker is trying to get players to set up just in case here.
So he thinks he knows.
Punch. He was adamant, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He put his hand up.
So they'll check upstairs, but we've signalled and the flags have gone. So at this stage, Taylor Walker has his 4th.
And the ball's in the middle of the ground. Hard to see.
Still Adelaide has set up its zone. No one is in the centre square. And the ball is in the middle and no one's there.
I was just looking at the replay. Even Walker said it was touched. So I think this might come back.
Writing's on the wall with the way the players are approaching this. Replay is a little...
Yeah. Puncher got his left hand to it.
It's almost a pinky finger.
It was Adam Gilchrist-esque from Taylor Walker. Straight away.
What are you doing? Let the umpire make the decision.
You remember that? Oh. Gilchrist given not out and then just walked off the ground.
Yes.
But I think more to the point, in terms of the context of this game, as I said, Adelaide are looking really threatening. Dominating field position, contested ball, the pressure around the footy, and they're actually reaping the rewards because of it.
So behind signalled, it's Adelaide by 19. 7 minutes played second term on ABC Sport. Long exit by the Pies, could be in trouble though. Trying to get it out towards Perryman. Adelaide had some numbers. Buried and Millerer heads to Walker again. Meeting the sandwich, couldn't take the mark. De Goey tried to feed it off, but Adelaide's front-on pressure is relentless. And Michael Annie's held up by Allen at the attacking edge.
Lockie McAndrew too. Darcy Cameron, great tackle.
Yep, the rugby background, Jamo.
Yep.
So McAndrew wins another free kick in the ruck contest. Looking for a target. Sits this one up high for Thilthorpe to leap at, and Thilthorpe marks. 20 out, slight angle to the right.
We're just looking at, again, some of the numbers. The inside 50s this quarter are 7-2 Adelaide's favour. And as I said, they're just looking ominous. They're looking threatening. They're winning the pressure battle as well. And we've spoken about that pre-game, their ability to be ranked number one in the competition, which is a game plan built on finals action. So they're playing an impressive brand of footy at the moment, the Crows. And at the moment, the Pies have zero answers.
The height is a proper problem.
Yeah, that also.
Yep.
Riley Thilthorpe strolls in, 25 from home, straight over the goal umpire's hat. That's his second. Were they too tall, Adelaide? That was the question mark. Well, they're capitalising at the moment, out to a game-high 25-point lead. They're 7-4-46. Collingwood, 3-3-21, 9 gone second term.
I think just emphasising the pressure that Adelaide are applying. 24 disposals, Collingwood, 12 kicks, 12 handballs. So they're half metres gained of Adelaide in this second quarter alone. Adelaide have had 7 and 13. Going a little bit better with their kicking efficiency, but nearly doubled in terms of the metres gained, plus the height. Collingwood in this quarter just can't get it out of their defensive area.
No, they can't, and they've got to somehow stem the flow, but try to hit the scoreboard and try to manufacture a goal against momentum, because as we said at the moment, it's not working for the Pies. They've got no answers, and this game could blow open.
Adelaide by 25. McAndrew straight down the throat of Berry. Pressured off it by Long, but he keeps tracking the footy. Bounces off some bootlaces. Taylor comes out to meet it. Handball a little wide of McAndrew. Tried the dive, but couldn't control it. Cameron up and under kick to Goey. Quiet tonight in game 200, but has it now at half forward. A laser into the 50. It was an excellent delivery to McStay. Isaac Cummings saw it coming, though. Cuts it off, 25 out from the defensive goal face.
Aaron, that's the role of the winger, sliding back to support the defence and sitting in the hole as Cumming did on that occasion. Brave, but well played.
Berry on the 45 to Hawker Hahn, not the required journey, so has to run around on his left foot and hits the target anyway. Curtin's been busy on that opposing wing. Takes the mark. Kicks up towards Neil Bull and missed the target. Later tackle, though. Ball in dispute. De Goey grabs it on the logo. He goes a 45 ball, and that's off the side of the boot. Hits the chest of Isaac Cumming. Turnover quickly on to Nankervis. He puts his head up looking for Thilthorpe. Too much on that. Saligo, that was a big contest. Oh, I love that from Buncher. But then he's tackled off the footy. No holding the ball.
Was that Puncher and Saligo that came head-to-head? Well done, both of you.
What a contest that was. That was old school.
And it rattled Saligo initially, didn't it?
Shoulder to shoulder they went. Tossed into the air, 40 from home for the Crows. Just pinballing around off a couple of shins. Crisps it, strikes it with the handball. Gets it to Nick Dacos. Perryman jams it forward to no one. Bounces on the half volley to Nick Murray. Tried to take on Anderson. Brought to ground. Got a handball clear, but it's a turnover. Collingwood through Perryman. McStay lobs it to the logo. Coming in board. West. Hospital handball to Anderson. And Rankin runs him down.
Great anticipation.
At the moment, again, the Pies have just got no room to breathe. Adelaide's suffocating them.
Great pressure there from Rankin.
That creates a bit of perceived pressure as well, and they're making errors, unforced errors, turning the ball over by foot. Now Adelaide taking a bit of a breather.
Nankervis goes through the middle of the ground to Berry. Anderson on the mark.
Just with a bit of kick mark, Tom.
Yep. Right back corner of the square is Ball Ace. Out wider to Nick Murray. So haven't really gained any territory. Absorbed some time on the clock. 25 points is the margin. Collingwood kicked the first 2 of the game. Crows have kicked 6 of the next 7. Up towards Thilthorpe, who got in front, but Frampton over the top. Gets it out over the boundary line. Just forward of the Collingwood bench. So 12 and a half minutes gone, second term. 2 goals of the quarter going the way of Walker, his third, and Thilthorpe, his second. Boundary throwing. Cameron was clever there. Takes it straight out of the ruck. Handballs towards McCreary. Went to Rankin, though. He handballed forward. Looking for Chris. Wow, Dacos. He got mowed down by Dawson, and they're all over him. 2 of the stars of the competition, and the Crows skipper wins out.
I'll say as well, Dawson, he can do everything, can't he?
Well, he just anticipated too that Nick Dacos does go to his right, but he does go left a lot of the time.
You rarely see him boil over, but he's frustrated now, Nick Dacos. Jordan Dawson opens the angle, flying above the pack, and able to bring it down was Puncher, becomes the tackler on Walker. And he's got 3 to beat in the triangle. Ball up to come, 30 out.
That marks in second quarter, 16-5. Adelaide just controlling the football.
The crowd can feel it. It's a tidal wave of momentum. Cameron took it out of the ruck and handed it to Rankin. Gives it off to Hawker Hahn. Coming with a beautiful tap to Neil Bullen. Off balance, 30 out. He just can't get the curl. And it's a minor score on the right. It's Adelaide by 26 points. And they have had, I reckon it's 10 of the last 12 scoring shots either side of quarter time.
9-3 inside 50s in this second quarter in favour of Adelaide.
It comes out towards Cameron at left half back. Jamo, the Crows are just in the zone at the moment, aren't they?
I think they'd like to finish more than what they currently have, though, with the amount of footy they've had in their forward half.
Playing with flair. The booze this time for Braden Maynard.
2-2 in this quarter, Adelaide. 2-1 behind for Collingwood.
Left half back.
10 minutes remaining.
Left foot down the line. Nick Murray just nursed Membry under the footy. McCreary's got to get out the way or it'll be 50.
They're just dominating everywhere. When the ball's live, their pressure's outstanding. They're dominating that part of the game, and then they've got the ability to control the ball.
Nick Murray down the line. Thilthorpe flies. Punch straight down towards Keys, who puts on the Jets from 50, misses to the right. They're peppering them at the moment, Adelaide. You feel like the damn wall could burst at any moment. Crows by 27.
Had to go to Taylor Walker.
He wasn't happy, was he? He gave him a fair spray.
Yep, deservedly so.
Yeah.
So Howe to Puncher in the left half back flank. No real option, so just goes long down the line. Cameron got a knee on it. Rove by Hawker Hahn. Ball in dispute. Fetched out towards side bottom for the Pies. Up towards Anderson, but Worrell is a star of this competition. Just outmarks him.
I feel that Collingwood are only winning the football back at the moment when Adelaide are fumbling or not using it clean.
So Rankin at centre half back. Full switch on towards Nankervis. He's got a teammate out wide in Curtin. He's busy this quarter. Goes short to Taylor Walker.
The defenders are just dropping back, and now Adelaide continually either going sideways or leading up and just maintaining possession.
So Saligo asked to play on. Coming round the side is Walker. Onto that left boot. Up in towards the contest. Cameron brings it down. Keys. Roving, wrapped up by 3 Pies. We'll have a ball up 40 from home. Away to the left for the Crows. They're up by 27 points.
20 more disposals in this quarter, Adelaide. Controlling it, 24 marks to 8.
Toby Murray down to Peatling, handed it to Berry, tried to feign leaving the ball behind in the tackle, but just gives it away in the end. Josh Dacos with a clearing handball, and Adelaide again relentless. Smelling blood, 2 tacklers to 1. Poor old Harvey Harrison hit the deck. Stoppage to come, left half forward for Adelaide. Heading to the Riverbank stand end. Cameron down, not a lot of room. Throw a blanket over them on the ball drop, and we'll get another stoppage.
Just the only negative from Adelaide's point of view is they're dominating this game, but they just need to capitalise, don't they?
Voice of Josh Franco with Rod Jamieson on ABC Sport. Toby Murray takes it out of the stoppage, but it was very close to the boundary line. As he tried to hook it towards the 50, he walked over.
Yeah, when you dominate a quarter, as Adelaide have so far in this second, you need to cash in on the scoreboard. And at the moment, they haven't. Just the 2 goals, 3. But as you mentioned, Aaron, the dam will look like it was going to break, but they've got to find a way to score, Adelaide, and cash in on this dominance.
So Quaynor from the ball up. Got the handball away to side bottom to Maynard. Off to Chris, but under the pressure at centre half back, he just kicked it to the logo, and Murray was the only one there. The Crows Murray.
3 times in the last 6 minutes in this second quarter, Collingwood have turned the footy over on the wing.
So Keys goes the handball off to Hawkahan, over the top to Rochelle, who had to take it on the half volley, kept it in play but turned it over. Sweeping handball from Pendlebury to Dacos. Here's an opportunity for Collingwood through McCreary, but his kicks missed the target. Just no connection there with Membry, and Worrell read it best.
Rattled.
They are rattled, Josh Franco.
Front on pressure there.
Yeah.
It's the Tigers of 2017 where Nick Murray could have run back with Membry but turned and went for the man with the footy, and the kick impacted. They just can't get it inside 50 when that front on pressure comes in waves.
Well, I think that's the thing, because you can't really lace your footy low down to get it to your target quickly. You've got to give it the air, which is allowing the opposition to get there, or they're missing the targets.
And Curvis from left half-back switches through defensive 50, so got it to ball ace Michael Annie, and now Nick Murray right half-back. This is the brand of footy Adelaide loves, the uncontested game. Down the line, Miller are looking for Rochelle. Fist comes late from Puncher.
You talk about the method that Adelaide love. Because they're so manic in defence when the ball's live, it's almost like when they get the ball, they defend with the ball in their hands, so they kick mark, catch their breath, so when the ball's live, they've got the energy to turn the footy over again. And it's stacking up.
Voice of Josh Franco, a 4-time showdown medalist. Murray knocks it down towards Cumming. Side bottom's under pressure. Not sure how he got rid of that. Peatling with a quick kick forward inside the 50. Soligo the only one going on it. There must be a free.
Adelaide's way, I think.
Going back. Yep, it's a Cumming.
So not downfield. Point of the free kick. Maybe you're holding the ball free. So Cumming goes inside the forward 50. Curtin and Nankervis didn't know what to do, but Curtin ended up with it. Kicks across the face of goal, out of bounds on the full.
It's an interesting kick from Cumming, wasn't it? Bit of a nothing kick. I'm not sure who was actually trying to find inside 50. Dangerous kick.
Well, I think it was Curtin and Nankervis both chose not to go for it. One of them should have.
Puncher thumps it to left half back. Big fist from Nick Murray, and they fall into the footy. No, it seemed a bit random to drop Richmond before as a Tiger supporter, but there's a story behind it which I'll try and get to when the play settles down as to why that's one of the weapons Matthew Nicks is utilising. Out of the stoppage, McStay pushes off McAndrew, handball no good. Got it to Michael Annie, Peatling, bang. Just walloped into too high, free kick.
That's a poor decision, umpire.
Chris was the one who tackled him as he turned into dodge.
Yeah, should have been holding the ball.
It was more of an AC join into the head rather than an arm.
Into the head? Well, that's high.
Peatling towards the 50. Philthorpe flies off hands. It rolls out of the 50. Collingwood have numbers. McCreary loops the handball over the top to Long. Has the run of Maynard, full stride, but the wall's closing again. Just has to heave it high and long, searching. Slips through the mitts of Worrell up the back door. West battling there with ball ace, and the Crow wins out with a backward slap to Worrell. Gets it to Miller, and again, Adelaide too good down back.
Worrell's got a couple of players inside on the 45. Berry and Rochelle. The former takes the mark.
Now they'll go into a kick mark again, Tom, just to re-energise their petrol tickets.
Finbar Maley's just come on, as is Lockie McAndrew.
That's where the kick goes. Maley got hands to it but couldn't complete the mark out over the boundary line.
So the story, a quick one. We have media days in the pre-season when we get to go see the coaches, have a chat to them about their seasons. First year, Matthew Nicks said, I want to be like Richmond 2017. Second year, he said, I want to win it a half-back in terms of our structure. And then it was the third year was I want to win it on ball. And you feel like all the weapons year upon year they've built to this game plan. And it's coming together tonight. Tossed in out the back of the rucks. Taylor trying to gather up against a go. He rips the ball out of there, but just turns straight into Long, and we'll get a ball up attacking edge.
I think that's a good point to Aaron, what you just said, because what we're witnessing is exactly that, isn't it?
Front on pressure, winning it at half-back, transition footy, and getting it out of the middle, which was the last piece, really, they didn't have last year. Out of the stoppage, stay down, diving onto the footy. Neil Bullen had one hand free, just trying to step up, but just couldn't break away. Entangled in bodies. We're at centre-half forward now for the Crows. They're up by 27 points. The Pies have just one behind to 2-3 in the second term. Side bottom, here he is, a helicopter out of the stoppage. Bounces to the broadcast wing. Tracking it as ball ace, nudged away. Good body work there by Charlie West. Got it out towards Angus Anderson. Steps inboard, not a lot in front of him. Heads towards Membry, who's outnumbered by 3. Gathers on the volley. Handballs, he draws a couple over the top. Trying to get it to Ed Allen. Dawson was right with him. That match-up all night. They've been head-to-head, and over the boundary line, 25 out they go.
You just feel, though, that with the dominance that Adelaide have had, it just almost the script is if Collingwood snag one, they're back in the contest, don't you? Because they've been so dominant in this quarter, Adelaide. As we said, they haven't cashed in and got reward for it, but Collingwood are one sort of kick away from changing momentum.
McStay tried to take it out of the ruck. Socket forward by Pendlebury. Gathered by De Goey. Off to Pendlebury. Josh Franco snaps on the right foot. Goal. Well, something from nothing. Only had the one behind so far in this quarter. Adelaide completely dominant, but just the 2 goals. Pendlebury gets it, 4-3-27. Adelaide 7-6-48, 23 gone second term.
Well, how often do you see it? Yeah. Jamo, when a side dominates field position, they pepper the goals, they can't kick majors, they can't put enough scoreboard pressure on to break the game open, and then against the flow, a la Pendlebury on that occasion for Collingwood. Just stems momentum. Margin still 21 points, but it's still manageable from Collingwood's perspective.
It's come out of the defence, didn't they? Probably on 6 occasions, and 5 of those have kicked to the opposition. Yeah. The 6th one went wide to a contest and were able to get it deeper into their forward line, which created the boundary throw-in, and then, as you called it.
For all the talk of the retirements incoming, Pendlebury's got the 2nd most touches for Collingwood tonight with 13. What are you seeing out there, Josh?
He's playing down back at the moment.
Picking it up at half-back. He's done it a couple of times through his career in the last few years as well. Tapped down long, spun a 360, flung it out, no whistle. Nick Dacos says, thank you very much. Here come the Pies again. Little 1-2 with Long. Nick Dacos gets it to side bottom. Fumble, but he regathers. Back to Nick Dacos again, but has to backtrack as Saligo tries to get him. He'll hand it off towards Perryman. Into the 50 for the Pies. Nick Murray with the fist. Miller is the spare down back. Gathers right back pocket. Heaves it out of there with a hard hit. Perryman flies across the pack. Side bottom left it behind. Adelaide with the numbers, although Collingwood now smells blood. Tackle laid by Perryman. Curtin just pushes through it. Kicks around the body, and Saligo's cannoned into from behind. Took the mark. He's okay. Wants to go. They remonstrate behind him. Here comes Adelaide.
Oh, Maley. He's moosed it out of bounds on the full. He had Rochelle running forward, just played on too quickly off his ankle and out of bounds.
He could not do that again if he tried.
How good was Curtin? How strong was he? No one could slow him down and stop his...
3 of them.
Yeah.
That's right. 3 don't argues. Long goes inside to Pendlebury. You can't run through the mark, even if you've got the footy.
What I will say, though, again, a small sample size, but Collingwood have definitely flowed the momentum in this contest and got the game somewhat back on their terms.
Maynard to Pendlebury now. Maynard from 75 and tried the flat ball looking for McStay, but he's kicked it straight to that man Dan Curtin in the right back pocket for Adelaide. They lead it by 21 points.
Just need that pressure as much front on as behind. You just can't allow a couple of players just to run past to receive that handball.
Curtin gets under his kick up to right half back where the players converge. Taken by Maynard, gives it off to Pendlebury. The champion centres it to the top of the goal square. Fist in. Nick Dacos, front and square. Snap was too low. Taken in the defensive goal square by Worrell.
Almost got Jordan De Goey too.
He's right on the goal line. It's Adelaide at the moment by 21. Worrell pumps it up to right half back. McAndrew nearly took it from behind, but they're going to pay to the man in front. Rightfully so, Dan McStay. A little too far out to score, you'd think, as he steps back like it's a set shot. Points Long, and we'll send it that way. On the left to the goal square, and flying is Membry.
Howe.
Jeremy Howe. Saw the tattoos in the 8 and just jumped early, Tom.
Well,
Jeremy Howe floating
of
forward.
those blokes in this team.
Clunks it top of the goal square. Slightly to the left. Jeremy Howe floating forward. Spoke before about the veterans, so Pendlebury lively tonight with his 15 touches and a goal. Still Sidebottom's been a little quiet with 7, but Jeremy Howe returns been everywhere, including up front, and Howe puts it over the goal umpire's hat. Back-to-back goals for Collingwood, and for all the momentum Adelaide has, they've only led this quarter by 2 points now. Margins down to 15. Adelaide 7-6-48. Collingwood 5-3-33. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jamison, Josh Franco.
Yeah, well, the Hot Pies have got on their bike, haven't they, too? That's now 8-13 inside 50s. Metres gained. They've just snuck ahead of Adelaide in this second quarter. Their kicking efficiency still a lot lower, 62% to 75 in favour of Adelaide in that area. But as you highlighted, Josh, just the inability of Adelaide to the time in the forward half and the opportunity that's presented, one, they haven't been able to get what they want. So I guess you have to say credit to the defence of Collingwood to be able to just to hang on and go forward now and kick 2 goals in this second quarter.
So McAndrew on his hands and knees, quickly out to Peatling. His kick was partially smothered and it's going back the other way. A big barrel from Dan Houston. That's 65 metres. It's gone out the back of the pack. Could have dribbled through. Wow. That was almost an Angus Monfries bounce. Just goes through for a minor score. 5-4, 34 Collingwood. Adelaide 7-6, 48. We've got 28 minutes gone in this second term. And Craig McRae, that was quite the move to send Jeremy Howe forward.
Yeah, what a luxury for Craig McRae. And as of about 5 minutes ago, the inside 50s were 13-3. Now it's 13-8.
Michael Annie to Curtin, turned into 3, but got a handball clear to Peatling. Collingwood seem like they're everywhere. Black and white wave. And the tackle over the boundary line. It'll be tossed in left half forward for the Pies.
So the point I guess I'm trying to make there is that the game is absolutely flipped on its head again. It's an entertaining contest. Adelaide unable to cash in, but now the momentum with the Pies.
Just under a minute remaining. Collingwood in an easy position to score. Adelaide a half a chance.
Margin got as high as 27. It's now 14 Adelaide's way. As Jamo said, still time left. Cameron down. Towed away from De Goey. Perryman gathers, true centre wing, broadcast side. Hands it to Nick Dacos. Double tap over to Steele. Side bottom, running out of room. He'll screw it towards the 50. McStay gets in front. Fist there from Nick Murray, rather. McStay gathers, tries to get it to Lipinski. They turn it over. Curtin uses the body to free up Miller. A handball smothered by McStay. He keeps it in. And the check side from 35. Big Mac with the special sauce. How has he done that? Unbelievable finish for his second. How has the big man kept it in and produced a finish like that? It is Adelaide by 8. What a run by the Pies heading into half-time.
I just love their ability to hang into a game, and you know that their mindset is they are always in it. Over handball, Adelaide in the back half. Daniel McStay in his 56th game for Collingwood. 33rd goal. Staggering. What a season he's having.
I don't want to put a dampener on it, but I'm just looking at the replay. I'm not sure if that was out of bounds. I reckon that's going to be a talking point.
I reckon side bottom was out of bounds too.
Yeah, well, I reckon McStay might have actually taken the ball out of bounds, but anyway, that'll be debriefed in the wash-up.
I'll tell you what, if Eddie Betts had kicked that goal, that was worthy of an Eddie Betts type of goal. To smother that ball, gather banana from the pocket.
There's always something in these games, isn't there? Adelaide and Collingwood.
Spot on. It's a great rivalry and it's half-time. The Crows were totally dominating, up 27 points halfway through that second term. But the Pies kicked the last 3 and we've got a contest. Adelaide 7-6, 48. Collingwood 6-4, 40. Rounded off by the goal of the year from Dan McStay.
Gee, it's been fun. Adelaide with 3 to Taylor Walker, who's hit 700. 2 to Thilthorpe and singles to Dawson and Maley. Collingwood with the double to McStay. And individuals to Lipinski, Pendlebury, Howe and Long. As Tom spelled it out, the Crows had 11 of 13 scoring shots up until time on. 7 of 8 goals either side of quarter time. And the Pies with a late wave make it a single-digit game. Text line tonight, 0437 774 774. We'll read out a few shortly, but at the moment they're all about Isaac Quaynor, and I want to stay on the game right now. We'll get into the bigger issues very shortly. Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco here in the ABC Sport Box. It's been a fun night, gents.
I think Adelaide were too predictable in that quarter in terms of their desire to continue to go long, and they weren't able to capitalise, as we spoke, throughout that second quarter. But credit to Collingwood to hang in there under pressure, and they didn't even look like scoring up until the last maybe 6 minutes of that quarter, where they were able to kick 3-2 and apply the pressure and just go forward deep.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about potentially missed opportunities, and I think you mentioned at Jamo that was it Ben Keys running towards goal, just had to lower the eyes and hit Taylor Walker, which is almost a certain goal, misses it, keeps the door ajar for Collingwood. And what I will say, they defended really well. They were under siege. They were nowhere, probably for 20 minutes of that second quarter. The inside 50s, it was 13-3 at one stage, and it ended up 13-11 Adelaide's way. So clearly in the back sort of 7 or 8 minutes of that that second quarter, the game flipped, momentum changed. Collingwood were winning clearances. They were dominating field position and looked dangerous ahead of the footy. But what I will say is that the Pies, as much pressure as they were under, they actually held up pretty well. Even though it looked like, and I think you mentioned it, Aaron, it looked like the dam wall was going to break at times, but they held up well, kept the scoreboard margin within reach, and now we've got a game in our hands.
Time in possession for the match, 47 to 34% in favour of Adelaide. In that second quarter, 48% Adelaide, 31% Collingwood. The last 10 minutes, 29% Collingwood, 18 Adelaide.
Yeah.
So for the amount of time Adelaide and that we spoke about, they just weren't able to get what they wanted. And you're right, just do the team thing. Do the team thing every time.
Yeah.
And I could have, should have after that. Like lace out Taylor Walker, he goes back, potentially puts through his fourth, and there's 10 minutes to go in that second quarter, and how things could have been different. But look, well done to Collingwood. Nick Dacos continues just to rack up the footies we know he can. 20 disposals, Pendlebury 15, Maynard, Quaynor, and Darcy Cameron's having one of his better games. Jordan Ago in his 212. Sam Berry had 18. Dan Curtin, just the strength of him too at the moment, just with 17, and Jordan Dawson 15.
And what a luxury for Craig McRae to be able to pull the lever, putting Jeremy Howe forward. And I must admit, there wasn't a lot of centre bounces because Adelaide couldn't kick major, so I wasn't able to keep an eye on Pendlebury, but it looked like he was moved back to give him a bit of run and drive off, I guess, out of their back half, put Howe forward, and it sort of did, for a little bit, change the complex of the game, didn't it?
Well, you're going to sit there as a coach, and you would know this, Josh. I'm sitting there as a backline coach going, Josh, I think we need to change puncher. No, let's persevere. Oh, he's kicked another one. We've got to change puncher. Like, it is the hot seat to make that decision at the right time, and he's left puncher on Walker with the amount of footy Adelaide have had, and then throws their key experienced player up the other way.
Some big calls from Craig McRae, but it did work towards the back end. Nick Dacos has 20 touches as well, so Adelaide still aren't really giving him that attention, but hasn't totally hurt them. They've got that halftime lead of 8. But, yeah, it's been impressive, and I don't want to simplify, how immensely tactical football can be. But I feel like some of these better games, whether it's Freo and Sydney, Adelaide and Sydney last week, Adelaide, Collingwood tonight, it's pressure. And when teams bring that front-on pressure, as Collingwood did at the back end there, as Adelaide had been doing for most of the night, it just unravels any sort of game plan you came in with, and that might dictate, who wins it all come the end of the year.
Well, I think your footy IQ has to be high, and your touch has to be good. You have to be clean. And then it's the ability to be able to execute under that pressure. And I think they're the three key elements in terms of the elite teams that they're able to do. Yes, you've got to be fit. And yes, you've got to be able to use the footy, run to the right spots, be instinctive, defend really well, and all those. But I think those three areas of the game you just have to nullify when there's so much congestion, so much pressure, front on, side on, and in some cases from behind. You just have to make the right decision, as Ben Keys didn't, and hit Taylor Walker. That's the stuff that you've just got to nail.
Well, the irony as well of what you're talking about, Aaron, and I've mentioned it a few times here before, but when we come September, all the experts, that's all they ever talk about is contest and pressure, in the biggest games. And, the last game of September, that's all sides base it on. And, we mentioned Adelaide, that's what they're building their brand to be, which is something and a brand of football that's going to stack up in September. And regardless of who you play and who you are, if you base your side on moving the ball and living in offence, it's fraught with danger. But if you base it on what Adelaide have, then at least you give yourself a chance if you get that phase of the game right.
Because Sydney brought it against Fremantle for a half, and you could see the Dockers, even though they were winning possession, were just not comfortable shooting at goal because of how many bodies were around them and what's in the back of your mind. And then after half-time, once it dropped, they were away. Adelaide with Sydney, same deal, where the Swans again around Q2, Q3 last week, unravel them a bit and restrict them from scoring because they just keep tackling and impacting disposal, and then damn well burst Q4. And we're seeing it tonight. Collingwood brought it for 10 minutes at the back end of that term. Adelaide didn't know what to do.
And I think that's why, is why you get such momentum fluctuations within games and within quarters, because as soon as a side's pressure starts to dip, the other side gets a sniff and grows in confidence, and that's what we saw in that quarter there, in the back end of the second quarter. Collingwood were able to start to get the game on their terms a bit.
So this is Adelaide in this second quarter. This is Adelaide's forward line versus Collingwood's defence. So Collingwood's defence has had 27 more disposals in Adelaide's forward line. So again, their ability to be able to defend and win it back. 6 more contested, 9 more ground ball gets, 4 more marks, uncontested 20 more disposals, and intercepted possession 11. So it's huge in terms of their defence and how they were able to manage and win the football, get themselves in the right position in that second quarter alone.
And it might be where, obviously Craig McRae is a brilliant coach tactically for what he's been able to do since coming to the club, but also the veterans to have the level-headed, experienced guys who, look, in traffic, can pinpoint their way through and did so during that quarter. And that's probably why he wants to keep them, why he wants a Lachie Neale, is their brand of footy works for guys who can be a bit calm under pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, it's speed of foot, but speed of ball movement as well, isn't it, too? So whilst Lachie wins it and gives it out, you've got the ability in his hands to give it to a hard-running defender or winger, and he uses it by foot very well.
One thing I will say, just looking at some of the numbers, and I'm not sure if the Collingwood supporters are on board with this, but on the free kicks at the moment, which has got away from me because it hasn't seemed like it's 15-4 in favour of Adelaide. Ooh. So they're plus 11. And I must admit, it hasn't felt like that. I'd be interested to see if any of the Collingwood supporters out there are feeling that.
I feel like there's a bit of local bias in the box.
Possibly.
We didn't notice it.
No, true.
There's nothing egregious there, but gee, that's lopsided, isn't it?
But there haven't seemed to be any howlers.
No.
Anyway.
Yeah, the home crowd's pretty happy, I imagine, as a result of it. Couple of texts, or more than a couple, flew through in that second quarter, and a lot of them were about the Isaac Quaynor booing in the first quarter, which we touched on at quarter time. I'll do it very quickly again. The sentiment from a lot of them, including those from Ray and Janice and a couple of unnamed ones, are that, yes, there are pockets across the ground where everybody's behaving, so shout out to you who are doing the right thing. Bay 136, sounds like the Southern Stand's been very solid and well behaved through the night. A lot of listeners are saying, look, it's the minority that are causing the problem. And the issue when it comes to this whole problem is that even though the minority is impacting the majority, it's the 10% we're trying to stamp out. And I know a lot of people are saying stop talking about it and drawing awareness to it. We want to educate and we want to say this is the wrong thing to do because footy's supposed to be a safe space and this behaviour cannot be tolerated. So even if it is 10%, it sounds louder than that, but if it is 10%, let them know they're doing the wrong thing and make sure you don't join in on them. I'm glad that everybody that's texted in is saying, it's not reflective of how we're behaving, and hopefully the majority of the community out there tonight are. But we've heard so many stories across players, across fans who are part of the LGBTQI plus community, and that booing of Isaac Quaynor impacts and hurts them. And it's because Isaac has done nothing wrong. So you can boo Braden Maynard because, he jumped into the air and concussed Angus Brayshaw a few years ago. But Isaac, all he has done is essentially told, the official that someone has given him a homophobic slur, which is the right thing to do, and he's being punished for it. So, look, that is why we're on the soapbox about it. That is why we're trying to educate and preach the right message, because, unfortunately, for the 10% who are here tonight who are doing the wrong thing, it's not how we want our game reflected, and it's a stain on footy. It's a stain on South Australia. Like, we're all South Australians here, and I hate that we're here tonight and we have to talk about it because it just shouldn't be happening. And I was hoping 12 months on we wouldn't need to discuss it, but here we are. So, look, that's why we've mentioned it. If you're not happy about it, you can feel free to let me know on the text line 0437 774 774. But the game has been brilliant. We're going to try and stay there as much as we can if the fans behave themselves. It's Adelaide by 8 at the major break. We'll run you through the team news very shortly in terms of the rest of the weekend, what's been happening around the footy world as well. But for now, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and News Radio, it's time to take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Tuyong Fitzpatrick. A Jewish community leader has told the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion his colleague was abused during a visit to the site of the Bondi shootings. Georgia Lenton-Williams has more.
Co-CEO of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, Peter Wertheim, told the Royal Commission's hearing in Melbourne his colleague was verbally abused yesterday during a goodwill visit to the Bondi shooting site. He said despite the fact that police and media were present, one of his colleagues was accosted at the site where 15 innocent people were killed. Mr Wertheim said it's reflective of Australia's social environment. Representatives from the New South Wales and Victorian governments have also fronted the Commission this afternoon, speaking about funding arrangements for security measures protecting Jewish communities.
Heading overseas, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says America remains prepared to play a constructive role in helping bring an end to the war in Ukraine. His comments follow talks with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on the sidelines of an Asian gathering in Manila. Mr. Rubio has described the discussion as a good and frank conversation. He says President Donald Trump has made clear that the US is prepared to help facilitate an end to a senseless war if the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Gulf states are increasingly pessimistic about the situation in the Middle East as the US and Iran continue to trade strikes. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran has more.
There is a sense that it is other countries really trying to push this issue, regardless of what Donald Trump is saying about the Iranians being desperate for a deal. A deal has not materialised. He's said that repeatedly throughout the course of this now almost 5-month-long war. But clearly there is efforts happening behind the scenes. Those two countries, Pakistan and Qatar in particular, trying to grease the wheel here and make it a situation where there can be some talks. But at this stage, they haven't provided anything or borne any fruit to this point.
Origin Energy has confirmed its systems have been hacked and customer data stolen. Amelia Terzon has the latest.
So Origin has said that they believe its impacted data may include names, addresses, dates of birth, contact phone numbers, account information, as well as they say the last 4 digits of a credit card or the last couple of digits of a bank account. Now, this is different to what they said yesterday, where they said we do not believe the impacted data includes customer, credit card or bank details. It is worth noting that the ABC has spoken to somebody who claims to be the hacker behind this, and we've seen data sheets, but we have not verified with Origin that this person is correct.
Also in the news, Australia's housing market has entered a downturn for the first time in more than 3 years. Domain data shows capital city house prices fell by 1.4% in the last quarter. Unit prices dropped by 1.2%. Chief economist at Heron Todd White, Cameron Cusher, says changes to negative gearing and capital gains taxes have dampened investor sentiment.
And we've also seen in the federal budget there's been quite a lot of changes around negative gearing and capital gains tax discount. Now, obviously, some people are very much in favour of these changes, others not. But investors are about 40% of the market, and it has certainly damaged sentiment around investing in property as well.
Former Labor Minister Craig Emerson has welcomed the Prime Minister's announcement of a new Fair Work Court. Anthony Albanese has told the Labor Party's National Conference the court will be headed by expert judges in consultation with the Fair Work Commission. It will aim to resolve workplace disputes faster and at a lower cost for both parties. Mr Emerson says both parties will see the benefits of the new system.
You would have heard the Prime Minister saying this is good for workers, but he also emphasised it's good for employers. Why? Because we don't have inordinate and very costly delays if we have a specialist jurisdiction, and that's what this provides.
A pioneer of voluntary assisted dying has praised the introduction of VAD legislation to the Northern Territory, but says the government's bill includes unworkable clauses. The Territory government introduced its Rights of the Terminally Ill bill to Parliament today, 30 years after the practice was introduced and later banned in the NT. Dr Philip Nitschke, who advocated for the practice in the 90s, says it's a great day but has opposed a gag clause that prevents doctors from mentioning VAD to patients. And the Brisbane Lions coach says they won't be taking Port Adelaide lightly in Sunday's AFL home game. This is ABC News.
Some invitations are just too good to refuse, like conversations in the kitchen with our most prominent politicians. Surprises aplenty.
New Kitchen Cabinet with Annabelle Craft, streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Anderson gets it to West. McCreary will chip it. Easy overlap. And the mark taken by Lipinski just wide at the top of the goal square. He'll play on and slam it around the body into the Riverbank stands.
The Crows have the numbers. First ball ace, then Peatling, underground handball to Neil Bullen. Phil Thorpe could go inside the 50. Tex has got a 2-on-1 here. He created the space and he took the mark on his chest. That was brilliant. So Taylor Walker, right half forward. He is perhaps the best kick in the comp.
Deal side bottom, running out of room. He'll screw it towards the 50. McStay gets in front. Fist there from Nick Murray, rather. McStay gathers, tries to get it to Lipinski. They turn it over. Curtin uses the body to free up Miller. A handball smothered by McStay, who keeps it in. And the check side from 35. Big Mac with the special sauce. How has he done that?
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
What a seesawing affair we've got at the Adelaide Oval. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport to kickstart round 20. We're so close to September and it feels like we're almost there with the footy we're seeing tonight. It is Adelaide by 8 in this classic matchup that always delivers absolute epics. The Crows kicked 7 of 8 goals either side of quarter time. They're up by 13 at the first change. Got it as high as 27, and as soon as red time hit, Collingwood went bang. 3 unanswered goals, pressure lifted, and that margin just single digits now. Dan McStay with that goal of the year contender, which some may argue might have been right or wrong side of the boundary line. I know BT's here tonight. I didn't hear the walls reverberating with that was out of bounds, so I think we might be okay.
I did think the same thing, actually.
And the free kick count has been, surprisingly lopsided, as Josh Franco mentioned earlier. I haven't noticed it in terms of any egregious issues, but the home crowd has had the parochial voice. It's been very heavily in their favour. So the Adelaide Crows leading that count 15-4. And on the text line tonight, 0437 774 774. Phil in Melbourne says the umpiring is shockingly one-sided. No free kicks to the Pies that quarter, and the Crows were well tackled many times for no free kicks. Josh in St Agnes has got in touch, says it seems like the Crows are firing on all cylinders. Do you trust them to get the job done from here? And if they salute tonight, do you think they could finish in the top 2? Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson, what do you think?
I think they can, absolutely.
Top 2?
Yeah, I do. I think they've got the firepower ahead of the ball to challenge anyone, and if they can get their game going, but they've got to win tonight, simple as that.
I think they've got Sydney covered, so I reckon Sydney are going to slide there. It's just getting past Brisbane's going to be the big challenge.
And also on the text line tonight, we got a message in from Fran, who's wondering about our thoughts on Bobby Hill. We didn't quite touch on that in the pre-game, but both he, Tyson Stengel, sound like they're headed for the doors at their respective clubs. Josh, do you feel like it's a line in the sand moment for players who might be abusing, their mental health issue in the football right now?
I think the only thing I'll say about that, I think it has to. I think it has to be a line in the sand. Yeah.
The other big talking points of the day. So Jack Gunston set for an 18th season with the Hawks, and Mitch Lewis signed on as well. So they've got a plethora up front. Damien Hardwick said if Ben King leaves the Suns, it won't be the end of the world. And also in the team news, Hayden Young out of Western Derby 63 tomorrow night with illness. Melbourne have 5 changes for their clash with the Cats. So no Turner, Giath and Windsor with injury. Mark Blitzavs is back for Geelong. And also Tanner Bruin after his neck injury. So Star started tomorrow night, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time on ABC Listen. All right, second half underway. It's the Crows by 8 against the Pies.
Socket forward out of the middle of the ground, the way of Collingwood. McQuarrie at centre half forward against Nankervis, who went to ground. Membry was clean enough. Over to De Goey, back to Pendlebury on the corner of the square. He's going to set sail for the top of the goal square. Flying was Nick Murray. Roving was McStay. Handballs out towards De Goey. Kicks towards goal. Almost a slip there from Worrell, but he gathered himself and takes the intercept mark on the chest. Dangerous short ball to Nankervis, but it just goes the required 15.
Jordan Dawson starting up forward and Dan Curtin into the middle for Adelaide.
And Jeremy Howe's gone back for Collingwood, and Rochelle inside for the Crows.
Miller with the footy. Pounds it up to the broadcast wing. Dawson in front. There was a holding free kick behind him. It was Collingwood's way in the end. Umpire signalled the wrong direction. So Darcy Cameron takes it, chips it over the top. Nick Dacos has a runner. Pat Lipinski can march into the 50. Tight angle, screws it from 45, and a desperate lunge on the goal line. Was Ball Ace able to get it through in time? Photo finish. We might be headed upstairs.
Definitely headed upstairs. And what about the kick? Lipinski too. It went left to right, so it actually made it hard.
Soft call is a touch. And we'll check on the line, and that looks pretty definitive. We won't waste any time here. Ball Ace gets back, saves one at the death, and it's Adelaide by 7 to start the third term on ABC Sport.
Jordan De Goey and Pendlebury already in the early parts of this third quarter. Both have had 2 disposals.
And just an interesting mix-up putting Rochelle. I'm not sure if he spent any time on ball in the first half, but maybe Matthew Nick's looking for a bit of a spark in there.
Not a lot last week either, too. No centre bounces.
So long kick out from Miller, read best by Howe. Flies, takes the mark. Inboard to De Goey in the centre square. Got Maynard running by. He's going to kick a long ball to the top of the goal square. Getting a fist to it is Ball-Ace. Roving was Miller to Nankervis. Ball-Ace with a dump kick out of play, and Quain all read at best. Mark 60 from home, booed again. Short ball to Josh Dacos, 55 from home. Straightened Collingwood up a little bit, but he's going to go a bit wider again. Pendlebury, true centre half forward, but in the centre square. Trailing by 7 points. Kicked the last 3 goals of the game. Kicks a set-up ball. Flying was McStay. Couldn't complete the mark. Clean from Rochelle, but it went straight to Perryman. He was clean to Harrison. Inboard to Houston. Throws it on the boot. There's 3 Crows in the goal square. Roving at the front there is McCreary. Hairballed it off to West. Under pressure is Michaelani. Under enough pressure for Lipinski to get it out over the line, and we'll have a minor score. Crows under the pump.
They are, Tom, under the pump big time. 19-8 disposals and feeling the heat of Collingwood.
How good does Jordan De Goey look, and how easy he's moving?
Dan Curtin heads to left half back, and another holding free kick against the Crows on the drops. Maybe the umpires did see the count. Look at this going back the other way.
It certainly is.
I think they're listening to the ABC.
Quaynor gets it just forward of centre wing. Points long, places it 30 from home. On the march is Cameron, getting in front Worrell. Rankin front and square, hands it to McAndrew in traffic, who gets it to Berry. Jams a kick tumbling forward, Taylor gets it out. Adelaide's now got a bit of zip. Rochelle heads up to half forward, not a great kick. Frampton gets in front. Thilthorpe wraps him up in a big bear hug. And a ball up to come at half forward. It's Adelaide by 6, but Collingwood have had the last 8 scoring shots.
He rode him like a jockey.
He did.
A 210 centimetre jockey.
He was pretty happy to hold that in. Frampton, quick kick from the clearance. Membry couldn't complete the mark, but he was clean enough to get it off to Allen, who's running through the middle of the ground. Pressure from Rankin worried him out of the kick, but he is able to lay the tackle. McCreary does the same on Nankervis, who knocks it forward towards Berry. Still under pressure, but kept his feet. He was clean. He was good. Off to Isaac Cumming, running through the logo to Max Michaelani in the centre square. Taylor Walker marks 60 from home. He's got the skipper rolling forward. He's going to go further afield to Rochelle, who takes the mark in front of Maynard. Pays the mark. One umpire didn't blow the whistle, the other did. So Rochelle will have a shot 40 from home on a tougher angle than 45 degrees to the left.
And that's the advantage of having Taylor Walker ahead of the ball. He does lead at the ball aggressively, doesn't he? And he lowers and draws the kick as he did on that occasion. And just the composure. He had Thilthorpe running back to goal, but to swing on his left and find Rochelle and connect inside 50. Once again, a really good bit of play against the flow.
So to stop a run of 3 goals before half-time, Josh Rochelle comes in. Going to go the drop punt. It's straight as a die. And he turns to the crowd to rev him up. The Crows needed that. The first of the second half goes to Josh Rochelle. He's first on the night. They're 8-6-54. Collingwood 6-6-42. 5 gone third term.
I've always been a huge fan of John Newcombe when he came into the competition and then just got better really quickly. Sam Berry is the equivalent. He's absolutely a dead ringer for the way he plays. And in that contest on a couple of occasions, took the body, didn't lose his feet, was clean down below, and Adelaide were able to win the footy back.
And that's a really good call, Jamo, because the spotlight's always on the Rankins and the Dawsons and the Rochelles, but he's a bit of the unsung hero, isn't he? Just does a lot of the grunt work, the clearance stuff, the tackle pressure, the pressure acts, invaluable to a team's success.
I think he's the number 1 tackler in Adelaide. He's certainly almost the number 1 tackler in the league. Just taking his game this year particularly to another level.
Adelaide by 12. Cameron taps it down to Nick Dacos, tucks it under one arm and goes for a bounce. Up to the eastern wing. 1, 2, and then the kick into the 50. On the lead, hitting it on the chest is Membry. The little maestro is just so good when he wants to be. Nick Dacos, they call him the Whisper. He's headed up towards the 50.
I think that's because he can't grow a moustache.
Wispy.
Oh, right.
Well, because Isaac Quain are in the pocket profile, Aaron.
Oh, there we are again. It's a little early for you, Jamo.
Yeah, well, it is. He said the best singer in the club is the Whisper, Nicky Dacos.
Tim Membry.
Missed one in the first, didn't he, from a similar distance?
Yet to get on the scoreboard tonight in terms of majors. Little hop skip and then puts on the Jets as he breaks right, gives it as much as he can, carries right to the goal line. Goal umpire goes down. Mark Payne on the behind line. McStay. Gee, they throw a blanket over them. There were fingertips everywhere, but Dan McStay's been given the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I tell you what, to the naked eye, just watching it, it looked like it was McStay's mark.
I thought he said touched.
Now, the goal umpire, who was on his haunches when it all happened, has said to the field umpire to signal it, and we're going to check upstairs to see.
Look at the goal umpire. He's actually in the play.
Ducking for cover and still looking to make a call, and there were plenty of hands on that pill.
You can't. We're not reviewing marks, are we?
I reckon the umpire might have said, I got knocked over, was it a behind?
They've paid the mark.
But you can't. We're not reviewing marks, are we?
No, it wouldn't be that.
You'd be reviewing if it went over
the line. Because the umpire lost vision of the ball because he hit the deck.
McStay opens the angle and misses to the right. There's your footy karma. Nick Murray lets him know all about it.
I'm assuming that's the case. But
I think you're right, Josh.
Yeah.
Crows by 11. Early stages, third term on ABC Sport.
So the Crows bring it in through Miller at left half back. Down the line towards McAndrew. Brought to the front by Maley. He dived on the ball there. The umpire was quick on it. Getting that up quickly. So we'll have a ball up just forward of right half, or forward centre wing, I should say, for Collingwood. Cameron knocks it down. Peatling was at the bottom of the pack. Neil Bullen soccers it out. Cameron still over the top of the footy. Handball forward towards Rankin, who soccers it off the ground. Maynard, Dacos of the Nick variety to Houston, to Angus Anderson. He's had no real chance to get rid of this. Wrapped up in a strong tackle by Neil Bullen. Speaking of tackles, Jamo, so Sam Berry, before this game, had laid 138 tackles, 19 more than the second place person, which is Josh Dunkley.
Out of the stoppage, McAndrew quickly kicks forward. Walker out to meet it, puts his body in with a hard shirt front on Dan Houston. There's a bit of feeling in that one if we go back a few years ago to the showdown.
Where does Tom Atkins sit on that list?
He's been injured this year.
Yep.
Tap down Collingwood's way, long tracking it, wrapped up in the tackle by Michael Lanny and close to the boundary line.
Just inside 50s this quarter, 6-1 in favour of Collingwood.
So 6.2 a game for Atkins, and Berry 7.7 a game, Jamo.
Yeah. Can you tell us who the best junior is in terms of tackle averages? Tom, I reckon it's a name we might know well.
Ollie Franco.
On the centre wing, Collingwood get it out. McStay wanted to play on tackle for his trouble, but still got his kick on the bounce to side bottom. The man of steel snaps from 35. He's not done yet. Margins down to 5 points, and Matthew Nicks contemplates his next move. It's Adelaide 8-6-54, Collingwood 7-7-49. 10 played, third term on ABC Sport.
Just going to look. I don't know why Ben Keys, I felt, actually ran around that football then when he had the ability to actually get to it. Josh Worrell, good contest, but once again, efficient footy. Collingwood.
Yeah, absolutely efficient footy. And we talked about side bottom at quarter time. I think he didn't register a disposal in that first term, but he's on 9 at the moment. But the cream rises to the top. Great finish.
Great finish. We've seen a snap goal from Pendlebury as well. Howe floating forward.
Tell you what, we've got a game on our hands. I know that.
We certainly do. 5-point margin clearance going the way of Cameron, who just pulled it out of the ruck. Up towards Crisp at centre half forward. Rove by Peatling did well. Off to Hall Kahan. Goes the handball to Curtin, who's been very busy tonight. And a beautiful snap round the body kick. Drop punt to Rankin. Off to Hall Kahan, who looks for Tex. He brings it to ground. Too much on it for Toby Murray. Rove by Josh Dacos to Darcy Cameron. Nick Dacos. The Whispering Nick goes up towards Beau McCreary at right half forward. He's got players streaming back into the goal square. He goes right across goal looking for the target, and he's hit it. Perfectly placed there for Harrison, who marks 25 out away to the left.
We spoke about Adelaide's inability. Once that forward pressure goes, then they are out. They have pressed too hard that way, and on 2 occasions in this quarter, they've missed their target. Both times, I reckon, it's Taylor Walker. And Collingwood have won the football back across the half-back line and rebounded hard.
Their last lead was the 10-minute mark of the first quarter. If Harvey Harrison can complete the journey, no, away to the right-hand side. So they'll still trail. That would have put them in front. They're 7-8-50. Adelaide 8-6-54, 12 gone third term.
So Adelaide had a run of 11 of 13 scoring shots either side of quarter time. Pies now have 9 of 10. Momentum has well and truly swung. Worrell heads to left back pocket. Clearing kick from Hawker Hahn, trying to get it to Toby Murray. Didn't really get near the drop. Cameron thinks he cut it off on the right side of the paint.
I think he fumbled it. I think that's what the boundary umpire is going to say. 2 grabs at the mark.
Touched. It'll be tossed in.
Inside 50s now, 8-1 for the quarter, guys. So it's Collingwood again dominating territory.
Well, it's a little bit of last week too, wasn't it? Sydney got on top of Adelaide, second quarter, third quarter.
Blanketed them, and then they kicked 5 in the last. Tossed in. Toby Murray, front position, tapped it straight up and down. Cameron then gets it for the Pies, hands it out to Lipinski. Quick whistle, and we'll get a stoppage. So Adelaide by 4 at the moment, got it as much high as 27 in the second term. Tapped down by Toby Murray, straight to Rankin, who surges through the stoppage. Now Thilthorpe presents. Marks turns on a dime. Walker's caught behind. Howe in front. Tex spoils him. Whistle. Free kick, Collingwood.
They're evening them up.
They won't like that. Here come the Pies.
They were going to try to take the advantage there, but the umpire said no for some reason.
No, Taylor Walker's left arm has supposedly gone over Howe's left shoulder. So impeded with the marking contest.
Howe goes to Josh Dacos. To Harry Perryman at left half back. Pies trailing by just the 4 points. They were down by 27 points in that second quarter. Up towards Memory on the wing. Couldn't complete the mark, and Neil Bullen's taken out over the boundary line. So we'll have a throw in front of the Jack Oatey stand.
It's such a hard kick when you're actually got to get it over the top of a defender. So Taylor Walker felt behind. The kick had to go over the top, but fell short, and he's had to come forward, and he wasn't in the contest.
Cameron v Toby Murray. Murray wins it out towards Neil Bullen. Gets the handball away in time towards Keys, who fumbled under pressure. Dacos goes in with the shoulder on Nankervis, and Maynard lays the tackle. We'll have a ball up in the centre circle, and there's some push and shove in there.
Tossed up quickly. Darcy Cameron easily just shepherds out. Toby Murray taps it down. Pendlebury's kick smothered. Nick Dacos swarms on it. Neil Bullen right behind him. Quick kick for the Pies, only as far as Worrell, defensive edge. Does it feel like finals footy?
Does a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
A cracking contest. Adelaide by 4. Worrell short pass. Hawker Hahn defensive edge on the eastern wing.
Well, Adelaide have got Freo in a couple of weeks. Got to get over Essendon and Richmond, but certainly Collingwood have got some finals football ahead of them. 3 of the 4 games are pretty tough.
Hawker Hahn sets it up to right half forward. Pack waited there. Quick kick up and under as Collingwood tried to clear it. Rankin puts his body on the line. Sends it towards the 50. Thilthorpe shoved out of the drop. Intercept mark taken by Harry Perryman. No whistle. Handball off to Josh Dacos. Heads to the broadcast wing. 1-on-1 there. Ned Long battling with Zach Taylor, and the youngster gets to the footy first. Knocked it out to Dan Curtin. Can't quite trap it. And it rolls over the boundary line. It'll be tossed in left half forward for the Crows.
Tell you what, that mark from Perryman running back with a flight, knowing that Thilthorpe's bearing down on you, that takes courage.
Yeah. So boundary throw in. Collingwood's kicked 4 of the last 5 to be within 4. Cameron out muscles Murray, but Miller arose, pulled off the footy by Nick Dacos. Coming through hard was Allen. Roving again is Nick Dacos. Handballs to Cameron. He's got a dump kick down the line towards Membry. Flying was Worrell, nursed under it by Membry. Out the back is Michael Annie to Nankervis. He had 3 Pies for company. Clever from Rankin, knocked it behind him, but he didn't get the bounce for his teammate. Chris got it to Long, over the top to Allen. Inside the forward 50, a 1-on-1 contest. Borlate's got hands on the footy, roving out the back with a dribbling goal! He couldn't kick the one from in front, Harrison, but he's kicked the dribbler from the pocket, and the Pies are in front for the first time since the 10-minute mark of the first term. They're 8-8-56. Adelaide 8-6-54 halfway through the third term.
Well, that was just a good hustle from Collingwood, wasn't it? Pressure from Adelaide was good. but their ability to maintain possession, and it was probably that handball from Ned Long over his head to the boundary which broke that bit of play open, and good contest ahead of the footy. And I tell you what, again, that's a terrific finish for goal under all sorts of pressure. The state of the game wasn't perfect, but got the job done.
Well, considering the heat the defence of Collingwood were under in that second quarter, they've actually haven't been under a whole lot this quarter too. So the forward line, yes, would have pushed down to actually apply some across the half forward, but they are fresh and just running on top of the ground at the moment.
In the middle, tap down straight to Sam Berry, wrapped up quickly, ball up. We go again. Pies by 2. 3 lead changes on the night. Rankin tries to get towards the footy off the tap. Ed Allen beats him to it. Toes it forward. Clean at ground level by Long. Shoots it out to side bottom. Thumps a Polly Farmer handball into the left forward pocket. Anderson's there. Gives it off to Crisp. Takes on the tackler. Spun down by Mike Lanny. But gets it back to Angus. This would be unbelievable. Up and down from a straight line angle. Angus Anderson knows this ground well, and he has produced something magical. Dan McStay, hold my beer. Angus Anderson wants goal of the year, and it's the Pies by 8. They've kicked the last 3. What a night at the Adelaide Oval. 9:8:62 plays 8:6:54. Approaching time on in the third. Josh Money's downstairs for ABC Sport.
Yeah, Aaron, nearly everything going the Pies' way, except for Braden Maynard, who's just gone down to the rooms. Looked to be an issue with his left knee, so that could be a worry. One to watch. I'll keep you posted.
Angus Anderson did the work, still side bottom. What a big handball forward. That sort of replicated a kick in terms of metres gained. Angus Anderson got the handball and then gave it forward and received it back.
McStay out of the ruck again towards centre half forward. Ball in dispute. Thrown to the ground there was McCreary. And the umpires waited a long time there to call a ball up.
Just there, the centre bounce clearances this quarter. Collingwood 4-0, so getting territory and field position off the back of the work they're doing in the centre bounce.
Knocked forward by McStay, roved by Curtin, gets it off to Saligo. His quick kick forward is the advantage of Frampton, the former Crow, in front of Riley Thilthorpe. Goes inboard to Crisp on the logo. Another one inside to Houston.
Wow, all over him at the moment, the Pies.
It's almost the same position that Adelaide were to Collingwood in the second quarter, wasn't it?
Perryman's got the footy outer side of the ground, centre wing. Directs some traffic before going inside the forward 50. Up towards Charlie West. Big fist. Saligo gathers for the Crows. Out wide to Keys. Right half back for Adelaide. Just waiting for his troops to get forward. Got to get on the scoreboard here, Adelaide. Kick to the advantage of Puncher, who punches straight down to a teammate. Long gets it to side bottom. They're working well under pressure here, Collingwood. Pendlebury over the top to Perryman, back to Pendlebury. Now Houston goes inside the forward 50. The Crows have the numbers, and Worrell under pressure takes a nice mark before kicking it out to Miller in the back pocket.
Ben Keys has had a bit of a stinker, hasn't he, tonight? Like, he's actually decision-making poor, and when he has had it, he's turned the footy over.
Miller a short to Nankervis. Worth noting as well, so the Pies have won clearance by 3 this quarter, and like last week against Sydney, Lockie McAndrews spent 13 minutes on the bench. And Curvis and up and under to centre wing.
Rankin off, Dawson on.
Curtin takes the mark. Heads up to left half forward. Caught behind McAndrew, back on. Couldn't take the mark against McStay. Fell out the back door. Thilthorpe lobs it forward. Running onto the footy is Peatling. Just couldn't get the angle through traffic out to the Moose Maley. Boundary throw in left half forward. Pies by 8.
And Aaron, just on Dawson, hasn't touched the footy this quarter, so need his influence. Needs to start getting his hands on the footy, the Adelaide skipper.
So Lasso free kick in the end. So Billy Frampton's got it. Sends it up the line. McAndrew brought it down. There's going to be a free kick.
That was a push, McAndrew.
Going the way of Collingwood. McStay plays on quickly. Up towards McCreary. Strong. And Curvis doing his best to slow him down as much as possible. He did do well. Handballs forward to Lipinski. Right half forward. Dangerous flat ball inside to Ngoe. He marks 35 out in a slight angle to the right.
I think you've been really kind to Nankervis on that occasion. He just sat back. Dacos went forward. And then you also had Bo McQuarrie go forward, and Adelaide was slow to react. and he got to the contest but too late. And what a great kick, Lipinski.
Tell you what, if that was intentional, that was an outstanding kick.
Looked intentional in game 200 for Jordan De Goey. He gets his milestone moment. The Pies make it 4 in a row. And it's their game high margin for them, 10-8-68. Adelaide 8-6-54, 22 gone, third term.
Well, at the same point in the second quarter, and I think you called it, that it looked like the dam wall was about to break for Adelaide. It's got that feeling at the moment for Collingwood. They have absolutely destroyed Adelaide in this third quarter. The inside 50s, 13-3, similar numbers to last quarter, except they're reversed. Contested possessions, the uncontested possessions, the tackles, the score. They are looking ominous at the moment, the Pies.
Well, I think, again, 300 metres gained further. Their kicks 48, handballs 27, so they're actually going at sort of 2-1 kicks now, so they're covering the distance and putting Adelaide under enormous pressure.
In the middle, McAndrew down. Berry trying to get to the footy. Dacos beats him to it. Hands it to his ruckman, who kicks over his head, up and under. Dawson takes the mark. Wasn't sure if it was 15. Umpire whistled too late. And we'll pull Ed Allen back, who ran over the mark. I think that's the benefit 50. Of the doubt, common sense there. Dawson towards the 50. Sorry, Jamo. Backtracking. Puncher tried to get in front of Taylor. Walker, free kick.
Stuff your sorries in a sack, Aaron.
Free kick, Darcy Cameron. More good news for the Pies downstairs, Josh Money.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything going their way. Braden Maynard back from the rooms and back onto the ground after receiving treatment. He's good to go.
Cameron to Josh Dacos, and then Isaac Quainer wasn't 15, called to play on. The Jeers again. Up towards the centre square. Looks towards Anderson, who really put his body on the line with Miller coming the other way. Hits the footy on the bounce, tackled. Stoppage. Not happy, Josh?
Oh, I thought that was front on contact from Miller. I wasn't watching the footy. Anderson was going for the ball. That should have been paid. And free kick count this quarter, it's evened up a little bit. 0-5.
What a shock.
Adelaide 0.
Collingwood first to the ball, Josh. In this case, the clearance goes the way of Adelaide. Neil Bourne at centre wing, up towards Taylor Walker. There's the first one of the second half. And I feel like the fans out there are pretty aware of that too. So a hold against Maynard on Taylor Walker. It's probably just out of range, being 60 from home. So kicks up looking for Thilthorpe, who hits the contest hard. Lipinski does well to rove it. Back to Frampton to Houston. Made Maynard work for it, but he was clean enough. Coming out now is Lipinski. Not a great kick. Mike Delaney got a hand to it. Ball ace dived on top of the footy. Got the handball out. It was a throw, says the umpire.
6-1.
So McStay plays on quickly to Lipinski. Here's Nick Dacos, centre wing, up towards De Goey. Miller read it well, brought it to ground. Rode by Taylor, took on the tackle. Back to Nankervis at centre half back. Oh, he's kicked it into the man there. McCreary got a hand on it. Hands and knees Dawson to ball ace. Under pressure, taken high by Nick Dacos. The umpire, who was deep in defence, saw it. He was 50 metres away. But the right result in the end.
Has been a feisty affair. A lot involving Nick Dacos, who's copped a lot of attention off the ball tonight. Still has been very prolific in terms of his disposals, but you can see it's getting to him a bit. It's Collingwood by 14. They've kicked the last 6 and 7 of the last 8. Down the line they go. Off hands, Rankin gathers, tries to scramble a kick towards Walker, or scramble. Knocked off his chest and over the boundary line. It'll be tossed in left half forward.
From an Adelaide perspective, Toby Murray probably needs to come on. I think Lockie McAndrew looks a little bit tired tonight. Darcy Cameron's really tailed him up. Darcy Cameron's had 19 disposals as well.
Pies by 14, tossed in. Cameron copped a shove and still got the double tap, but Ed Allen had nowhere to go when the ball reached him. Berry wraps him up, another tackle for the midfield ball. Toss back up just outside the arc for the Crows. McAndrew down to Berry. He's tackled by Allen. The receipt's too high. Free kick.
They need one here, Adelaide, don't they?
Top of the square, wrong side.
They need to kick a goal here.
Berry to the behind line. The Moose gets 3 bites at it. The flurry of bodies around him. Cameron knocks it out. Lipinski tackled. Ball up right back pocket for the Pies.
That ball had to go to the fat side. It's come to the skinny side and huge congestion.
A lot of players around the ball. And it's knocked towards the boundary line from the ruck contest. We'll do it all again. Boundary throw in.
All right, where's Isaac Rankin? Saligo Quaynor's gone to Rankin.
Dawson in there as well, Jamo.
Sam Berry on Nick Dacos.
Boundary throw in. McAndrew's in front, nursed under it by McStay, roved by Pendlebury. Clearing handball for the moment towards McCreary. Saligo got hands to it, got it to Millerer. Nick Dacos with a quick kick out of defence. A high ball to be won. Murray, the Nick variety, fists it forward. So does Rochelle to space. It lands in Taylor Walker's lap. He steps inside, steps back outside. Had to handball because he was under pressure. Allen is wrapped up by Berry. We'll have a ball up 40 from home.
Easy to say from up here, but why? First time every time. Just first time every time.
36-year-old looked pretty agile, though. Tapped down. Saligo tackled as the ball reached him. He tries the overhead kick. Quaynor takes it in the right back pocket.
Tried to get away 3 players.
Puncher. I mean, he looked pretty good. Just zigging and zagging through traffic for a man who some think is in his final year. Speaking of another, here's Pendlebury, who's been one of the better ball winners tonight. Another who now has the footy in side bottom. Little quieter. Slowly trots through the Odie stand, waiting for an option. Doesn't really get one and finally bangs it long. Miller nearly cut it off. Just bounced off him. They've got the numbers, though, the Crows. Hall Kahan, back where it came from. Little long for Maley. Frampton with the fist towards the Bashir stand. Collingwood by 14 points. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, James Peatling on the Crows bench has just been having his groin worked on for some time. Looks to be okay, but just one to watch. Also, it started raining, just what we needed.
Boundary throw in. McAndrew clean down to Berry. Clean clearance inside the forward 50. Keys flies. Takes it on the chest in front of Quaynor. This will be right on his journey.
Please make the right decision. He can't make that distance.
So he's going to take a kick from just outside the 50. Oh, he plays on. Steps inside. Still goes the left foot. And Jamo, he's kicked that out of bounds on the full, not even near the goal.
Please come to the interchange right now.
If this was Malcolm Blight coaching, he wouldn't come back on, would he?
It's been a really disappointing game for him tonight. It's certainly not a team style of football that he has played tonight.
Shout out to Quaynor there as well. Got his ankles broken, got back up and got the tackle to impact the kicker keys. Clearing kick comes from Darcy Cameron out to left half back, headlong the target. Ended up being fisted over the boundary line. That rain almost like a little mist at the moment. Poor Josh Money's been sitting through the cold all night. Now cops a bit of moisture. Tossed in as we get close to three-quarter time. Pies have owned this term. And really the last kind of quarter and a half. Tossed in, Pat collapses. Cameron the tackler. Ball up to come.
4-4 Collingwood in this quarter to Adelaide's solitary goal. Kicked by Josh Rosselli.
Reminder tomorrow, Friday night footy, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time on the Listen app for Melbourne Geelong at Western Derby from 7:30. Out of the stoppage, Berry around the body and getting in front, Finbar Maley. He has rewarded Matthew Nicks for his selection tonight, presenting on numerous occasions and taking some solid marks. Let's see if he can finish it off with the 45-degree angle to the right.
Well, his old man was known as the mailman as well. He needs to deliver this for Adelaide desperately. Just over 1 minute remaining in this third quarter and only kicked the one goal.
Man on the marks, 40 out. Finbar Maley trying to do his best, Darcy Fogarty here. Long approach, pounds it towards goal. It's going to pitch just left, knocked back in. Bit of a volleyball attempt. Taylor's there fortuitously. He gets it to Keys. He's squeezed it through. For a late major, nobody's really convinced except the crowd, and we might be going upstairs again.
I think Collingwood are asking the question. Taylor Walker was able to keep that footy in.
Soft calls a goal.
Ooh. Well, it's not all the way over, but it is partly over.
Yeah, correct call. So about a quarter of the ball was still on the other side of the padding. And as a result, the goal will stand. So Ben Keys gets his first of the night in his 150th game for the Crows. And the margin's back down to 8 on the cusp of three-quarter time. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lisa's listening in Germany, says go Pies. Could be another thriller here at the Adelaide Oval. Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco.
Well, I will say, Tom, thankfully that Malcolm Blight's not coaching Adelaide.
That's exactly right.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked that goal. That was against the flow, against momentum, wasn't it?
He'd be just reversing out of the car park right now.
Your man, Jamo.
Oh. Gee, you had to do something, Ben.
It was genius work from Taylor Walker.
Yeah, it was.
To keep the ball alive.
Yep. And good on Ben Keys too. He's the ultimate team player, isn't he? Hasn't been his night, but he's found a moment to influence this game.
So breaking a run of 4 straight goals there for the Pies does Ben Keys and brings it back to 8 points. McAndrew's still in the middle of the ground, knocks it down. It is not forward there by Collingwood's Pendlebury, but Berry's working his way back, rolls around on his right foot and hits the target of Rankin. Oh, coming over the mark there was Maynard for sure. Got over the 50 again, I think. Up towards left half forward. Walker brings it to ground. Too hot for long. Side bottom. Handballs forward towards Cumming. Couldn't keep it in. It's all of a boundary throw on right half forward for Adelaide. Dying seconds of this third term.
I'd like to go to Germany.
It would be a great time. Do they serve beer in Germany, Jamo?
Oktoberfest.
I think July Fest as well. Anytime. Boundary throw in. McAndrew towards Berry again. He's playing well off to Saligo inside the forward 50, but knocked when he kicked it. And so he got the free kick here. Nick Dacos won't give it to him, and the umpires are just working out whether he was out of bounds or whether it was a free kick.
Does the clock stop? There's 6 seconds remaining on the clock. So it has no.
So that was gamesmanship there from Nick Dacos, because he wasted not necessarily clock time, but he allowed the Pies to get back inside the 50. Saligo goes in, board towards Rankin. He just couldn't complete the mark. Knocked out over the boundary line. Still will take a magical moment from a boundary throw in here.
We've seen a few of them tonight. Wouldn't write it off yet.
I say Quain, or affectionately known as Q. He's got some leg speed and closing speed.
Plenty of zip and acceleration. Tossed in. Darcy Cameron front spot, tapped it down to Dawson. Clock will beat him. And at 3/4 time, it's Collingwood by 8 points. They were down 27 in the second term. And just like that, the Pies kicked 7 of 8 to snatch the lead and send us careering towards yet another chapter in this epic rivalry. Adelaide and Collingwood separated by single digits again. Goal scorers heading into the final term. 2 to McStay, singles to Lipinski, Pendlebury, Harrison, Howe, Anderson and Long. And side bottom as well for the Crows. 3 to Walker, 2 to Thilthorpe, and individuals to Maley, Dawson, Rochelle and Keys. Text line tonight, 0437 774 774. Any questions, comments, opinions, welcome. You can throw whatever questions you have to Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco tonight. It is great to have your company for what is a thrilling start to round 20 on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. Ooh. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ballay's got hands on the footy, roving out the back with a dribbling goal! He couldn't kick the one from in front, Harrison, but he's kicked a dribbler from the pocket, and the Pies are in front for the first time since the 10-minute mark of the first term.
Anderson's there, gives it off to Crisp, takes on the tackler, spun down by Mike Lanny, but gets it back to Angus. This would be unbelievable! Up and down from a straight line angle. Angus Anderson knows this ground well. And gee, he has produced something magical. Dan McStay, hold my beer. Angus Anderson wants goal of the year.
Right half forward. Dangerous flat ball inside to DeGoey. In game 200 for Jordan DeGoey. He gets his milestone moment.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Death, taxes and Adelaide and Collingwood producing classics. We've got another one on our hands tonight. Collingwood by 8 at 3/4 time after being down 27 in the second term. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you alongside Premiership Crow Rod Jamieson, 4-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco. Where do we go from here, team?
Well, I think it's going to be a close contest, Jamo, right to the wire, isn't it? We've seen it all night. When aside, we go back to the second quarter where Adelaide looked like they were going to break the game open. Collingwood were able to hang in there, and it was a similar story in that third quarter. Collingwood dominated field position for probably 20 minutes of that third, and they kicked 4 goals for it. They were able to hit the scoreboard and once again looked threatening, but Adelaide able to hang in there and stem the flow and kick a couple of goals against the flow. So it's what we expected coming into this contest, that it was going to be an arm wrestle, and that's the way it's going to finish. What's the margin now? Only 8 points in favour of the Pies, but as expected, we've got an absolute cracking game on our hands to end this final quarter.
And we're seeing Collingwood pressure as well in games previously. They are a good defensive team. They are an efficient team, and they really are taking it up to Adelaide and playing that type of style in that third quarter particularly. Just the tackles to date, 54 Adelaide, 52 Collingwood, but their ability to be able to run and go, and they do throw it around a lot without any sort of to a teammate. I'm not saying it's hope, but it's a style that they play quite a lot, and they play it too much to think that it's too much luck, isn't it? Just the way that they get the footy on and get it forward and create that overlap play. Yeah, no, Adelaide need a big lift. There's certainly a number of players that need to do that, that's for sure. So you touched on Jordan Dawson in that third quarter. He's only had the 2 disposals. Isaac Rankin's had the 8, but probably hasn't had a whole lot of room or distance to be able to do what he does well. On the other hand, Nick Dacos, he's had the 9 again, and Darcy Cameron's had the 9. I am a bit worried about, just that middle, that ruck work, and Darcy Cameron has played really well tonight.
He has, and I think when you look at games like this tonight, and clearly there's a lot on the end of it for both teams, it's going to come down to the gun players. How much influence can Rankin have in this last quarter? Can Dawson get his hands on the footy? What influence will Berry have? And if you look at Collingwood, Pendlebury, Dacos, they've been there and thereabouts all night, but can they break this game open? But as you said, you'd expect an arm wrestle right to the final siren. It's going to be a nail-biter, and we wouldn't expect anything less.
It's been a ton of fun. On the text line, Jacob says, loving the call, great game, and sending a text to remind everybody that for 2 more days, the Dons are still winners. So Jacob maybe not optimistic about the Hawks clash come Saturday at the G, but it was a very impressive performance. I hope they can bring that effort again for you, Jacob. And text from Melbourne says, another Crows Pies humdinger at the Pie Floater Park.
Pie Floater Park, I haven't heard that before. There was some commentary around this week that Murray Davis, who was the coaching director of Adelaide, has actually presented to Essendon too.
So he told us in August last year on SA Grandstand that he would take any call if anyone asked, but he's been very good in terms of keeping himself out of the spotlight and just doing it behind the scenes. And then, as called Middlemass reported during the week, he's in the running now.
Yeah, right. John Longmire pulled out.
Yeah,
Longmire pulled out.
Murray Davis should be right at the head of the queue. He's just done wonders since, coming in to support Matthew Nicks.
Having said that, where are they this time last year, Adelaide, in terms of win-loss?
They were surging up the ladder towards minor premiers.
This is Murray Davis' first year?
Second year.
Oh, yeah. Second year, sorry. My bad.
He's always been interested in senior coaching, and the club has been very supportive of it, but he's still, obviously, priority is the football here.
I guess respectfully, it's got a bit of Phil Walsh sort of feel about the way Murray Davis has gone about growing his footy IQ and all in the different roles.
And Cal Toomey reporting tonight as well that Corey Enright's out of the Bombers race, so might be a leading candidate. In the middle, final quarter underway. It's the Pies by 8. Nick Andrew taps it down, does his own crumbing.
How does that get out? Would Corey Enright just come out and go, I'm done, I'm out?
He's prioritising the Blues coaching race.
Right.
Nick Andrew on the half volley, kicks up to half forward looking for Neil Bullen. Perryman gets in front. Takes the intercept mark at half back. So Adelaide had a run of 7 of 8. The Pies responded with one of their own. Collingwood by 8 points. Perryman heads to the broadcast wing. Miller flew and should have stuck the mark. Didn't. De Goey surging by, pounced, but tackled for his trouble, holding the ball. Excellent effort to wrap him up there. Hugo Hawker-Hahn gets the 1-2 link up, heads down the line to Riley Thilthorpe.
Great grab. This is the trouble Adelaide's had.
So Thilthorpe inside the 50. Quaynor with the fly in the fist. Rove by Walker. Handballs it off to Curtin, who gets it to Rochelle on the left. It's the post. What a snap. Just couldn't quite complete it. Minor score. Crows 9-7-61. Collingwood 10-8-68. Minute into this final term.
Wayno, he should have taken the mark. He got up on the shoulders and spoiled.
How with the chip kick exit. Right back pocket to Frampton. Collingwood's headed to the northern end, the hill, in this final term, which is the left-hand side of your radio dial. Frampton to the eastern wing. Read best by Curtin. Cut across Houston. Gets the intercept mark. Adelaide the other way. Tried to check the kick to Saligo. The desperate lunge back from Crisp gets a fist in towards the Rashudo stand. Phil on the text line says, go Pies. Many years ago before Craig McRae, they used to give up and lose by a lot. Somehow Craig McRae's lifted them, and I wouldn't be too upset if they gave it another go here and one late.
So boundary throw in, left half forward for Adelaide, knocked down by Cameron, fisted forward by Saligo, inside the paint of the 50. Quaynor's there with Keys for company. Keys takes it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in, 40 metres from goal, left half forward Adelaide. Going to the Riverbank end.
Braden Maynard on the bench to start this last quarter.
Schmoney's keeping an eye on that one. So boundary thrown over the back of the ruckman. Chris comes through and Dawson just throws him straight into the turf. Left half forward for Adelaide. Quick ball up. McAndrew behind. Knocked it down. Quick kick out of defence from Collingwood. Out towards centre wing. Murray v Membry. Oh, Membry just handballed it straight to Nick Murray. It's going back inside Adelaide's forward 50 and floating back was Puncher. And a chop of the arms against Walker. The Pies get the free kick deep in defence.
Across the goal face.
A couple of shaky moments tonight, hasn't he, Puncher? But he was terrific on that occasion.
Short to how he goes. The defensive goal square, no one really to go to. Crowd restless. Umpire calls play on. And side bottom uses the body against Cumming on the long kick at left half back.
Too worried about the body. He actually had the right position to go with the footy.
Just his 18th game at this venue. Still Sidebottom's 371st overall. He tried to pinpoint a bullet pass to McStay through traffic. Couple of Crows cut in front. McCreary gathers. Zigs and zags. Out of traffic and kicks to the attacking edge. Flying was Hawker Hahn. Slipped through his mitts, but Worrell's there with the assist. Shoots the handball wide to Ball Ace, then back to Hawker Hahn. 2 to beat as the sandwich closes. He gets it out to Worrell. Kicks it to Cumming. Nutmeg straight through. Clean bowled. It's a strike over the boundary line. And it will be tossed into play left half forward.
I wonder if they checked that one, Aaron.
It came off
the back heel maybe on the way through.
It went through the legs of the Collingwood player. Oh, sorry, the Adelaide player.
The Adelaide player,
Is that Cumming?
Was it Cumming, was it?
So Nick Dacos is talking to both umpires, is pleading his case. And they are going to check it.
Did bounce off his boot in the end. So, I mean, they're pretty black and white with this rule. And if it's off the boot, it's a disposal.
Even below the knee, is that right?
That's right.
It's considered a kick, so...
That's right.
Yeah.
Which is a dumb interpretation. It should be an actual disposal, not just it touched a boot. But
I just think the respect to the players, though, like NRL, I still feel do it better in terms of the umpires.
Inside the 50 and Membry flies, launches, takes the mark above his head. 40 from home, away to the left. It's going to take a good kick at the half-forward flank.
Tell you what, understatement, but this is a huge kick in the context of this game. And interestingly enough, I spent a bit of time up in Sydney when Tim Membry was on the Swans list, and he is a beautiful set shot for goal as well.
I always liked him. I was surprised when he left St Kilda too.
No, he can kick a ball. We're looking right behind the kick here, so we've got a good vantage point, but he's normally a very good kick.
Had a few shots at the other end. Can he convert at the scoreboard end here at Adelaide Oval? Drop punt, always started right. Not quite making the journey. It's still in play. Curtin's tackled over the boundary line. We'll get a forward stoppage here for Collingwood.
And that's his third shot on goal that hasn't made the distance.
I think you're right, Josh.
Yeah.
That one seemed to be a bit close, though, didn't it?
It did,
That's
yeah.
the first two at the southern end.
Tossed in. Cameron uses the body up against McAndrew, takes it out of the right, tries to get a kick through but dropped it. Pinballing around near the scoreboard. Chris puts his head in and wins the hard ball. Gets it out to Long. He tried to give it back. Too hot with the handball. Worrell thumps it out of there. Quaynor.
What a catch.
Gee, stuck that at rocket pace. Right half forward. Isaac Quaynor too far out to score here. Adelaide's flooded back. He's in front of the Wanganeen stand. Heads to the scoreboard. Worrell was in the hole there. Charging out to meet it. Cameron with the fist. Houston nearly kept it in with his fingertips. Rolls over in front of the scoreboard. Pies by 7. 6 played. Final term.
Craig McRae would be happy with this. Forward re-entries, forward stoppages.
No one's on Dacos here at the moment.
Boundary throw in. Cameron knocks it down. Rankin's there. Quick kick high to centre half back. Hoping for Rochelle to take the mark. He brings it to ground. Rode by Neil Bull and off to Keys. He's looking for some support. Goes back to Max Michaelani at left half back. He rolls around on his right foot. A bit of a kick in hope down the ground. Up towards Walker, and Billy Frampton outmarks him.
He actually he did bend Keys to, he had nothing to go forward. It was either Taylor Walker 1-on-4.
So Frampton up towards left half forward. Michaelani brings it to ground. Cameron Roves off to Houston. Back to Nick Dacos. Inside the forward 50 again for Collingwood. McStay flies, gets the fist in there. Coming through is McCurry like a steam train. Left it behind. Rankin socket off the deck by De Goey. Harrison on hands and knees. McCreary in there again. And out towards the boundary line. We'll have another throw-in at the scoreboard. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom Maynard back on the ground for Collingwood. A little fitness test on that left knee that's been giving him some issues, but he's right to go.
Pies by 7. They've won 11 of the last 13 against Adelaide. Tossed in. Darcy Cameron down. McAndrew nearly plucks it off the tap. Picked up by Michaelani. Squeezes a handball through the chain. Curtin to Rankin looking for Rochelle. Quaynor again presents with the fist. Dawson front and square, just went for territory. Pumps it out of there. Collingwood's well set. Side bottom links up with Howe and now has a Paddock to think about his entry. Still side bottom takes a bounce. Then screws it across towards the left forward pocket. Fist comes from Worrell. Dawson shot a handball out too much for Millerer. McCreary gives it to McStay. Draws 2 to free up Chris, but his kick doesn't quite hit him. Rankin gathers, gives it to Millerer. Kick smothered. Collingwood are everywhere. Membry centres the kick. Houston's all alone. Big fist late from McAndrew, who flew in desperately. It rolls to the corridor, and it might be a goal-making moment. Peatling got it to Neil Bullen, but he stalled. He took an eternity. Tackle, holding the ball. Nick Dacos, the little champ, hits it from 50. Nick Dacos is a different breed. We are witnessing greatness. And it's Collingwood by 13 points at the Adelaide Oval as Neil Bullen's mentality just cost them. What a desperate effort there. 9 minutes into the final term. Pies by 13 on ABC Sport.
Just well done, Dan Houston too. Adelaide were trying to maintain possession. They went sideways. Alex Neil-Bullen just sat, came in onto his right, and Dan Houston with the tackle to be able to then the footy go free. And Nick Dacos, how much ground has he covered tonight?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I tell you what, that Neil-Bullen had a problem, didn't he? It was Dan Houston. And the finish of Dacos under pressure, outstanding.
Very good, Josh Franco.
552 metres gained.
With the clearance from the ball up is Jordan Dawson for Adelaide. Up towards left half forward. Clean bowls Quaynor, but Josh Dacos is waiting at the back. Flicks it out to Lipinski. Maynard back on the ground. Thanks to Josh Money. Up towards the centre square. De Goey's roving at the front. Berry beats him to it, and De Goey drives him into the turf. Nothing illegal about that. We'll have a ball up forward of centre wing.
Just that contest then. 3 Adelaide players go up in the air, and there was a Collingwood player that stayed down. The balance around the football, Collingwood have done way better tonight.
So from that ball up, Zach Taylor just kept knocking it out in front of him. Gained some territory out towards centre wing.
So I'm just looking at some of the numbers. Disposals this quarter. Collingwood 30, Adelaide 29. They've had 15 kicks, but they're only running at 20% kicking efficiency, the Crows, in this final quarter.
McAndrew knocks it down towards Berry. Pendlebury's there as well. And we'll have a ball up on the logo. So Collingwood, 10 minutes into this final term, they're up by 13 points.
You amalgamated 2 players there, Tom.
I was wondering what was going on. Was that deliberate, Tom?
You bet it was.
Cameron down. Gets it out towards Harrison. Rolls a kick for Collingwood up to right half forward. Membry uses the body to get rid of Nick Murray. Handed it off to Charlie West. Sold Ed Allen into trouble, but he's held. Footy popped out early. Berry lingered. Free kick Pies at the Wanganeen stand. Ed Allen in a contract year really starting to shine. Sends it in, and Dan Curtin with a thunderous fist towards the scoreboard will force a boundary throw in. Collingwood by 13 points. Brett and Canberra on the text line wondering if Riley Thilthorpe's a bit understated when Taylor Walker plays with him. He's had the 2 goals tonight. Texas had 3, but I wouldn't say he's been imposing, Riley Thilthorpe. Jamo, what do you reckon?
No, he's had a quieter night.
Tossed in. Pies 50. Cameron down was looking for DeGoey. And Curvis was there. McAndrew reels it in. Ground level. Ball up to come. Josh Money quickly downstairs.
Finbar Maley has had his right shin strapped. I think he might be going to the ruck shoulder.
Tossed up, 20 out. Cameron down looking for Pendlebury. Dawson alongside him. Barry barges in, wrapped up for his efforts. And we're now 30 out. Collingwood's 50.
If you amalgamated Sam Berry and Scott Pendlebury, you'd be a decent sort of a player.
From the ball up, Jordan DeGoey, quick kick towards goal, goes across the face, but Membry's too strong for Nick Murray. Marks 30 out, slight angle to the left. Surely he makes the distance this time.
Well, you'd think he would, Tom, but that's just luck's a fortune, isn't it? Nothing really that Nick Murray could have done on that or in that situation. The kick was to advantage. Luckily for Membry, just used his body well and took a pretty good contested mark. And as you said, he's had 3 shots on goal tonight, hasn't made the distance 3 times. He's going to kick from probably about, 30 metres? Yeah. Should be well within his range.
Just probably to add to the mark, like Nick Murray's incredibly strong. Great one-on-one contest.
So Membry, for his first on the night, he pumps it straight through the middle. The Pies have pumped at Adelaide Oval. Out to a 19-point margin. 12-8-80. Adelaide, 9-7-61. 13 gone in this final term.
Just realised I forgot my footy tips again, Josh. I might get the away team.
Well, I'm just looking at some of the numbers. Back to the footy, and Collingwood at the moment, that was a really important goal. 3 goals 19 points isn't insurmountable by any stretch, but all the numbers are indicating that Collingwood are well in control of this last quarter. They're winning the inside 57-3. The tackle count, they're winning. The contested possessions, they're winning. And at the moment, Adelaide can't hit a target by foot, running at 13% kicking efficiency.
Something's got to drastically change. Adelaide don't even look like scoring.
9 of the last 11 goals to Collingwood. Here they come again. Cameron down to Chris. Pendlebury running out of room, backtracking, just threw it on the boot. Looks so uncomfortable, unlike him. Kicked out to the eastern side. Coming, surging through, gathers, gave it to Neil Bull and spears it to Thilthorpe. Marks it 25 out slightly to the left, and there's some concerns for Braden Maynard, who again is coming off hobbling. That left knee heavily strapped. Adelaide with a heartbeat here.
I don't know if it's his knees. It looks more like a calf.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Gemma.
Can't put any weight on that left leg, can he? We'll head down to Josh very shortly. Riley Thilthorpe, though, fresh off 2-3 against the Swans. He looks back to his best, and they need him now. Thilthorpe leans back from 30 and splits the big sticks. Margin down to 13. Collingwood 12-8-80. Adelaide 10-7-67. 14 played. Final term. What are you seeing down there, Josh Money?
Yeah, it's a strange one for Maynard. It's just underneath the left knee. So he's certainly not signalling to his calf at all. It's more the very, very top of his shin/knee, but he's gone down to the rooms. He's had 2 bites at the cherry. You'd think all but certainly he can't continue now.
And a good response there from Adelaide. They're under siege, and they needed to somehow try to manufacture a quick goal, which they did in reply to Collingwood's goal to Membry. Keeps the margin back to within striking distance, and once again it's game on. Big centre bounce coming up here.
Finbar Maley into the middle.
Yep, got the shin straps on. Riley Thilthorpe just kicked his 3rd there. So Maley in his hands and knees out towards Berry, but grabbed by Nick Dacos. Rankin for company. Clever handball towards McStay, who knocked it forward for Ed Allen. He streams to 50. He unloads from 50. It's the post. That would have been an almighty quick response from Ed Allen. Minor score, Collingwood 12-9-81, Adelaide 10-7-67. We're halfway through this final term.
See that centre bounce? That's the issue with Adelaide then. That's highlighting. They all run forward. Darcy Cameron stays back. Collingwood win the footy, and then they handball forward, and away they go out.
Nick Murray to right half back, off hands in the pack. They try to chain it through, but Collingwood again pick their pocket. McCreary gets it to Allen, to the goal square. Charlie West, well held by Ball Ace, Coming through is Isaac coming. Left it behind. Pouncing on his Harrison. Hands it to Anderson. 4 to beat. He draws them in. Releases Ed Allen, who arches the back. Turns, snaps, and finishes. Collingwood surging here at the Adelaide Oval. And the Crows once again don't have an answer. Their perennial demons just keep casting a shadow over this venue. It's the Pies by 20 points. 16 played, final term on ABC Sport.
Just seen the replay again, and Isaac Cumming, I think he'd like his time again there. Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh on him, but should have at least taken the ball with him and forced it through for a behind, but didn't. The ball stayed alive, and yeah, Alan, what a goal.
Originally from Claremont in his 29th game, he's 194 centimetres. He's had 3 goes at it in the last couple of minutes. Speed of which he could actually foot speed to get and clear the space, and that right foot was a belting kick from outside 50 he's originally won, and then just to follow that up.
From 27 points down to 20 points up. Pendlebury rows it. Handballs to Allen, the goal kicker. Flicks it back to Dacos. Kicks up towards left half forward for Collingwood. Miller was in front. Fisted down there. Cleverly by McCreary. Side bottom. That was elite to Pendlebury. We've said that so many times. Pendlebury's kicks intercepted by Worrell.
No.
Should have been a free for front on contact. Worrell is disputing. He's angry.
That's a howler. That's a textbook front on contact.
Or arms chopped. Pick one of them.
Either or.
Or pay the mark.
Wow.
Pies by 20. Nick Dacos, 34 touches, 7 clearances. We hyped up the numbers pre-game, but those midfielders, those superstars when Adelaide don't tag, have been prolific all year. Bontempelli, Sarong, Bailey Smith, Lockie Neal. Nick Dacos has had 33 or more twice now against them this campaign. 50,109 in the house. Sold out crowd to start round 20. And they're very nervous right now. Tossed in, McStay taps it down. Nick Dacos, tight angle. Tried the Hollywood handball to McCreary. Wayne Miller had it scouted. Boundary throw in 25 out. Josh Money downstairs.
He's fought all night and tried to get through this issue, but now on the back bench for Braden Maynard, he is done.
So he's got the strapping off that knee, and just below that knee, ice is probably coming. So boundary throw in, McStay knocks it down, goes again out towards Dacos, to the advantage though too much of Dawson, who sees it out over the boundary line in front of Allen.
Time in possession this quarter, 47% to Collingwood, 25 to Adelaide. Again, just their ability to win the footy and keep it in their forward half.
Boundary throw in, will land about 35 metres from Collingwood's goal. Down to De Goey, throws it on the right boot. It's not going to make the journey. Catch that one, Angeri Anderson. He roves it for the time being, steps forward, gets it off to Allen. He's gone back to back, does it? And he's a famous name at Collingwood. This one of the Allen variety. He's got his second. And is that the sealer? I mean, the momentum is huge towards Collingwood. 11 of the last 14 goals. They're 14-9-93. Adelaide, 10-7, 67, almost into time on final term.
Well, you think that everything has to go right now for Adelaide to win this contest. They're 26 points down. There is still time, but things aren't working for them. And highlighting that with just some of the numbers, Collingwood are all over him in all the KPIs. Tackles are even, so it's 10-all, but contested ball, uncontested possessions, the clearance count. The inside 50s, 10-4 in this final quarter. So the Pies, they're dominating clearances. They're getting territory off the back of it and creating scoring opportunities. And at the moment, Adelaide, they don't look like they're anywhere near winning this contest.
3-goal one they've kicked in this second half to date, and only one in this last quarter. So they're going to have a monumental 8 minutes.
Nick Andrew down to Dawson. That's a good way to start. Down 26. The skipper sends them in. Too high for Shelley. Thilthorpe at the back door. Pressured by Frampton. Quaynor gathers. Handball between a couple of legs. Berry picks it up. Releases Keys. Flung a handball over the top to Rochelle. It bounced off his shins. Ricochets back to Keys. Left forward pocket. 30 out. Maley trying to get it to Saligo. They set upon him. A swarm of Magpies all over the top. Out towards the eastern side, they clear it. Charlie West paddles it on to Harvey Harrison. Forget about the veterans. It's all about the kids tonight. Membry coming out. Takes the mark just forward of centre wing. Ed Allen with the last two. Angus Anderson's been good. Harvey Harrison's shined as well. Tim Membry looks for the corridor. That was a mongrel punt up towards the spine, just short of Perryman. Saligo traps it and gets it out to Walker. Shoots the handball back. Berry dukes it off towards Cumming, and he shanks it wide left. That was a miserable little chip kick out on the full. Free kick Collingwood. Quaynor takes it quick to Dacos, and now forward of centre wing. Mark taken by Charlie West, far from home.
Still Sidebottom's got two sides. He's just incredibly skilled. The amount of time Adelaide players have missed their body or their kick tonight because they've tried to hit the outside of their foot.
West trying to take that mark. It was across the arms by Murray. So West will get the footy on the paint of the 50, right half forward for Collingwood.
Well, Tom, it was an interesting kick from Membry previously, trying to pierce one back through the middle of the ground. They've got control of this game. You'd think they'd be in the almost milk some time off the clock phase, which they're doing at the moment, and taking the full 30 seconds to have this shot on goal. But it was an interesting kick.
It was. Sure, the message is getting out there.
Yeah. What are you doing?
So West, from the right forward flank, goes for home. He's going to get the journey just away to the right-hand side. So minor score. Collingwood 14-10-94, Adelaide 10-7-67. That's a margin of 27 points. A game high earlier for the Crows. Game high now for Collingwood.
And they're exiting kicks coming straight back. Sidebottom gets it out to McCreery. Stepping back, McStay shoots the handball central. McCreery gathers, snaps and curls through. What might be the match winner? Fly's Pies are surging towards September. It'll be 6 straight. They're up by 33 at the Adelaide Oval. And the Crows, Collingwood curse is going to continue. 15-10-100. They lead Collingwood. Adelaide 10-7-67. Time on in the fourth. Josh Money downstairs.
Only gets worse for the Crows as well. James Peatling has the jacket on. We know he's struggling with that right groin. Looks as though he won't be risked for the rest of the night.
Just Adelaide's inability to tackle in this second half is really poor from a team that is so strong defensively. They just haven't been able to nail tackles, and it's Collingwood with some of their speed to be able to just get around in the ease in which they've had. You know, Ned Long, Angus Anderson, Harvey Harrison, Charlie West, Ed Allen, they've got some serious leg speed.
Back in the middle of the ground. McAndrew took it out but was tackled. Handball out towards Dawson. Long gets it forward to Chris at centre half forward, tackled by Millerer.
And I know we'll debrief it in detail at the end of the game, but I can't help but think, does this ask more questions of Adelaide than it answers?
100%.
Yeah, game they should have won.
12 of the last 15 goals Collingwood's kicked. So the kick forward goes the way of Toby Murray. Kicks to a one-on-one here. Howe versus Walker. Two of the veterans. Howe got a hand in somehow. Out towards Rochelle, but Collingwood have the numbers clean from Sidebottom to Quaynor. Out towards McCreery. He marks in front of Hall Kahan.
Now just take a breath. Collingwood look to kick mark a bit. Take some time off the clock.
They're leaving at the Adelaide Oval in droves. And we've still got 5 to go. McCreery up to left half forward. Pat converges off hands. It rolls over the boundary line. Crows fans have seen enough. Down 5 goals. What do you think, Jamo?
Yeah, I'd probably like to go too.
Well,
but I'll hang around.
We've got you for another hour, so...
Are you serious?
And get in touch on the text line 0437.
I think Lisa should ring in from Germany and tell us how her trip's going.
774-774. Tossed in, Rankin. Crumbs the tap. Gets it to Michael Annie. Sidesteps his way around Nick Dacos. Down the line, Phil Thorpe. Contested grab in front of Frampton. Seen a lot of Josh Dacos tonight after that ankle issue during the week. Phil Thorpe releases Hugo Hall-Kahan towards the 50, and Walker lunks it 45 out. Been good tonight, the Texan, as he reached his record-breaking milestone for the Crows. Set shot to come as he looks for his fourth.
Yeah, Jeremy Howe just got caught behind a little bit. And then I think the footy really dropped quite short, which to the advantage of Taylor Walker unexpectedly.
Bit of biff going on to the left of him with Phil Thorpe and Frampton. Taylor Walker Comes in, kicks it from 50, straight line left, headed to the behind line, it falls short. Toby Murray knocks it down. Buffeted over the boundary line is Isaac Cumming. We'll get a boundary throw in left forward pocket. Collingwood by 33 in front of 50,109 and a shot at Darcy Fogarty. Just looks a little despondent. 3 weeks on the bench after that suspension.
How good's his golf going to be, though?
Boundary throw in. Chris tries to get it out of the contest to Lipinski, to Quaynor. He's had a game. Out towards Perryman. Kicks towards the centre wing. Membry in front of Worrell. Worrell got the fist in, but it went straight to West, and they're going again. Oh, Jordan to go. He's got 65 metres in front of him. He could have run the whole way, and he kicked from 50. Jordan, what are you doing?
What are you doing? No talk.
He could have run the whole way.
Crazy, yeah.
He could have scored a try.
He's even having a bit of a smile, I think, too.
Maybe when you're 34 points up, you can do what you want in your 200th game.
And had options. He could have handballed to a couple as well.
Another miserable exit for the Crows. Millero went up to right half back. Collingwood had numbers. Hitting the deck. Crisp shoots it central to Membry. 45 out. Can't take it. Nick Dacos with a toe. Lipinski cops a stray body to the head. Coming through from Worrell. And Curvis gathers for the Crows. Here they come now. Off the half-back line. Isaac Cumming with a monstrous kick all the way through the wing. Thilthorpe takes it. Turns inboard. Sends it to the 50. Walker's on the run. Toby Murray flies and gets a fist in. Collingwood have numbers at the back door. And the Crows fans are so frustrated now. Side bottom gathers. Kicks no good. Found Isaac Rankin. Breaks away around Houston. Rankin pulls the trigger and misses left. Collingwood by 33. Dying stages here at the Adelaide Oval. Shout out on the text line to one of our listeners who's listening from Malaysia. Says Collingwood have found their mojo. Dave, listening from Colombia, enjoying the commentary, trying to keep us entertained as the Pies pull away.
It's Columbia, South Carolina.
I should have read that better, shouldn't I?
A little bit different.
Jump the gun.
Here's your binoculars. Colombia?
We're losing the plot a bit here.
Well, Dave, you are keeping us very entertained as the Pies pull away. One of the highlights of the night.
South Carolina.
Boundary throw-in.
Hope you've seen the World Cup. Would have been great to be a part of that.
From the clearance, Rankin out towards Nankervis, just bombs away from 55.
Poor.
Yeah, Frampton, and that would be front on contact against Thilthorpe. He didn't really have much else he could do, Thilthorpe there.
Have you seen Frampton's game?
Yeah, he's been pretty good, hasn't he? He's been physical, which we know he is. He's angry, but he's certainly held up. He and Thilthorpe have been at it a little bit tonight.
From the right back pocket, Frampton up towards Lipinski. I'll be pretty happy for this to go out of bounds.
Still going at it at the moment. And so Billy should. Like, why wouldn't you?
Yep.
You're 33 points up.
Billy the Kid. I thought I almost heard a Collingwood chant at Adelaide Oval.
50,000's been halved already in the space of minutes. Tossed in, Cameron down. Trying to weave his way through his Crisp. Got boot to ball just at the last moment. Towed it towards Pendlebury. Nick Dacos to Lipinski. And now Ed Allen down the eastern wing. Bodywork from Membry as he just bulldozes off Worrell with ease.
A lot of learnings tonight for a lot of players, individual one-on-one contest, and then the second half of how Adelaide have played as poor as they have. Collingwood have been very good.
Membry Lipinski, and then he checks the kick. Right half forward, Crisp takes it in front of the Wanganeen stand. Mentioned all the milestones earlier. Forgot to mention Jack Crisp, his 293rd consecutive game is the most... 293rd game overall, sorry, is the most by a rookie draftee, the third most. So... jumps. What am I saying, Jamo? He's jumped Matthew Boyd. He's in third. He got it out in the end.
I think you're very tired.
We're just starting the weekend. Jack Crisp from 50 unloads and misses wide right. Sorry, Josh Franco. It's Collingwood by 34.
I was going to also pose the question, which we'll talk about shortly, but the Toby Murray Finbar Maley, has that worked? Hasn't it worked?
Well,
Maley's had 6. Murray's had 4 touches.
Well, a poor kick in, and Lipinski just kicks it to Tim Membry, who's all alone in the goal square for his second. That was embarrassing.
Was that Worrell? Sorry, that kicked it in? Tom?
It was Nankervis who missed the tackle from the kick in. I was looking away and I just saw the turnover. So Hall Kahan it was from the kick-in, missed the target, went straight to Lipinski, and there were two Collingwood players all alone in the goal square. They could have raffled it.
It was both the players.
They could have joined our friend in Germany for a beer. That margin's out to 40 points, 16-12, 108, Adelaide 10-8, 68.
Yeah, it's a disappointing loss, incredibly disappointing loss. Not so much one, yes, could have, should have, but probably should have won in terms of form and where it was, how poorly they have been in this second half, again collectively and a number of individuals, and the ease in which Collingwood have looked, albeit the players have played pretty well.
Pies by 40 out of the middle, side bottom, shoots a handball to the broadcast wing. Only Crows waiting. Dawson gets it to Nankervis. Kicked a loopy one up to right half forward. Rankin had to wait for it, nearly crunched by Perryman. They get it out the Crows, and Taylor chips into the 50 to Toby Murray, who marks 25 out, 45 to the right.
So to your question, Josh, with Finbar Maley and Toby Murray, Murray's only played 35% game time. It's very odd.
And I sort of flagged that pre-game. I don't understand Finbar Maley coming into the side with Murray, obviously Walker coming in and Thilthorpe. It just didn't make sense to me.
The Ibis, Toby Murray, for a consolation prize at the death. Murray comes in, kicks the goal. But it's Collingwood again who have Adelaide's number. The black and white boogeyman for the Crows strikes near September, and Collingwood have won 6 on the trot. They're finals bound again, and the Crows' top 4 hopes might be in tatters. Pies by 40 at the Adelaide Oval.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. All the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
An incredible arm wrestle early. Adelaide led by 13 points and 8 at the half. They'd kicked 7 of 8 goals either side of quarter time, but you felt like at red time in the second term, Collingwood really got off the leash. They kicked 7 of 8 goals up to three-quarter time to lead by 8 and ended up kicking 13 of the last 16 to motor towards a 40-point victory, and once again, a 36-point victory rather, and once again plagued the Crows at the Adelaide Oval.
Collingwood forever, they know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
There's one thing that just keeps repeating year upon year, and that it's you cannot count out the Fly's Pies. Collingwood just keep finding a way to surge towards finals football. They'd only beaten the lower-ranked Mobs in the build-up to this, but what a major statement it is at the Adelaide Oval to knock off a top 4 contender. Collingwood by 34 points, 16-12, 108 to 11-8, 74. With you for the next 45 minutes. You can get in touch. 0437 774 774. We'll head into both rooms and get all the thoughts of our experts. Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco. What an emphatic finish for Collingwood again.
Well, we spoke to Jordan Roughhead before the game, and he said that they were set up really well and they were concerned early as to how Adelaide would perform. And he was probably more talking about the defence of Collingwood. And then Nathan Van Berlo spoke about the aerial firepower and the help and support Riley Thilthorpe. And the first half, it sort of seemed a little bit that way, but in that second half, that's a dismantle really by Collingwood, the way that they just really worked their way through. Like 10-goal-8 to 4-goal-2 in that second half. And I guess at times looked as little effort, the balance around the football, the fumbling and the pressure that we've sort of come to be aware that Adelaide can apply, and they're the number one team in the competition. But in that second half, and particularly after the second quarter, where Collingwood were just under incredible pressure for probably 80% of that second quarter, we thought, oh, here we go. This Adelaide didn't get what they wanted from it. But in the end, yeah, credit to Collingwood, the way they play. It's probably not surprising in terms of... It's surprising the result, yes, and the ease in which it was, but we've seen Collingwood do this on a regular occurrence, particularly in the last couple of years under Craig McRae.
Yeah, look, I thought Collingwood were outstanding. As you said, there was that patch in that second quarter where they were under the pump and under siege, but even though Adelaide looked like they were threatening to break the game open, they held tough. But other than that patch in that second quarter, I thought Collingwood looked well in control of this contest. It probably asks more questions of Adelaide, but what I will say about Collingwood, they were outstanding. And I mean, their 5-game winning streak potentially could have been a bit of a false economy based on who they played, but to come over here and get the scalp of Adelaide on their home deck and dismantle them, not just a close win, it was they almost dismantled Adelaide tonight, was super impressive. And as we said, from Adelaide's perspective, there's going to be a few questions asked. They were coming into this contest, they're searching for that top 4 finish, potentially a top 2 finish leading into September, but now where does that leave them? Back sort of with that pack, doesn't it, in the top sort of 6 to 8, and now they've got to hang on and try to finish in the top 6 to get that first home final.
Well, there was, 3 to 6 tonight were on 12 wins. 7th was on 11 wins, 8 to 9, 10 wins, but it sort of brings you back to the pack a little bit, doesn't it, too? Fremantle at the front, yeah. Sydney going okay, but still not clear enough to think they'll finish in the top 4, but likely. Fremantle definitely, but their opportunity. And I guess what we've found this year, the first, 7 games, Adelaide probably, they dropped down as low as 13th, and then that sort of mid-tier, and to here they are. They've actually sort of been around that 4th and 5th quite regularly, and when they've had the opportunity to nail a game and really consolidate maybe a game or two clear just to give them some breathing space and settle down, they just haven't been able to do it.
And the problem they're going to have now is the rest of the weekend is quite lopsided for the contenders. So Freo have the Derby tomorrow night, Hawks get Essendon, Brisbane get Port, and you feel like that's the game gap that might hurt them in the stretch. They've got a favourable draw, the Crows, with Essendon and Richmond to come out of their final 4, and Freo's going to be the tough one, but you're a game back now and they were already down percentage. This probably might cost you the double chance.
But I think even more to that, Aaron, and I know fortunes can turn around pretty quickly, but it's the way they lost tonight. Like in a game that I sit here and I think if you're going to go on and win the premiership, you don't lose that game tonight. I mean, if that was, I don't know, maybe I'm getting carried away, but if Collingwood are playing Fremantle at Optus Oval, Fremantle don't lose that. Whereas Adelaide lose that game tonight, and that's what concerns me about Adelaide moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's hard to disagree with that.
Yeah.
It's been their Achilles heel, hasn't it? Those big games. They were able to do it last year. They won this, same fixture against Collingwood. They got one against Hawthorn as well. For those 2 semi-final, qualifying final into the semi-final losses last year. Just those opportunities. This is a big game, and you talked about it. I think your words were pre-game, Josh, is like, we always talk about a big game, but it always felt like this one had a little bit more on it.
Yeah.
And Collingwood, they were 27 points down in that second quarter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So their backs were against the wall.
Yeah.
And then to run out, the official margin's 34, but Murray kicked one on the siren. So it's basically, a 7-goal loss, Jammo.
Yeah. And a 10-goal turnaround.
Yeah.
Within the game.
They will look at it. Like we've highlighted it multiple times tonight. Like I just felt they went away from some of the team stuff. I spoke last week about Rochelli's selflessness around how he played, and it was a team game. I thought tonight there was just a couple of times where players could have executed better and chosen a better option, but then, I'm going to go at it myself. And that's not what gets the job done.
Flip side of things is Collingwood. So now they're essentially a game out of the top 6, but there are teams to play across the weekend. But you feel like it probably entrenches them at least in a wild card. They're 3 clear of the Giants, who are in 11th. So Collingwood might be headed back to September, despite the loss of Jamie Elliott, who we thought was going to be such a big blow for them. Despite the fact that, Darcy Moore's not there, Lockie Schultz isn't out there. They're playing a solo ruckman. Everyone says they're too old and too slow. Craig McRae's done it again.
He has. And you wind the clock back 5 weeks ago. I thought they were too good a side to be where they were on the ladder. And what we saw tonight is probably, I guess, the image that I have of Collingwood and how they play. And I know we spoke about Pendlebury and Sidebottom before the game. Pendlebury's had 29 again, Sidebottom 23 after 0 touches in the first quarter. They were 2 of their best performers tonight again. And Yeah, you talk about will they go around again? I imagine they will.
We'll have that discussion very shortly, I'm sure. Plenty to unpack tonight as we kickstart round 20 with a landslide final term as Collingwood shock the Crows at home and win their 11th game of the season by 34 points. They're making their way down the race. There's a couple of big hugs for Craig McRae on the way down. And Josh Money is waiting for them.
Gee, they're up and about. You could hear the cheers from right at the top of the race. A huge win for the Collingwood Army, and certainly the Magpie Army have absolutely packed their away rooms as well. 6 wins in a row, but they haven't until now beaten the team above them, and they get there. A top half scalp tonight, a top 4 scalp tonight, and it really can be a springboard for them. Adelaide Oval, which is becoming a bit of a home away from home as well. Here's the song. I'll be back with one of the stars of the night and Darcy Cameron shortly.
Plenty of feeling in that one for Collingwood, who, yes, as I touched on, moved to 7th on the night as we kickstart round 20. 11, 1 and 7 on the year. A 34-point win over the Crows that shaped up to be another classic and just devolved as the final quarter continued, and the Pies just storming home, kicking what ended up being 13 of the last 16 goals here at the Adelaide Oval. Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco with you to unpack it all. Text line starting to blow up already. We'll run through a couple of those. So Pete in Ballarat says, g'day, the Crows lost the game and the crowd lost the footy wall too. Socials are melting down and frankly, the whole thing was ugly. Really bad move and the club needs to front the media with an apology. Fran says, got to admit, I didn't have faith to put it out there. My gut was that we'd get the job done. Go Pies. Craig McRae has led us to victory again. Brett in Canberra, I noticed the Crows don't run much with the ball. If they don't have an open mark outside of 50, they seem a bit lost. They do like the uncontested brand, Brett, and when pressure comes, it does unravel a fair bit. And as I've quickly checked online regarding those socials and a text that we've just got in that's unnamed, once again, the sack Matthew Nicks narrative is just come up from the Crows fans. It's a roller coaster. When they win, he's the greatest ever, and when they lose, they're off him. And it's such a bandwagon, disastrous kind of emotional roller coaster. Yeah. It's so lopsided week upon week. This is a side that just knocked off Sydney, and many of us were thinking they were the best contender to Fremantle. They drop a game and everybody jumps off, Jamo. Like, what's going on with your fan base? What are they doing?
I don't know. Again, I'm passionate about it as a sort of not a closet supporter, but actually being involved in the club for a long period of time. It's an incredibly difficult competition, but I'm not suggesting anyway it's about him, but they just got absolutely outplayed in that second half. It was really poor. Like, you're right, maybe a couple of, I don't know if the selection piece, maybe the Toby Murray one, I think in the third quarter I asked that maybe just give McAndrew a break and get him into the game and just maybe throw it around a little bit. Adelaide didn't really change up too much in the end, just to try and find something a little bit different. When they did go forward, there was times where we hit the fat side, hit the easier side as opposed to the congested side. So a little too much of the same when they went forward, hoping that their aerial strength was going to work, but probably other than Taylor Walker. Well, they had 7 goal scorers. Riley Thorpe kicked 3. Taylor Walker kicked 3. But Collingwood had 11 goal scorers, and Ed Allen kicked 2 in the last quarter, and Daniel McStay is having an outstanding year. He was 1 with 2. So the spread of goals, the speed, they were very impressive.
So if you're a fan blaming the coach, you're essentially saying that they aren't versatile enough to adapt. So do the Crows have different gears, Josh? Is it one game plan or nothing? Like, are you seeing something that the fans aren't?
Look, we spoke about it pre-game, and Nathan Van Berlo touched on it in the interview, that they're building their game around pressure, which, again, you talk about September action, that's what you have to do. Do they have different gears? I don't know, but I'm scratching my head on it. The only thing I would say is, and I think you mentioned it then, Jamo, once the heat turns up on them, are they able to combat that and withstand it and then still get the game that they want to get? Are they capable of doing that? And, you know, for obviously that 20-minute patch in that second quarter, they were threatening, they were pushing, they couldn't get reward for effort. But then after that, it was never... Once the momentum swung late in that second quarter, they were never in the contest, which is alarming for me. And I keep going back to that point that premiership sides or potential premiership sides don't lose these games at this time of year. That's my worry for Adelaide. And what you wind the clock back, 4 weeks ago when Adelaide, it was almost, when they played Port Adelaide, it was an unlosable showdown. And they got, I wouldn't say embarrassed, but they got pantsed.
By pressure.
By pressure. So they're the concerns for me. And it's almost as if it doesn't happen ahead of the ball, what's their avenue to win games? And if their bigs aren't really influencing the game, last week they did in Thilthorpe and Fogarty. They didn't have a huge impact tonight, I didn't think, their tools. Rochelle wasn't involved, and they look vulnerable.
They're a high-kicking team in terms of the way that they, for metres gained, so they don't get a lot via handball, which is sort of, I won't say new age, but a lot of the good teams are doing it very well. Sydney, Brisbane, Fremantle, those types. So what it felt like tonight, and Craig McRae seemed to have worked out a good strategy against Adelaide, is if you can force them to kick long, and we talked about their young or undersized or undermanned defence in that second quarter that stood up, they withstood the pressure, and really from that point on, Collingwood completely dominated the game, and there wasn't really many avenues forward for Adelaide. And I know you've got to win the ball around the ground, but it seemed happy. I can't remember if it was you, Josh, or you, Jamo, that made the call that, hang on a minute, we can send Howe forward because we're backing our defenders in. We're backing in the way the ball's coming in that they can win it. And then we can have some players who can mark the ball up the ground and kick a goal.
I think your kicking efficiency, you're spot on. Like, so if you go first quarter, Adelaide went at 75% and actually did okay, kicked 5 goals, 3. The second quarter, they went at 71%, Collingwood 63. So then you go to the third quarter, Adelaide dropped to 62%, so pressure applied. Collingwood lifted, went to 67. Similar kicks to handballs through that period, but the last quarter is just a disaster. 43% kicking efficiency, 1 for 1, 37 kicks, 35 handballs. So I think that's one. They didn't win the footy. When they did, they just bombed away because it was deep in defence, and then they didn't have the run and the pressure applied, so they were handballing out. Collingwood win the other way, and they went at 59%. So their kicking efficiency got worse as the game went on.
So is that Collingwood's X factor come finals? Everyone's been talking about that they're too old and the veterans need to go, and it's the final years for Pendlebury and Sidebottom, but the class that they have under pressure might be what separates them, because Fremantle are inexperienced in September. They're a great team, but this is a foreign ground for them if they get as far as a qualifying final, preliminary final. Sydney have been to the grand final before but haven't won them. The mental scars there and the pressure that's unravelled them the last few weeks. Adelaide, we've seen it tonight. Hawthorn's still relatively young as well. So maybe Collingwood's experience at this time of the year might be what gets them over the line in games they probably weren't predicted to a month ago.
Well, they've been here for a week and a half to acclimatise, so that allows them to actually settle down at Adelaide Oval. They hardly travel, like far out. Like it's, I don't. It's not. Their experience is good, but I think what's happened here, like Ed Allen was outstanding tonight. Like that Charlie West, like Harvey Harrison hardly touched it in the first half. I think their youth, there has to be something around and to be said which is intangible to play in such big crowds in Melbourne or go away again in front of big crowds. These guys haven't played a lot of footy, but their experience in the heat of these battles, the experienced blokes just step up and stand up, and that's reflected in the overall. Just like Nick Dacos, star 39, Pendlebury 29, Sidebottom 23, Darcy Cameron 23, Quaynor 20, DeGoey 20. Like they're their superstars.
Yeah.
They've stepped up, and then the younger blokes that are coming through, and their defence was sound. So it was a super impressive. They're playing really good footy. It's hard not to say they're not or trying to pick it apart.
They're coached well, clearly, and we've given, McRae's flowers, rightfully so, but the players buy-in. It seems like these kids that come into the team with these senior players just know their role. So what they're required to do. Yeah. Even Dan Houston's a fascinating one for us here in South Australia because he was a 2-time All-Australian at Port, wanted to get back to Melbourne, goes to Collingwood playing a completely different role. He's had 13 touches tonight, which is just not the way he played at Port Adelaide. Yep. But that tackle on Neil Bullen that ended up in the Dacos goal, like even a player who used to catch the ball every time it went in D50 and probably had, 25 to 30 a night, has embraced a role.
And I think the less footy, the better outcome. And again, the handball received, the barrel in the middle of the ground to get it over the top to a dangerous spot. So, yes, he's playing a more probably disciplined game than here at Collingwood than what he was at Port Adelaide.
I think the other thing as well from Collingwood's perspective, you go through their list, they're jam-packed full of stars and premiership players. And that's why I say I go back 5 weeks and where they were positioned on the ladder, they were massively underperforming. But they're starting to hit their straps now. And what we saw tonight, as we said, and what they're capable of is that and dismantling one of the, dare say, a premiership favourite in Adelaide.
So 12 premiership players on the list tonight for the Pies. And, the narrative through the middle part of the year when Pendlebury was getting rest and they lost a couple of close games with the Hawks and the Swans was, where are the first-round picks from the last few years? Why aren't they playing? And then we've started to see them flow through. And Ed Allen is the prime example of that. He was picked up in 2022 as a first-round pick and barely saw him across the last 3 years. And this season he's been terrific, and they've put him on the ball in the last 2 months, and he's averaging close to 20 touches and had a couple of big match-winning moments with those 2 goals. And suddenly you realise, maybe they've actually got some young depth that can come through. And yes, they've traded away a lot to get some experience in, but it's not like the future isn't bright at Collingwood. They've got guys, and you can see maybe they have found the balance of keeping Lockie Neal at 33 or Jesse Hogan at 31. Like it's still enough if you can keep drafting well deep that you've got enough to come through.
Again, looking, and you're right, to their ages. So Ed Allen 22, Charlie West 20. I mean, Swaddling didn't play tonight, but he's 19.
What about Angus Anderson, who's sitting under the noses of the 2 South Australian clubs and gets picked up at, I think it was 50?
Yeah.
Like
58.
They could have easily got him.
But again, all right, you put him into Adelaide's team, where's he going to play? Or put him in Port Adelaide. It's a needs and a wants and a desire. So I think it's a broad statement. I understand why you say it, but it's not necessarily fair.
Yeah, sentiment's more that Collingwood are finding gems.
Other clubs do as well, but on this occasion, yes. He's a talent, and we saw that when he won the
Odie medal.
Yeah, so Lockie played really well again tonight.
At the risk of asking you a big question before we head down into the rooms with a player listening, side bottom Pendlebury, how? The debate pre-game was that side bottom's retiring and one of the other 2 were going. Where do you lean now after tonight when they all have pretty good performances at the Adelaide Oval?
I reckon when players get to an age, you can see that they're gone. These 3 aren't. So keep playing them.
Jamo?
Well, I think Pendlebury definitely. I mean, side bottom tonight. Again, he's just such a skillful player. So again, he probably kicked out of his, 12 kicks. I'm going to say probably 8 of them were left foot. Weren't they too? So
it was an emphatic response to the rumblings, and all 3 of them, had a terrific night. Let's find out how Collingwood are feeling down in the rooms. 34-point winners over the Crows here at the Adelaide Oval. Josh Money's in the can.
Thanks, Aaron. Let's ask Darcy Cameron. Side bottom, Pendlebury, how? Finished, aren't they?
Sorry, that's coming through a little bit shaky. But, they're gone unbelievably well. We're so lucky to have them a part of our team. You get so much faith when you run out with them. And it's fun running out with them too. They're the energy whips of the group, even though they're old bastards, but they're great.
A huge win for the group who haven't been able to beat a side in the top half so far. What does a big scalp against a good side do for the confidence of the group?
Yeah, it's really good. We over the last 5 weeks we've probably been expected to win, bar Gold Coast. So to come here, backs up against the wall, and especially in that second quarter, we well and truly the backs were up against the wall. It's important for us to galvanise and show what we can do, which is against, like you said, a big scalp. So really impressed with the boys today, and not surprised though.
A huge night for you in the middle. When Oscar Steen went down with his ACL early in the year, you had to sort of go back in there. How have you sort of readjusted mentally to taking back that full-time role?
Yeah, obviously it's a bigger load, and it was really sad to see Big Steenie go down. I'm looking forward to when he gets back, because he's a weapon in there. But it's something I've done over the last 3 years, is play majority ruck time, and I'm sort of conditioned now at 31 to shoulder that load, and gone fine.
Massive win for the football club, but how disappointing to hear some of those boos for Isaac Quainer.
Oh, I didn't really notice him, so...
regardless the way he's able to respond and stand up when I guess he has been challenged externally.
Oh, he's unbelievable. He's I'm talking about Hugh, yeah. He's just such a weapon behind the ball. He's intercept marking. He's balanced between when to spoil or when to mark it and come off his play. He's a freak. And 150 games, has done it for a long time now.
Here's Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Darcy, congratulations on your game tonight and the win for Collingwood. It's interesting watching Craig McRae's press conference during the week, and he mentioned how well Collingwood defend the Adelaide Oval. You held Adelaide to just the 19 scoring shots. What is it about the dimensions of this oval which enable you to defend the way that you do?
You're asking questions that are above my pay grade, but I think the ground is a little bit skinnier, and it allows us to play our system really well. So we get really excited and a lot of energy when we come to this ground, and just like we did in the final last year, and even round 23 when we played hammered inside 50s all game but still lost. We got energy from that, just knowing that our brand stacks up at this oval and against this team.
And just another question which you might find a little bit more difficult to answer. Were you surprised by the lack of resistance from Adelaide in the second half?
I feel like our energy and our pressure can get on top of teams, and that's what we pride ourselves on. So, usually I'm not really going to answer on their behalf, but I feel like we're able to get on top of them and stay on top, which is really pleasing because we do find ourselves in close games a lot.
Darcy, Rod Jamieson, great win too. I was going to ask about that. You've lost 4 close ones and then 2 emphatically, but the last couple of years, what is it about the close games that Collingwood play in and how good you are in that environment?
I think we trained it a lot early days, but also the maturity of the group and the maturity of those certain players just lead that. And we're just really well drilled throughout the week. Got good coaching staff around us who don't overdo it and put a lot of trust in us. So we're really lucky. They just go out there and they let us play footy with the trust that we'll go out there and play those moments well.
Angus Anderson, we know a little bit about him, played over here for Sturt and then has just fitted into your team exceptionally well. And Ed Allen's last quarter, 2-goal-1, his speed. He's been on the list for a couple of years, but he's got some good size.
He's unbelievable. I think he's one of the strongest blokes in the gym. He's probably the fastest out here, the fittest. He's going to be a freak. The way he can just turn the wheels on and take players on is seriously impressive. So I'm glad that he's really coming into his own. And he's going to scare some opponents soon.
Has your fellow ruckmate Dan McStay talked about his goal from the pocket yet?
I think he was talking about it. I think he said, I call him that Eddie's pocket, really?
Spot on. It was a great goal. You touched on backs to the wall coming in and backs to the wall during that second quarter. You were down 27 points. Can you tell us sort of what changed? Because it must have happened out on the ground because it was halfway through the quarter.
Yeah, I think we were just able to get some speed on the ball, change lanes. It's hold some territory finally late in that second quarter, which was crucial because I think we had one inside 50 for the first half of it or even longer. So it was pretty exhausting, but yeah.
Darcy, just want to follow up a couple of questions before we let you go. So Jamo's about Ed Allen and Angus Anderson. So a lot of the narrative through the year was, Pies are again too old. The first round picks aren't there. They traded them all away. And you've got half of your team is this young crop who has shined excellently over the last 2 months. Walk us through the green shoots of Collingwood and what that means for you to know the future is very bright.
I was having this conversation with Nick Dacos yesterday, and it's so exciting. You got Ned Long, Ed Allen, Charlie West, Sam Swadling, all these boys, even Steenie, early in the year before he went down. It's just so exciting that the future is bright at the Pies.
And Tom's question about Dan McStay goal. Did he say if it was out of bounds or not?
No, mate. He didn't.
Jamo's got a quick one for you before we let you go.
Just a quick one. The pocket profile, so it's Isaac Quaynor, and he says the best singer in the club is Whisper Nicky Dacos.
Yeah.
Why Whisper?
I have no idea. It's a mystery. I don't know. No, actually, I won't even say what that. I don't know.
All right, I shouldn't call him Q because I don't know him well, but he's known affectionately as Q. Who's the coach's pet?
He actually prefers Quains.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Coach's pet.
Coach's pet. Jamie Elliott.
Oh no, he's gone. He's the best gamer. The coach's pet is Nick Dacos.
Yeah. No, I think Jamie is.
Yeah. Mate, hey, well played tonight. Huge win. Congrats and all the best for the remainder of the year. Thanks for your time.
Good job getting out of the snooker of Josh Franco as well earlier. Very well answered. Congratulations, Darcy.
I thought Josh would look after me. Apparently not, mate.
Well, there was a half volley outside.
Darcy Cameron downstairs after the Pies' 34-point win. The narrative around Whisper is that Jordan Roughhead gave it to him. Said it was Nick Dacos talks to the ball. And that's why they call him the Whisperer.
The ball whisperer. There it is.
Darcy Cameron implied it was something a little bit more.
I don't know if he applied anything, but just sort of, he went down a path and then he disappeared and just said, no, I'm not there.
Self-reflection. Good work.
And Jeezy handled your question well,
I apologise for that, Darcy.
You could hear him just about to get to the edge and then he goes, oh, wait, no, I'll pull it back.
Anyway.
Well handled. That's the maturity of Fly's Pies, 34-point winners here at the Adelaide Oval. So, sitting at 7th at the moment. We've just started the weekend, but you feel like they're pretty much locked in for September now. That being said, the run home is still pretty treacherous, but they do what they do tonight. They might claim a couple more. Geelong Thursday night at the G. Cats are pretty wounded right now, so who knows who'd be the favourite walking in there. West Coast at Perth, they could get that done. And then the Hawks and Brisbane at the G to close it out. Both, could decide whether or not they could squeeze into the 6 or not.
Is that the hardest run home?
It's the fourth hardest.
Yeah,
Adelaide have the 14th. So it's, the world is still their oyster to a degree, but top 4 just feels a little harder now.
Yeah, it does.
Essendon and Richmond are coming across the next 2. And the other problem with that is, and this is where I wanted to lead to next around the mental demons of the Crows, is, again, Collingwood continues to be the monkey on their back who, got them in the qualifying final last year. All the drama from round 23 and the build-up to that, and the loss of Isaac Quaynor. The fact that the Pies have won 12 of the last 14 against them now. And then they get Essendon and Richmond the next 2, and you go, well, they're not going to teach us anything. Yeah, they'll probably win those. But, again, we're not going to know if they're any better until we get to September now. This was the night to answer the critics, and they didn't do it.
And I think even further to that, Adam, I was thinking about how I sort of feel about Adelaide and their prospects for September. That, again, if you look at, say, Brisbane or even a Fremantle at this point in time, I would have confidence going to their game knowing that they're going to put on a good performance. At the moment, I feel Adelaide are a bit flaky.
Yeah.
And if everything goes their way, they're going to be almost unstoppable. But if it doesn't, then we get what we saw tonight. So that's where I am a little bit with Adelaide now. And I know this industry is emotional roller coaster. Sure. 2 weeks ago against Sydney, they were unbelievable, and I get all of that. But I just don't have enough confidence in them when there's a game like this on the line that they have to win, that they're going to.
Yes. So the only one that could counter that is their penultimate game is Fremantle in Perth. So if you win Essendon and Richmond and then knock off Freo at home, that's probably the only one that could answer it.
That's a fair shout.
The only thing is about that game is Freo could have the minor premiership wrapped up.
Yeah.
And look, they don't want to be a bad form going into finals, but they'll be able to manage players if they have to. But that is the ultimate test probably now. I think Port's probably got the ultimate test on Sunday against Brisbane at the Gabba. The one right next to that is Fremantle in Perth. So, they can get some confidence back over the next 2 weeks against Essendon and Richmond. And if they're not ready for that contest, and I mean they were ready tonight. They started so well, but for the momentum to shift so heavily, and 13 of 16 goals Collingwood kicked.
Yeah, I think the other question as well, and I know we touched on it briefly in that last quarter, but and it's easy in hindsight because it didn't work to pot it, but Finbar Maley and Toby Murray, and we said pre-game, I don't understand what the thinking is behind it. Toby Murray plays 38% game time, Maley plays 61% game time, and it's not all about stats, and I get that. They both kicked a goal each, so maybe they could mount a case that it worked, but Maley's only had the 6 disposals Toby Murray just the 5. So I don't understand what the thinking is behind that.
It feels like a broader issue where everyone's using that 5th man differently, and Adelaide all year have used it for a pinch-hitting ruckman who plays a third of the game time. And, maybe that doesn't stack up to how other sides are doing it. So I sell Finbar as the Darcy Fogarty tonight. Let's play 3 talls and just use Toby Murray in the role he's always been in, which is coming off the bench now and again. But, yeah, there's been a few games that it just hasn't worked, Jamo.
I'm just trying to look at it clinically, but I'd probably challenge the flakiness. Like Adelaide have lost 7 now, but they'd lost to Western Bulldogs by 6 points, Geelong by 8 points, Freo by 2 points, Hawks by 9 points. They got blown away by Brisbane, lost to Port through pressure, and tonight I think was probably one of their worst losses. I think the second ruck is to leave clearly Thilthorpe up forward. They don't want to put him into the middle. Again, it's been a tough year, and I touched on how many times that McAndrew's been into the middle in the contest. He just looked tired tonight. So I think that's going to be a big challenge. He's been exceptional. So I think Adelaide's got it. I think the challenge, yes, tonight, did you say Collingwood have won 12 out of the last 14?
Yep.
I think that's a major concern. That's a big hurdle that they need to overcome. I don't necessarily have to go back to late last year in the final. They got rolled by Collingwood. Yep, we accept that they got beaten. Those last 2 games were terrible. I feel they've learnt. They went to the MCG and beat Collingwood.
Yep.
But tonight, that second half, how they lost, that's not a football club brand, or that's not a Matthew Nick's coach football team. So that was really poor, really, really poor. So I accept that. I still think that they're a top 4, top 6 team, and they've got the ability to turn it around and turn it on. So again, let's sit here in 4 weeks and see how they go. But I thought Collingwood played very well. So I'm not trying to let Adelaide off the hook. I'm just saying that they've actually had a pretty good year. And you were critical of them in the first 7 weeks when after 7 rounds, they were 5th, 8th, and then went to 13th. And we're all sitting here going, no, they're terrible. But
were we? I feel like we were always about the injuries and the context of how that had hurt them.
No, you bailed me up on the local program with Andrew Capel.
That was after the Richmond win, where the first half I thought they were really poor, and that was the time where I thought, gee, they just haven't improved. I was waiting for the...
They beat Richmond, they beat Kangaroos, and then just lost to Hawthorn, and then went on to beat Geelong, Western Bulldogs, Melbourne. So again, I think they're doing it, and again, sides will do that, but it's just how they lost tonight was the most disappointing part of how they played this year. That's not how they would normally play.
So what does that do mentally then?
Well, again, even you go back to the showdown as well. I guess it's not just tonight, and they lose the showdown, which is an unlosable game in my opinion, based on where the 2 sides. And I know you can mount a case that showdowns is anyone's contest, but the trajectory of Adelaide compared to Port Adelaide at that point in time, they were really poor. And I know you can have poor nights, so don't. But tonight, I just feel like that if you're preparing to really challenge in September and erase the demons of last year from their finals campaign, I just feel like they had to win. And again, I'll put that into context that I totally get it, that you're disappointed with the loss and you ride the emotional roller coaster of football, but this one tonight really sticks with me that I just don't know anymore. I sort of want to keep backing them, and I keep saying they look threatening ahead of the ball. Their backs are rock solid. Their midfield looks like they've improved, but then you get a performance like tonight where they're vying for top 4, season on the line stuff, so to speak, even though it's not, but it is in terms of the context of the final series. But that's where I was really disappointed with how they performed tonight.
So they'll get Mark Keane back next week, which will help. 2 more weeks of Darcy Fogarty out.
So what do they do next week? Do they go with Finbar again and Toby Murray? So last week, and again, you can mount a case that conditions didn't warrant them having that extra tool, and they only had Thilthorpe and Fogarty with Murray as well. So it's a dry night tonight. They play the extra tool. But yeah, what do they do next week?
Oh, so I'm asking you from your coach's perspective, if you're sitting there, the momentum's going against you, I just don't think they've got many levers to pull if they pick so many tools. If you've got a quicker player, you've got a versatile player, and I know they're trying to make sure Callum Archie's ready with his hamstrings because he's done it 3 times this year. You have an experienced player like that can, play through the wing, up forward, even could go back if he has to. You've probably got more of that lever. I just can't understand why you'd play anyone for 35% of the game.
No, I don't.
Why you've got a whole bench,
Great.
and if you've got someone who can run, who can use the ball, or is at least versatile, I think you're able to change what you're doing a bit. That's what McRae did with Howe. He just sent him forward for 10 minutes and he took an important mark, an important goal that kept them in the game when they were behind in the match. So that would be just my question. There's only 4 games to go. They've got some easy ones. Just stop messing around and just get rid of this. All these tools, these blokes you're playing limited game time. Play Riley Thilthorpe in the ruck as your second option. Get him around the ground. Get him into the contest. He's an all-Australian player. He's kicked 3 goals tonight. He's done all he can.
Yeah.
But there are times in the game where he can't get involved in the game because Collingwood are dominating so much.
Yeah, and I think even further to that, you can shield him from centre bounce. So that's where he's probably at most risk of landing and hurting a knee or an ankle or whatever. Don't let him do the centre bounce. Around the ground, it's just like a marking contest, and they body up and do all of that. So he's capable and has the capacity to do that. And I've always said, look, keep him out of harm's way. But if you need to pull that lever, then, don't get him doing centre bounce and let him just ruck around the ground. The other thing I think as well, again, it's easy to say it right now, but I reckon they've missed opportunities throughout the year to rest McAndrew. This is his first proper season.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did it against the Bombers next week.
Yeah, but I reckon there's opportunities early in the year. Or when you've got games where you're dominating, ruck a Toby Murray and have a McAndrew sitting on there playing 35% game time.
Yeah.
Because you even mentioned it tonight, Jamie. It looks a bit. He looked tired. He looked fatigued. It's a position that is so demanding in one of the most demanding sports in the world in terms of athletic profile and capabilities. And it's a tough gig, so I reckon they've missed an opportunity there throughout the year.
Thoughts of Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson. We've got about 7 minutes to go as we wrap up Adelaide and Collingwood, the Pies winners by 34 points. A reminder, tomorrow, Melbourne and Geelong at the MCG, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. Our coverage starts. Western Derby 63 is the overlap game. 7:30 Eastern, you can hear that through the ABC AFL Extra button. Commonwealth Games technically got underway today as well. We've got the opening ceremony tomorrow morning. I think it's 5:30 Eastern. But we'll have updates through the event with Ned Hall, Zane Bojack and Bill McDonald on local radios, and you'll hear some of those throughout our coverage tomorrow night and through the weekend as well. Good and bad news. I want to start with the fun stuff because we've been a bit down.
Yes.
Nick Dacos headed over to the Crows rooms and got a photo with Louis, which is great to see.
So that's Louis Walker. So you said in the pre-game, a dream night for Louis Walker would be his dad, Taylor, kicks goal 700, which he did in the first quarter from the pocket. Very special moment. And the Pies won. So that is the perfect night for a little lad whose dad kicks a record 700 goals for the Crows and gets to take a photo with his hero, Nick Dacos, in the rooms after.
He looks so chuffed as well, doesn't he?
It is so cool. It's actually very cool.
That's the best part of footy. Sometimes we get bogged down in the drama of it all, but sometimes it's just great to see kids have fun.
So Nick Dacos went into the Adelaide rooms.
I actually think it might have been the other way around now because Jeremy Howe's with him. So I reckon Louis gone into the Pies rooms.
Correct.
To get that photo. And there's a bit of ice on the shin of Nick Dacos. He was through the wars tonight. He got a fair bit of attention. But
Too many kicks.
The flip side of things is the Isaac Rankin scenario, which we've touched on a little bit across the night, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but it's an important topic because we're 12 months on from the homophobic slur that he dealt Isaac Quaynor, and the crowd, unfortunately, still hadn't learned. And look, it sounded like it was a minority. It was still loud enough that it reverberated through the venue. And it's just disappointing. It's immature. It's embarrassing for the football community, for South Australia. And it does a lot of harm to the LGBTQI plus community who don't feel welcome when these things happen. Jamo, Josh, do you have anything to add in terms of how it kind of made you feel tonight that Isaac Quaynor was booed with every possession? Especially you, Jamo, as a Crows man. It's a home game. Is it disappointing?
Yes. No, we spoke about it beforehand. The only thing I'd probably ask you remove it's the Isaac Rankin issue. It's not.
It's a broader.
He's removed himself from it. It's people are carrying on and having a go at Isaac Quaynor for him probably.
Because both of them behaved themselves very well tonight. Like there wasn't any spiteful issues between either player amongst both teams.
They actually stood each other, and there was a couple of contests in that early pass of the first quarter too. So, look, again, I'm not a big one for booing, even at the best of times. You know, when Nathan Buckley used to come here, they used to boo him. You know, I don't agree with it. People choose to act and behave how they are, and that's a reflection upon them. But yeah, it's disappointing. It's very disappointing.
Josh,
I agree. It's. I guess the alarming thing for me is being a school teacher as well. All these school kids get so much education around it. Around issues in society. It's not through lack of education, but it's just their choice to do it, which I don't get.
That was the disappointing thing this time around, was in the build-up to the qualifying final, Matthew Nicks copped a bit of heat for not really taking a stance.
Yeah.
And in this time during the week, he said, don't do this to the Crows fan base, and they didn't listen. So, and look, again, it's not a majority. I know there's a lot of you out there who did the right thing. It's probably, 10% who did the wrong thing, but it's still a stain, and it does a lot of damage. So just don't do it. That's the message, and I'm sure both coaches will speak about it as well in the fallout. How do we go with the votes, gents? Collingwood winners by 34.
I've given best player. Look, Nick Dacos, I thought he was busy. I thought he's influential. Probably not to the level that he is at his best. And he only ran at sort of 59% kicking efficiency, but he's touched the ball 39 times, 7 clearances, 610 metres gained, and he's kicked 1 goal, 1. So I thought he was really good all night. 2 votes, I struggled with it. I actually gave it to Pendlebury. And maybe I'm just looking at numbers, but he's had 29 disposals, once again 5 clearances, 385 metres gained. He kicked a goal. I thought he was really influential late as well. And I've given 1 vote. I thought Darcy Cameron, the bloke we interviewed, was good in the ruck as well, and we mentioned him throughout the night and the influence that he had on the game. So I've given him 1 vote.
So Nick Dacos 3, Pendlebury 2, Cameron 1.
Yep.
Nice.
I mean, I'm not suggesting he should have been in there, but Sam Berry, what an outstanding night from him. Consistency, 30 disposals, 87% kicking efficiency, 6 tackles, 17 contested, 10 clearances as well, 3 inside. I think he's an incredibly good player now, a really good player.
And even though Dawson got blanketed at times, Isaac Rankin again had another big night through the middle. So 25 touches, 6 clearances, and 250 metres gained. So, look, they do have that missing piece from a clearance perspective. But it's just, unfortunately, their ball use under pressure that really unravelled them. Huge thanks to Rod Jamieson, who's back from holiday and fit and firing on the eve of September.
Thank you. Really enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Josh Franco, we'll let you stew on it for a few days, and we'll see you on SA Grandstand on Saturday. Tom, good calling as always. Great job with the Tex 700 goal as well. Huge thanks to Dominic Lombardo, Lauren Borden back in the studio, and Josh Money downstairs. Collingwood winners by 34 points. They were down 27 in the second quarter and came storming home. 13 of the last 16 goals. Nick Dacos with the 3 votes for 39 touches and a goal to his name. Coming up tomorrow, doubleheader in the AFL overlapping. So Melbourne and Geelong at the G. You can hear it from 6:30 Eastern Standard Time on ABC Listen. 5 changes for Melbourne as they welcome back the likes of Harrison Petty, Tom McDonald and Lucas Cook. And the Cats get Tanner Bruin back alongside Mark Blitzavs, but no Max Holmes. They've been on a bit of a losing slide at the moment, the Cats. We'll see what they can do tomorrow. And Western Derby 63 on AFL Extra on the Listen app from 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for your company tonight. We'll see you tomorrow as round 20 continues on ABC.